holidays. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limo? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Tonight, clear low around 40. Tomorrow, high near 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall, 105.7 The Fan.
Yes, time to head around the Beltway, and this time we're heading to College Park, are we not?
Yes, we are. Portal season that was much needed for Buzz Williams coming into the year, or into the portal season. We knew that they needed to regroup in a big way. Now, Farrell Payne has not yet been granted the waiver, but doesn't sound like there's much concern at College Park. You expect Farrell Payne to be back, which is the best get you could possibly have.
Yes.
He is one of the better big men in the conference last year, and next year he'll definitely be. So that's a big upgrade. We didn't have him for the majority of Big Ten play. They'll be better with him on the court. But they started off with Tomislav Buljan from New Mexico, and it was kind of weird. Went into the portal and committed to the Terps pretty quickly, and it didn't take very long. Averaged 13 and 10 at New Mexico. Was very, very good on the glass. Top 8 in the country in rebounding. And it's not like the MWC, the Mountain West, is a weak conference, right? Like there's 3 to 4 NCAA tournament teams in that conference in most years, especially of late. And a lot of competitive teams. Now with NIL, those schools have money. So he leaves New Mexico and he comes to Maryland, and that gives you. He's going to play the 4, but it does give you, in case, I know he's undersized a little bit for the 5. Farrell Payne gets in foul trouble, as we've seen a lot of Maryland bigs over the years get in. Buljan can play the 5, so that's a good upgrade. Then it was Bishop Boswell, Robert Jennings, those guys. Bishop Boswell played a massive role in that Tennessee team that was a second weekend tournament team. Started in almost every game, averaged like 6 points, top defender on the team probably, and he's a combo guard. He can handle the ball. Robert Jennings, he's a 4, he's older.
Some depth rebounder.
It's a depth piece. What you need in this era, they need guys to come off of there. Then an interesting commit.
The Queens kid?
It was TMZ breaking it. I didn't understand it. For some reason, there was a TMZ guy at the airport, and I guess the way TMZ works, they just walk up to random people and start a conversation, and it feels like that's how it went, because in the video, he's like, have you announced your commitment yet? And he's like, no. He's like, all right, well, I'm committing to Maryland. So Maryland got their first TMZ commitment.
Nice.
That maybe I've ever seen. Maven Jabril, though, 43.2% from beyond the arc for a 6'9" guy. And Queens had a lot of good scorers. He was down there, probably 7th on the team, I think, in scoring for them. But again, 3.2 attempts per game, and he shot 43.2%. He's a 6'9 guy. He's going to be the stretch four when you bring him in. He'll give you some spacing when he's on the court. I don't expect him to play a ton of minutes, maybe 16 to 20 per game, a little bit less than we saw with him at Queens, but he stretches the floor. And then the most exciting one, Saturday it became official. There were a lot of rumors 2 days before, Thursday, Friday, could happen. DJ Wagner, former five-star, the number one player in the country, chose to go to Kentucky and play with Coach Calipari. Calipari leaves, goes to Arkansas. DJ Wagner goes with him and plays 2 years there. He's not that young anymore. He's older. We haven't really seen him flourish the way that was expected with projections, things like that. But I do think when you put Farrell Payne in some pick-and-roll action with him, and he's a guy that needs the ball in his hands. When you have Darius Acuff, when you have all the guards that he played with in his first year at Kentucky, first year at Arkansas. First year at Arkansas was a little bit better than last year, but that's because Acuff was the best scorer in the country. Now he's going to Maryland that needs somebody to handle the rock, that needs somebody that can have the ball in their hands late in games. DJ Wagner pushed my excitement. Buljan did as well to start the portal, but I still had to see what they did elsewhere. I like Boswell. Jabriel's interesting. Robert Jennings is a depth piece, as Ken said, but DJ Wagner gets me excited.
So are they done?
They're going to add 1 to 2 more guys.
They got one more scholarship, I think.
For now.
Yeah.
With Miles Rice going in, that was the plan. I don't know that DJ Wagner couldn't have been less than 1 point, probably $2 million. That was my guess. So that had to have kind of blown out their budget. We'll see. There's still some guys in there that interest me, but between DJ Wagner, Buljan, Boswell, those 3 guys right there take up a lot of money.
In the way too early projections, I saw that the Terps project number 24 nationally in the net rankings. Like, are you
now
back in on
before
Buzz
you answer? I do want to admit I'm the same bozo that was excited when Elijah Saunders committed
And
a
that
year
just
ago.
didn't work.
And yes, and like I think Joe Lenardi had them as a tournament team a year ago at this time. I think this is different, Ben, and you add this to Payne and Mills coming back and the recruiting class. I do think there's talent here.
It also is very interesting when you add Boswell, and he probably got a pretty good payday. When you add Wagner, I know for a fact he got a good payday, and Mills, and you have Baba coming in, somebody's going to be coming off the bench that's getting paid pretty good money. Now, Mills, I don't think he's getting paid great money, but Mills showed last year he can get it done in the Big Ten, and they need that scoring. Now, is he fine with the bench role and a spark play? You're still going to play 32 minutes a game coming off the bench, but is he fine with that? I don't know. He did stick with Buzz after a bad year, and Buzz, we know his guys are loyal to him, it feels like. So it'll be interesting to see it. Does Boswell come off the bench? I don't know, because Boswell was between North Carolina State and Maryland. Maryland, I think, paid him more money, but there was more of a set role at NC State. They're going to have at least multiple pieces coming off of the bench that I can say they're going to give me good minutes compared to last year where Del Pino checked in that game against Georgetown.
Is he here next year?
It looks like it. If you asked me 4 days ago, I would have said no. It sounds like he's gone. But now all of a sudden, everything I'm reading says he's going to be back. I'm fine with that if it's a 4-year thing.
Yeah, if he's the 6th guard or whatever.
But I don't need him all of a sudden as soon as he starts taking that step forward. All right, now I'm in the portal. That's the era we're in now. Like, if you're going to keep him on the roster, you're going to take up a roster spot. I just wish that you could get 4 years out of the guy, and in year 4 be like, wow, that was a really good development area. But in today's day and age, already stays. Next year, we see a little bit of that glimpse. Now he's the best player, George Mason, next year. Like, that's kind of where things are.
I got to admit, I'm excited. Like, when I saw DJ Wagner, yeah.
As you said, I was excited last year at this time, too.
Yeah, we were both. Like, Ben and I, low-key, were like, he's my conduit for everything Maryland news. So, like, I'm constantly bothering him this time of year to find out what's going on.
But like Miles Rice, he was awesome at Washington State. He wasn't very good at Indiana, but I thought he might be able to get some spark back. That wasn't the case.
He was on a
Watts
milk carton.
Was, I don't even know what. We kept hearing about his grandfather and that maybe would get things. It just, the team wasn't good. And this team this year, as I said, you got the depth pieces, the bench pieces, things you're bringing back. Like, could Turkson take another step and give you 12 to 16
Yeah, just
solid
be a
minutes?
bench guy.
Right. Like, could that happen? Maybe. But to it all, in this portal era, I have to see it on the court before I love DJ Wagner. That move on Saturday, I was like, all right. And it's not just because he was the number one player in the country and it hasn't worked so far. Getting out of Cal's system has worked for a number of guys. It just has. You've seen Clark, who left and went to Washington and have success. Like, there are guys who have left Calipari's system and have had success. It just never worked for Wagner. I'm hoping now more downhill with the Terps, ball in his hands way more because you don't have 5 different 5-stars playing around you. Maybe it works a little bit more. But again, we're going to have to see it on the court.
Coming up next, let's get into the Ravens. Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. We are just days away from the NFL draft. Is he resigned to Iwone or Fano at 14? We'll talk about that and more with Jonas next here on The Fan.
Celebrate 420.
You're pretty high and far out, aren't you?
Yeah.
What kind of kick are you on, son?
105.7 The Fan.
What's that address?
105.7 The Fan.
Right. I got it.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Gwynn Oak on Liberty Road, next to Dunkin' Donuts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus in fields like automotive service, electrical and electronics, or HVAC. With hands-on training built around what employers actually need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Use equipment, tools, and technology the pros use every day on the job. Opportunity doesn't come with instructions. Skills do. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
Hey Birdland, hockey fever is everywhere, and it hits Camden Yards Saturday, April 25th at 4:05 p.m. Join us for Hockey Jersey Night, presented by Lido Pizza. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a limited edition Orioles hockey jersey as the Orioles take on the Boston Red Sox. Bring the energy, and we'll see you at the Yard for Hockey Jersey Night. Get your tickets now at Orioles.com/tickets.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Smythe Jewelers, Timonium, Annapolis, and Ellicott City are banding together for their Wedding Band Bash this Thursday the 23rd through Saturday the 25th. Save up to 20% on a huge selection of wedding bands from top designers like Tacori, Veragio, Simon G, 8 Jaffe, and Martin Flyer, who will even have exclusive trunks in Timonium. Smythe always breaks out their largest selection of engagement rings and diamonds of the year for this. So visit smythejewelers.com to RSVP.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
The Black Crows and Whiskey Myers with special guest South Hall are bringing their Southern Hospitality Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 16th. Tickets are on sale now, a Live Nation show. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
It's been a roller coaster start to the season for the Birds. Baltimore began 3-6, then won 6 of 7, but have lost 5 of 6 since then to fall to 10-12. However, Taylor Ward is confident in the team's ability to get back on track.
We all need to, I guess, look in the mirror and, really examine what we did out there, what we did this series, what we did last series, and just try to make adjustments. And I just think that this is a great ball club, and, we just got to find it from within right now and, get back up on the horse.
Kyle Bradish will take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Royals. Last time out versus the Diamondbacks, Bradish allowed 4 earned runs on 8 hits with 4 strikeouts across 6 innings. Kansas City will start Seth Lugo. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-50s with an overnight low of 36. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 60. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Forget the Pulitzer. The greatest honor for a sports writer is making the IA Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Fall 2024 inductee Jonas Schaefer on this prestigious honor. The Fan thanks you.
The days are long, but the weeks are short, Bone. We have made it to draft week. The NFL draft starts on Thursday, concludes on Saturday afternoon, and joining us now covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. It's Jonas Schaefer. And Jonas, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. We talked earlier. It felt like leading up to the draft a year ago, most of the draftniks had the Ravens taking Malachi Starks. They took Malachi Starks. Now, looking at most of the mocks, it's either Fano or Awane. Do you expect one of those two names at 14 on Thursday?
I think it's probably more likely than not that one of those would be available there. And in that case, not without knowing the Ravens board, but knowing how they've operated and knowing, their positional needs, I don't think it would surprise anyone in Baltimore, anyone who listens to your show, that those guys could be the pick. You just, still see from some of the national guys, just how much hesitance there is to have a guard in the top 10. And if they're not putting them in the top 10 in the draft this week, then, will they really be in anyone's top 12, top 13? But then you kind of counter that with just the idea that, if these teams are looking for sure things in a draft that doesn't have a lot of sure things, why would you take a guard who might be the best prospect at the position since Quentin Nelson? So it's really tough to figure out what you want. It could be, you've heard Fano connected to the Browns at 6. You've heard him connected to the Dolphins at 11. Obviously, those teams could be bouncing up and down during the draft, depending on what kind of offers they get and depending on what they're looking for. So it wouldn't surprise me if both of those guys are unavailable and you're left with, having to pick between, I think I did the math the other day, like Mekhi Lemon and Kenyon Sadiq and maybe Jermon McCoy, although it sounds like his stock has kind of tanked in the past week or so. And I think if you're a Ravens fan, that would probably be the worst case scenario if Ruben Bain is also no longer available there at 14.
Jonas, you put out a really interesting piece on the Baltimore Banner this morning, just looking at trends over the past 10-plus years for first-round picks for the Ravens and 9 players that have been mocked to the Ravens frequently and how many of them fill all of those criteria. What were some of the trends that you found in your research of recent first-round picks, and who of those guys fit all of that criteria?
Yeah, I think I mentioned, when I was looking at some of this stuff before, and I think I misspoke because I think I only said 2 guys. And in fact, it was 4. It's Ruben Bain, it's Kenyon Sadiq, it's Spencer Fano, and who was the last one? It was someone else. I'll bring it up. But basically, it's tough to decide if it's correlation or causation. Like, are these guys, I don't think the Ravens are looking for multi-sport athletes necessarily in their draft profiles. It just so happens that a lot of the great athletes who come through the NFL have that athletic pedigree where you were a track and field athlete in high school, or you were, a great basketball player, or you wrestled in the case of Tyler Lindenbaum. So you want some leadership recognition. A lot of these guys that the Ravens have taken in past years were team captains. Obviously, you want the clean medicals. I think that's something that the Ravens have done a good job for the most part in taking. Obviously, they've been, they're not against taking risks when it means the chance to take on David Ojabo in the second round, but typically they want guys who don't have a whole lot of character concerns, who don't have a lot of medical red flags. And then I think just kind of most interestingly, it's, they want guys who are within range, so to speak, of the consensus. And I don't know if that's because of any part of larger draft strategy, and you could say maybe they're a little bit unwilling to take a bold swing on someone, but I think there's always a team that's looking to move up. And if you don't feel comfortable taking a guy where you are because he's too high on your board, then you can look to trade down. And I think the only guy really in the past 10 years or so who they have strayed by a great deal, according to the quote unquote consensus big board, was Hayden Hurst, who also, was a bit of an aberration in a couple of different ways. He was very, very old for the kind of prospects that the Ravens like to get. They like to get guys who are 20 years old, 21 years old, because they believe that these guys are already excellent football players with another year or two in our football program and strength and conditioning program. They'll be even better along with the schooling that they'll get. So it's just kind of a interesting framework to see how these guys fit. So it's Sadiq, it's Maui Noah, it's Fano, and Bain. Those are the 4.
Talking with Jonas Schaefer's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jonas, so they did things out of character this offseason. Obviously, the Crosby thing fell through, but then they signed Hendrickson, which is out of character for them. Does that give you any insight? Could they do something different in the draft, or do you expect business as usual from them starting Thursday?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys watch It's Always Sunny, but Eric Acosta had the Charlie Day wild card moment at the special last year. He said, "I don't like to be predictable," and I'm still kind of sorting through my feelings about that, because there's no sense in just being unpredictable for the sake of unpredictability. If it means you're passing on the opportunity to get a really good guard, if you want to take a chance on a guy like a receiver or a cornerback who you're less certain of, and that possibility might exist for the Ravens at 14. Let's say Ioane's there, but maybe Tyson's available as well, and maybe they feel better about Jamon McCoy's knee than a lot of teams around the league. How does that unpredictability play out in this draft? It's going to be interesting. I do think that the Ravens could be full of surprises on Thursday. I have a story coming out on Wednesday that I don't want to give too much away on, but it does kind of raise an interesting thought experiment that I'd be happy to come back on with you guys and talk it over if you want. But
sure,
just the idea of maybe making a bold swing in the draft by not really doing anything. I don't want to give too much away. But
it's coming out on Wednesday, Jonas.
Yes.
Oh, maybe we'll have, this show is completely bastardized on Wednesday because Bones in Pittsburgh. Maybe we'll have you back on Wednesday to talk about this piece if you're around.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not breaking any news or anything. It's just a nice thought experiment. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of trends that the Ravens have kind of subscribed to in recent years. They have not taken a lot of small school prospects because they want guys who are closer physically to the NFL, but maybe they will flout that trend by taking a Bryce Lance, the towering, super athletic, highly productive North Dakota State wide receiver in the 3rd round. Maybe they'll get someone who is older for the position on day 1 or day 2. I don't think Mesidor makes a lot of sense, but maybe someone else on day 2 does, just because of where they are right now. That they don't mind that this guy doesn't have a kind of promising age curve. So there's a lot of interesting ways they could be unpredictable, but I don't think you want to sacrifice that reputation of predictability for the chance that you just are not putting your faith in guys who you have spent a year at this point kind of evaluating and researching.
Jonas, let's end with the Zay Flowers comments on the podcast last week about John Harbaugh and his practice style. Yeah, what did you make of Zay's comments about Harbs?
I was not surprised to see him walk those back a little bit. I mean, what I've heard just from people connected to the team is not so much the issue of the practices, which already logistically you can't go full pads every single day of the season. It's just against the CBA. And I know John, in some of his earlier Wilder days, was not always a fan of hewing to CBA rules, but I think he probably was not openly flouting them, but with as many smart people who are connected to the executive committee on the NFLPA side of things, I don't think he'd be doing that. I just have heard that what has been the issue and what has been a gripe among Ravens players has just been how demanding the workouts have been toward the end of the year, where you really just do feel like your legs are a little bit dead or you're dragging. And, maybe you've seen that reflected in the playoffs. Maybe you can just attribute it to more of a mental issue. Maybe you want to blame the coaching staff. Maybe you want to blame the players, whatever. But to me, I thought it was kind of much ado about nothing. I know people want to make John have to be the boogeyman, but in years past, I think they have done a pretty good job of being the stronger team in December. I think John Harbaugh's record in December, if I'm remembering correctly, has been one of the NFL's best in recent years, or maybe just over the course of his career. And I do think John was kind of capable of pulling the reins back a little bit. Like Zay Flowers would not have liked, mid 2010s John Harbaugh, because that one was a bit of he rode those guys hard. Like Tony Jefferson would talk about just how the Ravens were so good early in the season because he put those guys through hell in training camp. And, that's one thing that Andy Reid has done over and over in Kansas City, is just have a very regimented, hard training camp. And it carries over into the regular season. So it's going to be interesting to see with Jesse just where they kind of draw the line on what is acceptable versus what is necessary for getting these guys ready to play, because it's something that I'm not sure any coach has 100% surefire answer to.
Jones, before we let you go really quickly, you're a relatively young person. What do you think of the new uniforms?
When I was looking at them in person, I was subscribing to all the memes about like how it is the new shirt that looks exactly the same as the old shirt. And then I actually got a chance to go back and look at the details, and you see like the homage to the Calvert, crests in the state flag and the Baltimore flag. You see, I really like the collar. I think that's a nice little feature. I agree with the need. I agree with there's no need to reinvent the wheel when you already have one of the better jerseys in the NFL. I think there are things that I would have done differently. I really liked the old purple rising helmet. I wish they would have kept that. But I think for the most part, like it was a very, very sharp refresh of a very, very good uniform. So obviously I'm not going to be going out and buying a jersey myself, but no. I do think it was a very nice way to be kind of responsive to what fans want, while also not just tearing up what has been a very, very attractive uniform that I think the rest of the NFL sees as like, hey man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Draft starts on Thursday. Things are about to get a little busy for you, Jonas. Thank you as always for your time.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Coming up next, by the way, Chad Ryder's going to talk draft with us at 4:30, but coming up next, can the Ravens subscribe or ascribe to their usual best player available, or do they have to draft for need? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll recap game one of the series between the Orioles and the Royals, and one day closer to the NFL draft, Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Level up your skills and stand out in today's evolving workforce. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can gain real-world skills in leadership, critical thinking, and more. Explore programs that apply emerging tech like AI and data science with more than 135 degrees and certificates. UMGC, an accredited online and affordable skills-based education, can help move your career forward. Apply now and pay no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the Second Chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards and you could win a new bonus prize. A VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
You're about to waste $240. Why? Because the average U.S. homeowner spends about $800 cooling their home from April to September. That's average. Baltimore's probably more. And most do it with 30 outdoor coils that cut efficiency by 30%. That efficiency drop equals $240 extra dollars you shouldn't have to spend. Other efficiency killers? Dirty filters, bad airflow, low refrigerant, and improperly calibrated metering devices. We check and fix all of them, along with checking your system for common causes of breakdowns like capacitor health, low voltage controls, cleaning the drain lines, and a functional blower motor. Everything needed to ensure your system runs at peak efficiency all summer, allowing you to save money on energy bills and skip the inconvenience and added expense of a breakdown. So don't burn money you don't have to. Get your AC tune-up done right by Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Essex on Back River Neck Road near the Old Eastern intersection.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. from the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy off and on after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and then 95 northbound before the Beltway in Rosedale. There's an accident, and it's on the right side, heavy from the 895 split. 895 northbound's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, off and on delays from 95 to Security Boulevard. Then it slows again between Green Spring Avenue to the Jones Falls Expressway. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens will be on the clock. 70-some hours. 14th pick in the NFL draft, assuming they don't move up or down. Eric DeCosta, and now I'm intrigued by Jonas's piece that's going to drop on Wednesday because they are pretty predictable when it comes to them in the draft. And best player available, they like to tout that. We like the best player available, but sometimes you have needs. Now, sometimes those needs and the best player available might coincide, but can they strictly draft the best player available?
I just don't think they have that luxury this year, Ken. Just considering where this roster's at. And they lost 15 free agents this offseason. They signed 6. And right now, their roster, in terms of numbers, is the smallest in the NFL. They only have 57 players on their 90-man roster. So this is going to be
a lot of undrafted free agents.
This is going to be a massive, massive rookie class that's going to be in Baltimore this offseason. And this draft class in particular, there's going to have to be immediate impact, in part because of the holes in this roster, and in part because they're drafting in the top half of the draft, which they're not used to doing all that often. So I would be shocked if in the first round, hypothetically, they're taking a corner or they're taking a safety. Or
the McCoy kid's injury being worse than originally thought, that's the scuttlebutt out there. I think that takes him off the board.
Yeah, so I don't think they have that. And even as it gets deeper in the draft and maybe some of those holes are filled and maybe I'm just throwing this out there, like offensive line, you take 2 guys in the first 2 days and maybe later in the draft, like one of those offensive linemen, an interior guy in this hypothetical is best player available. Well, you already took that. So you're just going to pivot and go to a different position group. This is just such a different draft for me than they're accustomed to having because the roster in years past was so good you could go best player available where they don't have that luxury this year.
By the way, and just for a clarification purpose, and I do agree it's going to be a huge rookie class, but there will be some veterans they sign after the comp pick formula is done. So there will be some other veterans. I do not think DJ Reader is going to be one of them. I think the Giants are going to sign him.
Like Harbs wants him.
And he's not a minimum guy. So I don't think the Ravens are going to end up in the DJ Reader business. But yes, they have needs. It is funny. A year ago, we thought they had the best roster of football at this time, especially post-draft. And then the season ended, and we're like, wow, this team's got a bunch of holes.
But that's part of it, right? Like, I get it. Not all 15 guys that left the building were top-tier impact players. But those 15 guys played a huge role in getting that reputation of being best player.
Perfect one's Pat Ricard, who they don't want anymore. And he's been a big part of it.
But how about the tight end position, Ken? Likely got paid. Kolar got way more money than we thought he would get. That's just one example where, not all of them were starters, but all of them played a role in why this depth on this 53-man roster was so highly thought of.
Ravens are on the clock on Thursday, 14th pick in the draft, assuming nothing changes. Coming up next, though, we will talk draft. And it's interesting because we've talked a lot about the fact that most mock drafts have the Ravens taking 1 or 2 guys, 2 offensive linemen. But joining us next, Chad Ryder, NFL.com, does a great job. Put out his 7-round mock, and he does not have the Ravens taking one of those offensive linemen. Who he has them taking, we'll tell you, and we'll get his explanation next here on The Fan.
Back then, then you would look for some killer weed.
Smoke, smoke, smoke that cigarette.
Now you're looking for weed killer. Celebrate 420. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Looking for a new kitchen, outdoor, or any home upgrade? Why wait till Black Friday later this year when we have the Spring Black Friday shopping event right now at Town Appliance? Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Hey, Maryland, only state-licensed dispensaries sell legal and lab-tested cannabis. Look for the Trusted Source sign or visit cannabis.maryland.gov/dispensaries. See it sold elsewhere? Report it at thctips.maryland.gov. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy off and on after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Now there's an accident before Russell Street. 95 northbound before the Beltway in Rosedale, clearing an accident from the right side. All lanes are open, but still heavy after the 895 split. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. And on the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Slows again between Green Spring Avenue and the Jones Falls Expressway. And then again through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Trevor Rogers has been roughed up in back-to-back starts as he has allowed 9 earned runs in 9 2/3 innings. However, manager Craig Albernaz isn't worried about Rogers moving forward.
No, I'm not concerned. The stuff looked good. He might say otherwise, but for us, it looked good. Like I said, it was just really him just covering first base, and he can never give a team an extra out. So that's what happened, and he just couldn't limit the damage as far as just the pitch total and the cascading effect of that.
The O's road trip continues as the team is set to open up a 3-game series tonight against the Royals. Both teams are in the midst of rough stretches as Baltimore has lost 5 of 6, while Kansas City has lost 7 straight. Kyle Bradish will start opposite Seth Lugo in the series opener. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-50s with an overnight low of 36. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 60. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Hey, yeah, I want to shoot, baby, shoot.
We've made it to draft week. The NFL draft starts on Thursday. It's a perfect time to check in with one of our favorite draft experts, Chad Ryder. NFL.com is where you can find him. Put out his final 7-round mock draft. And Chad, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. We talked earlier in the show that most guys mocking the draft have the Ravens taking Iwane or Fano. You do not have them taking either of these guys. So let the people know who you have them taking and why.
Well, I have them taking Caleb Banks from Florida, defensive tackle, and this draft is going to be very interesting from pick 13 to 45 because the talent, there are fewer blue chip players in this draft, and there's a lot of grades that are the same but different across teams, meaning that, well, they're all kind of in the same area, but some teams will like a player, maybe be able to be more interested in taking a risk on a player than other players because even at 14, you're not getting one of the top 12 blue chip players in this draft. And so a team like the Ravens may take a shot on a guy like Banks, who is simply huge and agile and strong. And yes, he's fought a foot injury since the combine and he missed some time this year, but they don't make humans like this guy very often. And if you can get this kind of guy to put on your defensive line, obviously there are issues with Mbappe up front for the Ravens. So you take a shot sometimes on a guy like this, and somebody I think will take a shot on him earlier than most people expect. Could be the Ravens, could be the Buccaneers, could be the Vikings in the top 20.
Chad, I think another player that perfectly hits on what you're talking about is Jordan Tyson, where he's got the potential, but the injury history, I'm sure, is going to scare off multiple teams. How do you view Tyson?
He's the same boat. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he went 8th to the Saints, and it won't surprise me if he ends up in the 20s going to Philadelphia. I mean, and a lot of guys in this class are in that predicament. When he is on and his headspace is good and everything's great, his body control is excellent. He's got the speed and size he wants for the position. And somebody again may decide to gamble on his upside and put the injury history aside and things like that. And I think a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigbo, who had a hamstring issue coming into the draft and ended up going 20th, he's done something for these guys to say, look, talent is talent. And yes, I guess it's a gamble, but at some point in that first round, you got to take gambles on these guys.
Talking to Chad Ryder, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Chad, I want to ask you about Kenyon Sadiq and doing some reading. While this is a draft that lacks blue chip talent, it seems to be a great tight end draft. So, what is the gap between Sadiq and then the next few guys? And it seems like there are draftable tight ends in almost every round.
Yeah, this year I believe there were 28 invited to the combine, which is way more than usual. And so the draft is going to be full of them. And that's why for me, when you do these mock drafts, you have to separate the way you feel about a player from way teams might think about a player. And he, some people were talking about him as a top 10 pick at one point. And because of the potential craziness of this draft, maybe that turns out to be the case. But for the fact of the matter is, he's a great athlete. There's a lot you like about him from a physicality standpoint, even though he's not the biggest tight end. The hands are an issue, the consistency of his hands, and if he can lock that down, you're really going to have something. And I project him going 19th to the Panthers because his athleticism is similar to guys like Noah Fant and Evan Engram when they came out and they went in that general area. To me, I think Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt has a chance to be a very good, more or less a slot receiver who would be a tight end in name only, but certainly in two tight end sets, he's going to be valuable and like I said, some teams will look at him as a slot receiver. So I think he could go in the first round. But then I think it's a bit of a drop off and you're going to see a bunch of guys go from the third round into the fifth, into the sixth round. And a lot of those guys are going to contribute early in their careers.
Chad, Ravens have a big need at center after Tyler Linderbaum really cashed out with the Raiders. Who are some names that Ravens fans should familiarize themselves with in terms of the center market, day 2, day 3 guys?
Yeah, I think, they could go back to the well again and go get Logan Jones from Iowa, where they got Tyler Linderbaum. I think in the third round, they could look for him. The Bears, I've updated the 7-round mock draft today based on the Dexter Lawrence trade and some other information I've heard. And right now I have Logan going to the third round of the Bears, and that would be ahead of Baltimore. So in the fourth round, though, Connor Lew from Auburn is just a sturdy, really good football player coming off a knee injury, but honestly, for a center, he'll be fine. Like he'll be fine. He'll be a guy that you can start day one, or certainly when he's fully healed. And just, not like the biggest athlete like Jones, but certainly sturdier. And he's just going to hold down the fort for a decade in the NFL.
Chad, is there a quarterback you like in this draft that's not Mendoza? Do you like I know you have Simpson going 16 to the Jets. Do you like Simpson?
Yeah, I do like Simpson. Obviously, the tape isn't consistent, and he's got things to work on, as any college quarterback does. And I know a lot of people like to make something of the number of starts he had. And I honestly, when you go through a program like Alabama, I think you're going to have trouble getting onto the field if guys don't get hurt. And he was practicing every week like a starter. He's grown up around this game. Obviously, his dad, Jason's been a college head coach for many years. So he loves the game. He's been around the game. I think he's got a chance to be a pretty good starter. Now, for most teams, I wouldn't project them to take him in the middle of this in the first round necessarily. But for the Jets, you've got 4 picks in the top 44. As we've already mentioned, once you're past like the 12th pick, all these guys are similar value. So you can get your quarterback and then meet your other needs later because of their situation. So to me, it just makes a lot more sense to pick them at 16 rather than maybe trying to trade up for him later in the first round or something, just giving away draft capital to beat out the Cardinals and others that might be interested.
Chad, I thought it was interesting hearing from Chiefs GM Brett Veach expecting a lot more trades this year after last year where we didn't see that many in round one. Looking at your mock draft, you have quite a few trades in the first round. So I guess, are you hearing something similar that there will be more action this year?
So I went 4 trades, which is the same number we had during the draft last year. And the reason I did that, and I saw what Mr. Veach was talking about, and to me, when you have a bunch of guys from 14 to 40 that are of similar value, it doesn't make sense to give up your draft capital to move up 5 spots to get a guy when you can get a guy of similar value at your original spot. Now, the thing is that there may be, as I mentioned before, they're all of similar grades, but teams may have differing values on how much they are willing to take risks on guy and things like that. So if a guy says, hey, these two guys have grades from us, similar grades from us, but I think in the future, this guy has a little more upside. They may go up and get him anyway. So I understand where he's talking about, but from my perspective, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that. So I just kept it with 4 trades. It also made my editors happy because we had less things to worry about later in the draft. But I didn't want to go crazy about it because I'm like, really, you're going to move up 5 spots to get this guy when you can, it doesn't make a whole lot. I always think about when the Ravens traded up for Lamar Jackson, and they had a pick in the first round that they used on Hayden Hurst.
Sure.
Fine player, but, nothing wrong with Hayden Hurst, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me at the time, the same as it does now, that use that pick, then 6 picks later, you're trading up, giving away draft capital for a guy you could have just taken at 25. So that's kind of the way that I'm looking at this draft this year, which of course means there'll be 15 trades and I'll look stupid. And that's just the way this stuff goes.
By the way, in the 3rd round of the same draft, they took Hayden Hurst. In the 1st round, they took Mark Andrews. So, alas, it's funny how things work. Let's finish where we started, Chad. So we talked about most people have them taking a guard in the 1st round. You haven't taken Caleb Banks, but you do have them taking a guard in the 2nd round. For people who don't know, like, what do you like about is it Emmanuel Pregnon, and how close? How close is he to the guys that the Awane and the Fanos of the world?
Yeah, I think Pregnon is pretty close, and it wouldn't shock me if he went round 1. He's an athletic guy, but he's also very strong. Maybe not the quickest guy out of his stance in comparison to some of the other guys. He's a little bit older too, and that may drag him down a little bit. But I don't, I just think he's going to be a starter immediately. I think he can be a very, very powerful blocker. And he's also got quick enough feet to get to 2nd-level targets. So I think he's going to step in and be very good. Again, this is the situation we're talking about where you can get a Caleb Banks and then meet a need a little bit later in the draft with a very good player in the mid-40s. So this is a perfect example of that. And by the way, getting to your Andrews Hurst thing, the easiest thing for me to do this year was to project the Ravens to pick 2 tight ends. Because I don't think they pick 1 tight end ever in the draft. They always pick 2, right? Yep. So, yeah, that was real easy for me to do that in this draft.
Chad, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We finally here. Enjoy the draft.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Cordell Woodland's going to join us at 5. We'll talk some Ravens and Orioles with him. But coming up next, Orioles getting ready to start a 3-game series in Kansas City, and it would behoove them to get started early offensively in games because they've been bad offensively. How bad, we'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll recap Game 1 of the series between the Orioles and the Royals, and one day closer to the NFL Draft, Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. This show's brought to you by FanDuel. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up, it's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Top-seeded Pistons looked locked yesterday in their 112-101 loss to the Orlando Magic in the opening game of their series. Cade Cunningham did his job with 39 points, but it was the rest of the Pistons that couldn't keep up with the Magic. If the Pistons can't get it together in Game 2 on Wednesday night, the Eastern Conference might run through Boston as the Celtics defeated the 76ers 123-91. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage,
you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attorney Erin Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Erin Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Cornell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are, but he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy off and on after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and there's an accident before Russell Street on the right side. 295 northbound gets heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard, slows again between Greenspring Avenue and 83, the Jones Falls Expressway, and then it slows between 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and York Road in both directions through Towson. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to JATC24.org for more info.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Royals
Royals first of 3 tonight. 7:40 first pitch. Baltimore baseball tonight. Bone and Ryan Ripken at 6. Orioles lineup is out. Gunners leading off at shortstop. Taylor Ward's in left field batting second. Dylan Beavers batting third at DH. Pete Alonso's the first baseman batting fourth. Sam Basayo batting fifth behind the plate. Jeremiah Jackson is at second base batting sixth. Colton Cowser batting seventh in right field. Leody Taveras, he's batting eighth in center field. And Blaze Alexander is batting ninth at third base. Kyle Bradish doing the pitching. And Bone, it's become such a problem that even Robert Flores from MLB Network, who we had on earlier, started talking about the Orioles lineup, and he talked about their struggles early in games. So how bad is it?
Oh, it's pretty dreadful. The Orioles have only scored 17 runs in the first 3 innings of games this year. That is tied for the worst in MLB. The team that ties them is the team that the Orioles are playing tonight, the Royals. O's have a 179 batting average in the first 3 innings of games. Only the Reds have a worse batting average. Their 584 OPS is 25th. Their 76 strikeouts, third most in MLB. So what is happening early on in these games is the offense can't score any runs. And the starting pitching, when you look at their numbers in the first 3 innings, they aren't bad. It's middle of the pack, slightly below.
But they got to be perfect, Bone, because they're not scoring.
4.09 ERA in the first 3 innings of games. That's tied for 17th. They're 18th in WHIP. So what keeps happening is this team is chasing. They're always playing from behind, which is so difficult to do on seemingly a daily basis. Now, to this year's team's credit, they've shown the ability to come from behind because they have 6 come-from-behind wins, which is tied for 6th in MLB, but that's just not a recipe for success. Going back to last week, they have 2 wins. Both of them were big comebacks. The 6-run comeback against the Diamondbacks a week ago today, and then the crazy comeback against the Guardians over the weekend on Saturday, where they were trailing by 4 runs late in that game. They've been really good in the final 3 innings. They're one of the best offenses in baseball, tied for 9th most runs in innings 7 through 9, 10th in OPS, 8th best ERA in innings 7 through 9, 3rd best WHIP. But they're just not getting it done out of the gates. And you can look at the beginning of the lineup where Gunnar, he's 5 for 34. Pete Alonso, 4 for 27. Both of them have combined to strike out 19 times. They need to start faster, and yesterday is the perfect example. They have first and second, nobody out. They stayed there.
Well, that's the other part of it. Like, once you get first and second, nobody out, there are ways to score runs without another hit, but they're striking out so damn much, you're not moving the runners at all.
Exactly. They're just not putting the ball in play, and it's just these completely unproductive at-bats. But through 3 innings, the entire lineup gets at least 1 at-bat, and none of them are really producing.
Orioles and the Royals. Orioles have lost 5 of 6. Royals have lost 7 in a row. So quite a battle. We'll continue to preview that coming up at 5:15. But Cordell Woodland, he's our guy. Covers the O's and the Ravens. The draft is this week. They had their next flight with the jersey. We got a lot to talk to Cordell about, including the Orioles' struggles and maybe some wrestling as well, as Cordell joins us next here on The Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in the Pro Hockey Playoffs, Dallas, a minus 135 home favorite against Minnesota. Total of the game is 6. Minnesota won game 1 6-1. Dallas's goalie did not look good in that game. Remember, he got pulled last year in the Western Conference Final. I like Minnesota tonight to win game 2 at plus 115. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Knock it out of the park in a brand new Nissan Sentra starting at just $19,886. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry round the bases to BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pro basketball futures market in the Eastern Conference with each playoff series now a game in. Boston the favorite at plus 140, Cleveland plus 290, Detroit plus 425, New York plus 475. And I think you're choosing between Boston or New York. Detroit dropped game 1 to Orlando. I don't trust Cleveland. We're going to get New York and Boston in all likelihood in round number 2, and the winner of that series should be considered the favorite to win the East. So choose your horse between Boston or New York to win the Eastern Conference this year. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here. Let's be real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Keep That Loving from Getting Old with Blue Chew Gold.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios. This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
It's been a roller coaster start to the season for the Birds. Baltimore began 3-6, then won 6 of 7, but have lost 5 of 6 since then to fall to 10-12. However, Taylor Ward is confident in the team's ability to get back on track.
We all need to, I guess, look in the mirror and, really examine what we did out there, what we did this series, what we did last series, and just try to make adjustments. And I just think that this is a great ball club, and, we just got to find it from within right now and, get back up on the horse.
Kyle Bradish will take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Royals. Last time out versus the Diamondbacks, Bradish allowed 4 earned runs on 8 hits with 4 strikeouts across 6 innings. Kansas City will start Seth Lugo. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-50s with an overnight low of 36. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 60. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
1, 2, get down.
Orioles have lost 5 of 6. Ravens getting ready for the draft on Thursday. It's a perfect time to talk to our guy, Cordell Woodland. Of course, covers both teams for us here at 105.7 The Fan. And Cordell, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it. Let's start with the Orioles because they've played more recently. And another ugly weekend in Cleveland. They have trouble scoring runs. They're striking out a lot. Other than that, how was the play, Miss Lincoln? Not a lot of good right now from that series.
No, I mean, you can add in more poor defense in the series as well. I mean, it feels like every game something defensively is biting them in the butt. Between that and the bats right now, those feel like some of their biggest issues. I mean, Trevor Rogers, his last couple of outings haven't been great, and he's been their best starting pitcher to this point in the year. So you don't feel great about the fact that he is kind of going the wrong way, although I'm not overly concerned about him in terms of the long run. But, defense, that's the big one for me because I just don't see a pathway for that to be fixed. I don't think all of a sudden these guys are going to be gold glovers all over the field. And you look at some of these lineups that they put together, I know Rodriguez is Ben's guy.
J-Rod.
Batting cleanup. I mean, I just can't wrap my head around some of the things that are happening with this team right now.
It's J-Rod.
Yes, J-Rod. J-Rod. He hasn't earned a nickname yet. Just you got to come through in a big spot first.
Cordell, I think the thing that has been most frustrating for me watching this team play, and yes, they've come up with some crazy comebacks, but they've just always been chasing. They're always behind in games in large part because their offense is the worst offense in baseball through the first 3 innings. They've scored 17 runs in the first 3 innings of ball games. That's tied for worst in the MLB with the Royals, who they coincidentally play tonight. Why do you think this offense just continues to get off to slow starts?
I mean, that's a good question. I think some of it is just the fact of, I think they're still dealing with a little bit of the injury bug right now. Adley getting hurt isn't ideal considering he was actually one of their more consistent hitters before he went down. So that doesn't help. But I think it just might be their DNA. I mean, I don't think anybody is necessarily surprised that this is a heavy strikeout type of lineup. That's just kind of where they are. You're going to get some pop from them as well. And you haven't even really gotten a lot of that. Outside of Gunnar and his 7 home runs, I mean, who else is really hitting for power these days? Jeremiah Jackson probably after him, honestly. And so it's good to see Taylor Ward get his first home run in this series. I mean, I still believe that Pete Alonso is the power is going to come for him, but it hasn't been there consistently yet. So you got to kind of meet them where they are. And I do think that they struggle against left-handed pitching. Stop me if you've heard that before. Their lineups against lefties isn't great. But yeah, they just, and then I mentioned Gunnar with the 7 home runs. I mean, he's not hitting for average at all. So it's just a mixed bag with these guys. You can't get the consistency throughout the lineup on a daily basis, and that's the concerning part, I should say. But they are striking out way too much. But I think they're bottom 5 in the league right now as a team in strikeouts. That has to change, and if not, you at least have to get the power numbers up. They're just not scoring runs right now. They're getting, it feels like every other game they're getting no hit until the 6th or 7th inning. This just doesn't feel like a really good baseball team right now.
Talking to Cordell Woodlands, Inside Access here on The Fan. Some would say it's too early, but I feel like we're getting to enough of a sample size to make decisions on what we think of Colton Cowser and Kobe Mayo as offensive players. Are you there, or is it still too early for you?
Well, no, I don't think it's too early anymore. I mean, I think we know who these guys are. I mean, Colton Cowser, you go back to his rookie year, and yeah, he was a Rookie of the Year candidate. But even then, it was, the pendulum would swing very far one way or the other. He's either scorching hot or he is ice cold, and you don't even want to see him at the plate. And that seems to be where he is right now. You can't really watch him swing a bat because it's a lot of swing and miss from him. I think Kobe Mayo, it's crazy with him because his power is clear as day there when he goes to AAA, and he's been in Norfolk. I mean, he was a guy that just couldn't stop hitting down there. And then you get to this level, he just hasn't been able to put it together consistently. And I think him trying to relearn, I should say, how to play consistent defense over at third base at the same time while trying to get the bat going is kind of a recipe for disaster for him right now. So I think some of it is pressing, but also when have we really seen Kobe Mayo consistently be able to show that he can handle major league pitching? I can't recall that being the case, or at least him consistently showing what he showed at AAA against major league pitching. He hasn't been able to show that. So, I think these guys might be who they are. But unfortunately for the Orioles, they need these guys right now. I mean, they're struggling to put together a competent outfield these days that can actually field the ball. So, I don't know if they can afford to just put Colton Cowser away. And especially, they have some options in the infield, but you don't want to wear those guys thin when it comes to Mayo and third base. So, yeah, I just don't think they have a lot of options right now.
Cordell, let's switch gears to the Ravens. The draft is this week. It seems like the majority of mock drafts have either Spencer Fano or Vega Ioane going to the Ravens at pick 14. Are you on that? Do you think they end up with one of those two guys, or are you taking the field?
Who was the second guy you named?
Ioane, the
Penn State guard.
Yeah.
Oh, the guard. Okay, Ioane. Yeah. I can see that one. Fano, I gotta see that happen. I just don't necessarily think he'll be there personally, but maybe he will be. I could see them going there. I also could see them going with, a skill position as well. It wouldn't shock me if Sadiq is there, but I think the board would have to look a certain way for them to go Sadiq. I think it would have to be to the point to where they have maybe Jordan Tyson, who's left on the board or something like that, and Sadiq is there. I could see them taking Sadiq over a wide receiver, but I can't necessarily see them taking him over an offensive lineman if it's one of the offensive linemen that they truly feel like are plug and play right away and can immediately help this offensive line. So, yeah, I'll buy that for now. But again, when you're in the middle rounds, you kind of got to see how the board shakes out. But I do feel like at least one of those linemen will be there for them, and we'll see if they do pull the trigger.
Cordell, you value fashion. What do you think of the Ravens' new digs, new uniforms?
They're okay. I like the black ones. I like the helmet, although I've seen a couple of people make the good point of, will you be able to see the logo on the side of the helmet in game? Like, will you be able to see it on TV? That's a good question because it's like a matte black helmet, so the reflection may be tough to see. But I am curious to see what that looks like. But I'm a sucker for all black uniforms or black in anything uniforms. I like the Ravens black jerseys that they used to wear anyway. They're alternate black jerseys. So yeah, I really like those. I like the white because you kind of get to see the wings around the collar. I like that subtle touch. Other than that, though, I mean, it's not a whole lot that jumps out to me. A lot of people have said that they look exactly the same, and I can see why they say that to a degree. But the black ones are definitely a huge upgrade. I'm excited to see them wear those.
What did you think of WrestleMania?
Yeah.
Well, that's the real question here, and I'm glad you brought that up. Night one was a dud. Night one was a colossal
It's
dud.
2 days now?
It is 2 days. It is 2 days, and I think that they have been showing over the last few years that they really can't handle 2 days. I can't recall. Maybe 2 years ago in Philly, they got really good nights out of both nights, but most times it seems to be one of the nights are going to be the really good one and the other one's going to be a dud. Last year, night one was great. Night two was a dud. This year was the flip. Night one was a dud. Night two was great, though. I mean, the matches all the way through. You got my guy Oba against Brock. That was great. And then the ladder match, that was a great showcase for them to put on ESPN. The first hour was on ESPN. The ladder match was fantastic, I thought. And all the way up until the main event was great. Didn't really get many wow factors in terms of returns or surprise guests or anything like that on night two. But in terms of the actual quality of the matches, I thought night two was fantastic.
Oh, what was the main event?
Roman Reigns against CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. I mean, put your wands up. You gotta, acknowledge your tribal chief, Roman Reigns. Of course, he's back on top.
Of course.
And he beat CM Punk. So, yeah, Roman Reigns is back on top of the company. All order is restored. Tonight is Raw. The Raw after Mania is usually a big thing. So we'll see if we get any extra surprises tonight. Of course, that's on Netflix, so I'll be tuned in for that. Ken, I'm surprised you didn't check this out. I thought you were a big wrestling fan.
I have not watched wrestling since probably the mid-'80s, and I'm old. The early Hulk Hogan, like King Kong Bundy, like
Who was your guy?
Steel.
Who was your guy?
I was a Hulk guy. I liked Bundy, like he was Big John Studd. I like Tony Atlas.
I don't even know who that is.
Jesse Ventura, Jesse the Body.
Yeah,
Jesse the Body.
Yeah, Rick Martel, Ricky Dragon Steamboat.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're naming.
That was my wheelhouse.
Names. Granted, those were some of you go watch some of the DDTs or some of the suplexes from that era. I mean, they were horrible, but they were cool.
Yeah, I used to do it to my brother on my parents' bed.
The athleticism is through the roof these days. The women are some of the more athletic people in the company. Now, you actually get wrestling from some of the women these days. So, yeah, you might want to check it out. So, I'm not gonna act like the WWE product is great these days because it's not, but I'm hoping is going in the right direction.
So who's your guy, Cordell?
I like Drew McIntyre. I'm a big Drew McIntyre guy. I do like Roman
Does he
Reigns.
go by Drew McIntyre?
Yeah, that's his name.
Okay.
That's actually his
never heard of him.
name.
Yeah.
The EST, she actually showed up on night one. She's pregnant, so she's been dealing with a finger injury, so she's gone. Bianca Belair.
Dealing with a pregnancy, too.
Last night. Yeah.
Not conducive for wrestling.
It happens. They got to live their life too.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah.
When are you and Beltway Ben back? Because I know he wants to discuss this.
Yeah, of course. I know he's foaming at the mouth to get to it. I'll fill him all in when we do the show. We do have the draft show Thursday night from 6 to 8, getting everybody ready for the draft. I'll be with you, Ken, on Wednesday, I believe. as well with you and Femi. So yeah, you guys will see quite a bit of me this week.
Awesome. Cordell, always great, man. Enjoy that Drew McIntyre guy.
I will. I will. I'll tell him you said hello.
Thanks, bud. Coming up next, we got a clash of the Titans, but 180 degrees from that. Orioles and Royals both struggling. They start a 3-game series tonight. How bad are they of late? We're going to tell you next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll recap game 1 of the series between the Orioles and the Royals, and one day closer to the NFL draft, Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Take the train to the track. Preakness weekend, May 15th and 16th. Mark Rail is offering exclusive service to Laurel Park via Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Round-trip weekend passes are only $50. For train schedules and to purchase tickets, visit Preakness.com today.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family-owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long-time name for quality. Long Fence.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway, heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Slows again between Greenspring Avenue and 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. And then again between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road. It's heavy in both directions through Towson. 95 northbound, heavy off and on after Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Crash before Russell Street being cleared to the right side. 295 northbound, getting heavy approaching 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound, heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Losing to 3-4 in Cleveland and 5-6 overall. Take on the Royals tonight, first of 3. They've lost 7 in a row. Orioles are 10-12. Royals are 7-15. And Bone, they just got their rear ends kicked all weekend by the Yankees.
Yes, they did. This is a really, really struggling ball club coming into this series. They're dead last in runs scored. 29th in batting average with runners in scoring position, 28th in OPS. They can run like typical Royals teams are able to do. They're 12th in stolen bases, but their bullpen's dreadful. 30th in bullpen ERA, almost half a run more than the Astros, who are 29th. So their bullpen is horrific. 30th in whip as well. And when you look at just some of their stats offensively, Bobby Witt Jr., the power is down, man. He has yet to homer.
That's not down. It's invisible.
Yeah, he has yet to homer this season. He's got just 6 doubles as well. Salvador Perez is really struggling. He's getting up there in age, of course. 491 OPS. The pass squatch really struggling as well. 499 OPS. This is a series, if you're the Orioles, you got to find a way to win. You have to. You got to be able to kick a team while they're down, and this Royals team is surely down right now.
Yeah, Jack Calleone, the heralded prospect, got 1 RBI all year. The only guy that's really showing some pop is the kid who slept through his alarm. Carter Jensen's got 5 homers and 12 RBIs.
This week in particular, I'm really looking at the starting pitching because this Royals offense has been horrible to start the year. We know that the Red Sox lineup is struggling. They, of course, come to town this weekend. This starting rotation has to build some momentum this week, and it starts with Kyle Bradish tonight. And Bradish deserved better than what happened when you look at his stat line, 6 innings, 4 earned runs against the Diamondbacks. Remember, that was the game where Weston Wilson, he had a ball go off his glove.
Yeah, that was fun.
That led to a couple of, well, initially they were unearned runs because it was ruled an error, and then it was changed to a hit.
That ball's got to be caught.
It hit him in his glove. It has to be caught. So I think Bradish took a step forward, but I would love to see some vintage Kyle Bradish against a really struggling lineup tonight.
Is it too much to ask? And this is a big outfield, and we saw a year ago when they were in Kansas City, we were at Cordell's wedding watching one of the games. And I think Tyler O'Neill must played a ball out there. Is it too much to ask to get league average defense for the next few days? Like, can they just balls that are hit at them? Can they field them cleanly, catch them, etc.?
I think it's too much to ask until we see it with some regularity. We've seen some standout plays, but for the most part, Ken, it's bad defense every single game. It's just destroyed them. And you look at the outs above average and the starting pitchers with, that worst number, 4 Orioles are on that list. It just tells you how bad this defense has been. But, we keep giving out the number of the 17 runs scored in the first 3 innings. The Royals tied the Orioles for the worst number in that mark. So 2 struggling ball clubs, something's got to give.
Don't fret, even though the game starts at 7:40, Baltimore baseball tonight is at 6, and it's you and Ryan Ripken tonight, correct?
Yeah, fired up.
The Bone.
It's not as good of
it's 40 in the Bone.
In the Bone.
I was trying to think of something. No, it's just The Bone. And yours
something
truly,
with Rip, I guess.
Yeah, ripping it with the Bone.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ripping it with the Bone.
We're going to have to workshop that.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to football. Coming up next, we are 74 hours away from the NFL draft. That's according to ESPN, which is the screen looking up right now. Ravens seem to be predictable as far as the draft is concerned. Are they going to go with an O lineman at 14? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Back then, you would look for some killer weed.
Smoke, smoke, smoke that cigarette.
Now you're looking for weed killer. Celebrate 420. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. 833-83-VALOR.
Need a new roof? Don't wait. Call my friends at Valor Roofing right now to get 50% off materials plus no interest or payments until 2027. Saving you big. Don't wait, folks. Call Valor right now at 833-83-VALOR or visit valorhome.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound still heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound getting heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from Route 2 Hanover Street to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on between the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road in both directions. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalase.
Trevor Rogers has been roughed up in back-to-back starts as he has allowed 9 earned runs in 9 2/3 innings. However, manager Craig Albernaz isn't worried about Rogers moving forward.
No, I'm not concerned. The stuff looked good. He might say otherwise, but for us, it looked good. Like I said, it was just really him just covering first base, and you can never give a team an extra out. And that's what happened, and he just couldn't limit the damage as far as just the pitch total and the cascading effect of that.
The O's road trip continues as the team is set to open up a 3-game series tonight against the Royals. Both teams are in the midst of rough stretches as Baltimore has lost 5 of 6, while Kansas City has lost 7 straight. Kyle Bradish will start opposite Seth Lugo in the series opener. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Ryan Ripken and yours truly gets underway at 6. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the mid-50s with an overnight low of 36. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 60. I'm Tim Barbalase, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We're less than 75 hours away from the NFL draft, Bone. It is coming fast. The calendar is a mysterious being, but you just have to pay attention to it. And by Wednesday, you won't be here because you'll be on your way to Pittsburgh. Actually, you'll be in Pittsburgh. No, you're doing the show on Thursday. So you'll be on your way to Pittsburgh on Wednesday. You and Vinny do the show 10 to 2 on Thursday. On Wednesday, it's me, Cordell, and Femi doing afternoons. With Beltway Ben, will you be with us on Wednesday, or you don't know?
Yeah, I'll be with you.
Okay,
Is
good.
there?
I don't know what Joe's schedule is, so I know whenever Joe's out that we lose Beltway Ben. So, and then Thursday is really crazy because Vinny and you do the show, and then Vinny drives back because 2 to 6 I think is Cordell. Is it?
I think it's Nolan and Femi.
Nolan and Femi. Then Cordell and Ben are 6 to 8. And then at 8 o'clock, it's me and Vinny doing the draft spectacular as we do every night one of the NFL draft. And thank you to the Ravens for reneging on the Max Crosby deal because now we have a first-round pick to look forward to, at least for our purposes.
Yes. And popular guys that are mocked to the Ravens,
Perfect
Spencer
segue,
Fano and Vega Iguane. And I think it's going to end up being one of those two guys, Ken. I really do. And sometimes years like this end up happening. It happened for him last year. Malachi Starks, everybody mocked the Ravens, mocked him to the Ravens last year. And Patrick Queen was another first-round pick in recent years that was a popular guy in mocks. I just think where there's smoke, there's fire. And it makes sense on a lot of levels. This offensive line was so bad. And it went a long way in really sabotaging the offense in general because it just affected everybody.
How many times was Henry tackled behind the line of scrimmage last year?
It didn't even have to be tackled, just him being hit in the backfield. And you know, he still was able to break tackles and wasn't able to get as big of a gain as he would have if he wasn't touched in the backfield. And Lamar, I think it got in his head at some points where he was a little gun shy and he's taking the shotgun snap and he's moving out of the pocket immediately, just kind of feeling a rush that wasn't there. And guard in particular, because Fano, a lot of people project him to be a guard at the next level because of the arm length. They've kind of neglected that position in recent years, where a lot of guys have walked out that door, the Ben Powers, the John Simpsons, who came back, of course, Patrick McCary being another one. I know he played all along the offensive line, but I think they've lost a lot of talent in Kevin Zeitler after his contract, and that was a very good signing a few years back.
Remember, he was really hurt the end of his last year here.
Yeah, totally. I think investing at that position after seeing what a dumpster fire it was for them last year, because a lot of people want to poke fun at Faalele because his bad reps were really bad. Andrew Voorhees might have been worse than Daniel Faalele.
I think you're onto something there.
And the fact that both of them kept their jobs the entire year despite the poor play was indicative of the Ravens' lack of offensive line.
It was a choice, Bone.
Yeah.
It was a choice. We say that most people have the Ravens taking either Owane or Fano. We did have Chad Ryder on earlier in the show. He's one of the few that doesn't. He has them taking Caleb Banks. Now, I did a little research on Caleb Banks, and he's a hell of a football player. But he had a foot surgery in September and then another one after the combine. I don't know. The Ravens like value, and they like hurt guys if you can get them later than where they originally mocked. They just doesn't seem on brand for them to go in the first round with a defensive tackle at 14. Now, the McCoy part of it, Jamon McCoy, if he would have been healthy, most experts had him as the first corner to go, which would have made him a top 10 pick, so there would have been some value there. I don't know if there's value on Caleb Banks at 14.
I just don't know if you can gamble on a guy with injury history.
He's a
with
big
this
guy,
number
too.
14. And that's why when we had the discussion last week about Jordan Tyson, I don't know. I'm torn on that. Where, so on one hand you could say, okay, the potential, the value, and all of that, but they need to hit on this pick.
Yes.
And that's why I think Iwane and Fano are two, by all accounts, safe prospects. And that's what the Ravens need. They need a guy that's plug and play and is going to be impactful day one at pick 14. I know guard isn't the sexy position, but with how terrible the guard play was for him last year, I think you're going to see a serious improvement with either of those guys.
Just for sake of argument, the guys that the Ravens have been linked to in Chad Ryder's draft, 13 is Fano. That's the Lions.
And they traded up.
Trade up in this thing. So they trade in front of the Ravens to get him. Kenyon Sadiq, 19 to the Panthers. Jordan Tyson, 20 to the Browns in a trade. And Owane goes 21 to the Steelers.
I'm sure the Steelers would be ecstatic if he ends up falling there, because Isaac Sumalo walked out the door this offseason. He was really consistent for the Steelers, so they would love that.
Ravens on the clock at 14. I as I sit here right now, Bone, I think they're taking the Penn State guard. I really do. Now, maybe this draft goes differently than we think it's going to go, and maybe somebody falls. Like if Ruben Bain starts falling, there was some chatter today that like the quote unquote people talking to people as we're like a few days away from the draft that Reese could slide. Now, if that starts happening, is that a guy you're willing to trade up for? I don't know.
I think that's the one situation that I'm interested in seeing playing out. If one of those two guys ends up falling outside the top 10, does Eric DeCosta look to do something very different, and that's trade up in the first round? Because he's never done that. He's never done it in the second round. The earliest was a third round situation. So I think for a pass rusher, you've already seen what Eric is willing to commit, and that's the largest contract given out in franchise history to a free agent in Hendrickson, and then a completely unprecedented trade, giving up not one but 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby. Obviously, that fell through. But I think if one of those guys falls out of the top 10, whether or not he pulls it off, we'll see. But I would anticipate Eric's going to make a call.
Are you looking forward to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's funny because I was just there for the first time a couple of weeks ago.
Now you know all the good spots.
Yes, I do. I am looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to like what the city is going to look like. And anyone on YouTube, like here is a map of all of these roads that are shut down.
A lot of red, Bone.
A lot of red. The city is basically shut down, and we're going to be broadcasting right outside of PNC Park, so not that far away from the draft location. And yeah, it should be cool.
That's 10-2, you and Vinny on Thursday, correct?
Yeah.
We will come back, get you the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, get you ready for Baltimore baseball tonight. It's the Bone and Ryan Ripken, and it's coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll recap game 1 of the series between the Orioles and the Royals, and one day closer to the NFL draft, Kim McCusick joins us in studio.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman reminding you to celebrate spring in comfort with the Good Feet store. By now, you've probably heard my story, a little over 50, out of shape, overweight, knee pain, hip pain, back pain. Ibuprofen was a temporary fix, and then I discovered the Good Feet store, went for a test drive in those Good Feet arch supports, and here I am over a year later, lost weight, no more knee pain, no more hip pain, no more back pain. It all started with the Good Feet arch supports. I went to the store in Hunt Valley. Go to goodfeet.com to find the store nearest you. I've become more active. And again, like there were times back in the day before the Good Feet store where I'd go home and I'd sit on the main floor of my house because it hurt my knees to walk up the stairs. So I didn't want to do it. Now, no worries. I need something upstairs. I do it right away. I do not waste time. I do not procrastinate because the pain is gone. So what I can stress to you is it helped me. It could help you too. Do yourself a favor. Go to goodfeet.com. Find the store nearest you. Take a test drive in those Good Feet arch supports, and maybe like me, you'll be pain-free. Go to goodfeet.com for more details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Reports say that if the Eagles are to deal wide receiver A.J. Brown, that it will happen after June 1st and will most likely be to the New England Patriots. This would split Brown's salary cap between 2 seasons and, more importantly, get the Eagles picks for the 2027 and 2028 NFL drafts. This just reaffirms what other GMs and analysts have been saying for weeks. This is a down draft, and now the Eagles would rather get picks in future drafts. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This traffic report is brought to you by Lincoln Tech of Columbia. LincolnTech.edu.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus with hands-on training built around what employers need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Visit LincolnTech.edu for info.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that's getting heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from Route 2 Hanover Street to the Harbor Tunnel. Round the Beltway, the inner loops heavy between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road in both directions through Towson. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Bone, something's got to give tonight when the Orioles take on the Royals, right? The Royals have lost 7 in a row. The Orioles have lost 5 of 6.
I'm going to bet the under. Probably won't, but whatever the over-under in runs is in this game, I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game. Seth Lugo's on the bump for Kansas City. I think Kyle Bradish is going to have a strong start today against a really, really struggling Royals offense. But this O's offense has been in a serious funk pretty much all season long, and they got to find a way to win tonight and win this series.
Let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Brooks in Baltimore, who says, don't want to see them take a guard at number 14. If that's where they want to go, I'd like to see them trade back.
People don't like offensive linemen in the first round. It's like socks for Christmas, Bone.
Like I said in the open, Ken, they didn't have socks last year. They were in bare feet. They were scratched. Their feet had blood all over the place.
Paint a picture.
It was scorching hot on the asphalt.
Yes.
That's what they were dealing with last year because they didn't have the socks.
They need socks.
They need socks.
Beltway Ben, he was talking about betting on stuff, which reminded me, anything you want to tickle the people with, either in baseball or basketball tonight?
I like Kyle Bradish over his outs. 16.5 outs recorded. It's like minus 120 now. It was like minus 109 this morning, but he should be able to roll. I liked what I saw from him last outing. Again, we're one drop pop-up away from saying that was his first quality start. You feel good. The velocity's up. The ball was dropped ultimately, though. We can't go off of what could have been or should have been. And that ball should have been caught, though. I do like him over 16.5 outs recorded.
Where can people find you?
At BH Journalist on Twitter. Everything's there. You can find me on Thursday nights with Cordell. We're on live 6 to 8 this Thursday. We only get one day a week, but we will be live this Thursday, 6 to 8, breaking down the draft, previewing it.
Ah, man. Well, if you can get like ex-coaches or something on, maybe you could do something.
Well, both GMs in town.
Right? I know.
We did, yeah. We should.
Jeez.
I wonder. There was some stuff in that which we hear promo.
There's a lot of quality in both of those.
That was a great interview.
But alas,
yeah. Jalen Hawkins on what last week?
Yeah, Jalen Hawkins. Yeah,
we've had some good people on. It's just.
Are you going to talk wrestling with Cordell?
I will. I'm sure he'll get to it in his final segment. He usually does it for a final take. Last week, I'm going to ask him his because he predicted every WrestleMania
match.
Yeah, he predicted them. I'm going to ask how, because again, I didn't watch, but I want to ask how his predictions went.
Yeah, how many matches? There's got to be a lot of matches if this thing's 2 nights.
2 days, jeez.
Yeah, 2 nights. You want to talk about milking an event?
Are you familiar with Drew McIntyre?
No.
I can't either. So that makes all of us. Yeah. Never heard of Drew McIntyre. Bone, when do you start to get ready for Pittsburgh?
When do I start to get ready?
Like, do you
You're
know,
saying like packing things?
Yeah.
Probably morning.
Because you're driving with Vinny, right?
Yes.
And then you're
meeting up at a park
Vinny,
and ride.
Right?
Yes. In the same hotel room, not the same bed. We've already established that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, apparently there's 2 queens in there.
Nice.
So
there are.
I will probably pack the morning of. I don't know what time we're leaving yet. Still, I just know that we have to be there between 2 and 6 to drop off the equipment because it's basically like a Radio Row setup. There's several Odyssey stations there along with us. And I'm hoping, I haven't even looked at the weather yet. God, I hope it does not rain because that would make it a total cluster, you know what.
Yeah.
But
keep talking. I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah. So hopefully the weather's nice and there's so many roads closed nearby. Hopefully our hotel is somewhat close to PNC Park because I think we're going to have to walk there. And then Vinny's got to get back in time for your show that night.
So it says low of 46, high of 74.
That's really nice then.
It's going to warm up for you, bro.
I will absolutely take that. No precipitation?
Let's see. Precipitation. No. It's
minimal? I'll take that, man.
15% tops.
That's perfect.
10%.
That is perfect.
So you're on 10 to 2.
Yep.
It's 10%.
I will take my chances with 10%.
I think you're in good shape.
Yeah, I think so
you're in good
too.
shape. You guys are under a tent, right?
Yes. I think they're providing us with tents and tables and chairs.
Nice.
So
what is on tomorrow's show, Bun?
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick will be joining us. I'm sure a fired up Steve Ashburner of NBA.com where he got going on a couple of topics. Giannis potentially leaving
65
Milwaukee.
Games.
The 65-game rule. Brad Brock of Birdland territory, former All-Star reliever for the O's. And Eric Edholm of NFL.com will be joining us.
Get his thoughts on the draft. Yes. It will only be 2 days away at that point tomorrow. That is it for us. But don't you dare change that dial because coming up next, it's Baltimore baseball tonight. It's The Bone. It's Ryan Ripken, and it starts at 6 right here on The Fan.
The Fan for complete coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft beginning Thursday, April 23rd with a big bad morning show's analysis and predictions. At 10 a.m., we're live from Pittsburgh with Vinny Serrato and Tim Barbalace at the site of this year's NFL Draft. Vinny and Tim break down what the Ravens may do along with teams in the AFC North. At 2 p.m., join former Raven and Super Bowl champion Femi Ayanbadejo along with Nolan McGraw. Fresh Take at 6 with Bellway Ben and Cordell Woodland. Then it's our Draft Day special starting at 8 p.m. with Vinny Serrato and Ken Weinman reviewing every pick from number 1 through 32. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHguy.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FLEX to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FLEX to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FLEX to borrow up to $10,000.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pro basketball futures market in the Eastern Conference with each playoff series now a game in. Boston the favorite at plus 140, Cleveland plus 290, Detroit plus 425, New York plus 475. And I think you're choosing between Boston or New York. Detroit dropped game 1 to Orlando. I don't trust Cleveland. We're going to get New York and Boston in all likelihood in round number 2, and the winner of that series should be considered the favorite to win the East. So choose your horse between Boston or New York to win the Eastern Conference this year. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibilities.
311 and Dirty Heads bring their So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley in Rome to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Live from 105.7 The Fan, it's Baltimore baseball tonight.
That ball hit well.
With a deep dive into tonight's matchup.
Left field and deep.
Sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. For a fast, free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com and just ask Jerry's.
Holy smokes! Second deck shot for Gunner.
Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
And Ryan Ripken. And Ryan, we are still very, very, very early on in this MLB season. But boy, has it been a roller coaster start to the Orioles season. You start out 3-6, then you win 6 of 7, and now you've lost 5 of 6. And here they are. They sit at 10-12 overall. And that Guardians series, man, it was frustrating, and that has been a house of horrors for the Orioles over the years, and they haven't won a series against the Guardians season series in quite some time. They led for all of just 3 innings in that 4-game series. This is just a team that's trying to find consistency right now.
No, the consistency is the name of the game in everything, but specifically in baseball. And that's what helps you weather the storms. And for the Orioles, it's just been a lack of consistency. And yes, we're going to dive into on this Baltimore baseball tonight later on about starting quicker, the ebbs and flows. But when you have to find yourself playing from behind and you face a really good team, so like the factor with the Guardians, good team playing from behind, hey, it's great that you can prove that you can do it. It's another thing that you have to be more perfect down the road here. That didn't turn out that way for the Orioles in Cleveland.
We're an hour, 36 minutes away from first pitch. Orioles taking on the Royals, game 1 of a 3-game series. Before we preview the series, let's look back to last night.
0-2 on the way. Baltimore baseball tonight looks back at the Birds' last game.
Ball game.
Sponsored by Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center. Your home for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-95 across the street from the yard. Call 410-685-5000 and earn your Hilton Honors points today.
Ward belts one to deep left field, toward the wall, and gone for Taylor Ward's first home run this year. Beavers ground ball. Brito with a shot at redemption, safe at second. He didn't get it out of the glove in time. He has made a mess of this fifth inning, and the Orioles get a run to pull within 5-4. This ballpark has been one of those houses of horrors over the years. And Henderson strikes out swinging. The Orioles drop the series. They lose 3 of 4 in Cleveland as the Guardians put up 6 on Trevor Rogers, 5 earned, and they win the finale 8-4.
Kevin Brown on the call, courtesy of Masson. And let's start with Trevor Rogers. And last year was such a magic carpet ride for him, Ryan. He was spectacular in 18 starts, where now he's facing a little bit of adversity. Back-to-back rough starts. Really, the outing against the Diamondbacks, it was the 5th inning where things went south for him. It went south for him right after his fielding error yesterday. Yep. It was 7 up, 7 down to start the game. Austin Hedges hits a dribbler, and Rogers goes to cover first base. The only issue was he missed first base. And then Stephen Kwan, he ended up hitting a sac fly later on that inning, 1-0 Guardians. Jose Ramirez, he went deep on him twice in that game. What's been off about Trevor Rogers?
Well, it's just really been one sequence or sequencing that's really doomed him. In the game against the Diamondbacks that you mentioned, it was the sequence that then led to the big home run. And there it is, that one part right there that he had worked himself out of in previous starts and really over the last year. And then this last one, you're right. What was the one sequence? It was that fielding error. You're in rhythm. You're in control. You are setting the tone. And then after that happened, he got out of sync, out of rhythm. And the Guardians, if we want to go back to one of his first starts as a Baltimore Oriole, after the trade, who did he face? This Guardians team. So I think the matchup also plays. But once you take yourself out and it's self-induced, that makes it a challenge.
Ryan, I thought Ben McDonald did such a great job talking about Trevor Rogers yesterday, where Rogers was pounding the strike zone. It's not as if, okay, he's totally out of whack. The first 4 innings of the game, Rogers gave up 5 earned runs. He got first pitch strikes to 17 of 19 batters, so he's pitching from ahead. Ben McDonald was talking about the difference between control and command, and control's getting it in the strike zone. Command is hitting those different quadrants. It's the difference between a strike and a quality strike, and I think that was part of the difference in Rogers' outing.
Yeah, no doubt. If you're able to fill up the strike zone, that's a plus. But if you're filling up the strike zone and not hitting the spots that you need to set up the hitters, to have success, put them away, that's where it becomes more problematic. And for Trevor, and I want to emphasize this, it's really 2 innings of his last 2 outings that has given him trouble. It was the 4th inning of this game where they got to him, and then it was the 3-run home run in the 5th inning against the Diamondbacks that, again, it's 1 inning, but to the point that Ben's talking about, when Trevor is deceptive in his fastball, he can get away with missing at times. It works. But when his other pitches aren't as strong that day, he has to make sure that he is hitting his spots, because if not, that's where teams can take advantage, and the Guardians did.
Let's get to the Orioles offense. Strikeouts mounting again. Mm-hmm. They had 12 strikeouts. And Ryan, all their runs came in the 5th inning. It was the 3-run homer by Taylor Ward, and then the Guardians got a little sloppy in the infield, which contributed to that 4th run of the inning. That was the only inning they scored in. And it's not as if they didn't have chances. They were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position in that game.
I mean, and that's, I know, an MO that we can go back to last year with the Orioles. One thing that I've noticed, it's not even that the runner's in scoring position, it's the opportunities early in the game.
Yes, completely agree.
That is...
First and second, nobody out in the first inning.
And so most games, if you've watched this, I don't want to give away too much for the show. You're going to have to keep listening to BBT here on the Fan.
That's a tease there.
There it is. But the Orioles, when you look at this, and you look at this series, you mentioned, they got the lead for 1 inning, and it was in the 4th. It was an inning and a half, really, where they scored first and had the lead first. Every other thing, it was the Guardians. You're playing catch up. But when you have moments early in the game to take the lead and take advantage, that can take some pressure off of your pitchers and your staff. And this lineup just really hasn't done it. You have a couple more hits here. It looks a lot different. The Orioles can put up some big numbers in one inning. They've proved it. But that's not deeming to be successful long term. That's showing you have fight. But also to win more ball games, you got to scratch and claw runs across when you have the opportunities early and often.
Birds got to flush that series, but a new series begins tonight against the Royals. Who's in the starting lineup?
Leading it off.
Start things off.
Here we go. Baltimore Baseball Tonight starting lineups are sponsored by The Good Feet Store.
For the Birds, Gunnar Henderson leading off. He's at shortstop. Taylor Ward in left field batting second. Dylan Beavers batting third. He is your DH. Pete Alonso batting cleanup at first base. Samuel Basayo is the catcher batting fifth. Jeremiah Jackson, second base, batting sixth. Colton Cowser in right field batting seventh. Leody Taveras in center field batting eighth. And Blaze Alexander at third base batting ninth.
I mean, we've seen the flip-flop up top of Henderson and Ward, so nothing's different there, but it's Beavers in the 3 spot.
Yeah.
And I know that he was hitting fourth. I believe it was yesterday's game. And for Beavers, I got to tell you what, if you go and watch his at-bats, he is scrappy. Don't look at the average. And also, he had been dealing with illness. He had been under the weather, I think even going back to the Pittsburgh Pirates series, so he's been trying to battle through it. But he's one of the few guys on the team that's putting the ball in play and making something happen. So you might not get the hit, but you're driving a run in. And so I like it. And for Polar Bear Pete, maybe this spot can get him going. Strikeouts have been high. You're hoping to get a couple guys on. He can do some damage. And you hope this Orioles lineup can bounce back against the Royals team that is severely
struggling. There's your lineup for the Birds. Who's taking the mound?
2-2 pitch.
Let's take a look at tonight's pitching matchups.
Swung out and missed.
It is Kyle Bradish. And Bradish, his last time out, anyone that didn't watch the game, you look at the stat line, 6 innings, 4 earned runs on 8 hits. But his defense didn't exactly help him out, Ryan. Yep. Weston Wilson, he had a situation in left field. I'm sure he would say that that's a play that he needs to make because a ball landed in his mitt. He just didn't catch it. It was initially ruled an error and then turned into a hit. So that would have been 2 unearned runs, and that would have been Kyle Bradish's first quality start of the season. But it was not. Even with that, Ryan, I felt like he took a step forward in that last outing.
I think both of his last starts, actually, he's pitched better. This, what I liked is he only had 1 walk. He was around the zone more, maybe didn't have the strikeouts that he had in the previous 2 starts. But the problem why it doesn't feel as good is because of the situation. Weston Wilson catches that baseball. You have a different perception of how the outing is. And you know who also has a different perception? Kyle Bradish. Same thing with the White Sox game. He only gave up 2 earned runs in that ball game against the White Sox. But what was overshadowing? Him missing the ball, being frustrated, and a run scores. So then you have a sour taste in your mouth on back-to-back starts. I think he's really close, Tim. You just hope tonight is the night that Bradish goes back to being what he was in 2023, a top 5 pitcher in the American League.
Coming up next, it's Ryan Ripken's Player Spotlight. We're taking a look at Samuel Basayo. And then in the manager's report, we're going to talk about one of the bright spots of yesterday's game, and that was Tyler Wells. Craig Albernaz gives his thoughts on Wells. That's next. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibilities.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace. Baltimore Baseball Tonight's Players Spotlight.
Can this kid play baseball?
Brought to you by Pickles Pub, home of Baltimore Baseball Tonight. And just a home run away from the yard is your destination for every home game this season.
Look out, Utah Street. Kelly. Oh, Basayo gets into this one to deep center field. The money's coming out already. Big Sam with a big fly, called on the spot by Big Ben. And just like that, the birds are flying high.
That was a Sammy Basayo home run, courtesy of Masson. And Samuel Basayo signed the big extension last year. Orioles' top prospect. He's here. And everyone, when it comes to expectations for young players, well, they want to see what they've heard. And what they've heard is that Sammy Basayo is the next great power hitting left-handed bat coming into MLB. Now, I don't want anything to deter away from that not being the case. Keep in mind, Samuel Basayo is 21 years old at this current moment in time. He's going to turn 22 at the midway point of August, right? So August 13th, he'll be 22 years old. And this is his official rookie year where he got a cup of tea in the big leagues last year, and now he's trying to figure it out. But for those saying, well, he needs a lot more work down in minor leagues and in AAA, let's pump the brakes here. We got to remember, you want to go back to some really prominent prospects that the Orioles had over the years. We'll go back to Gunnar Henderson in 2023, his official rookie season. Gunnar Henderson was hitting below the Mendoza, which was 200, into mid-May. He's trying to find it, and you look at the eye test and go, you know, he seems like he belongs, but things aren't going his way. And I look at it with Sam, that's how I feel. I think Sam has proven he is a big league hitter, but he's having a lot of struggle, and he's been very frustrated. You saw at the end of one of the Guardians, the first game of the series.
Snapping multiple bats.
He was frustrated, and you know what? That's a part of this, because all this kid has done at every level has had success. So I want to caution with a guy like Sammy Basayo. Not everyone is going to have this trajectory that it's just sky high and you take off and you fulfill the prophecy that you're supposed to be. The greatest next prospect, the next Orioles legend. Let's pump the brakes. It's a young kid, and then on top of it, Adley Rutschman goes down, so you're required to be the primary backstop. It's a lot to ask from a young kid. Stick with him. And I want to bring it back up because, again, I had a family member that went through some struggles as a young rookie himself, Calvin Edward Ripken Jr., rookie year 1982. Yeah, I've heard a thing or two about him. He had 3 hits opening day. He went to go 4 for his next 63. He was hitting a $160 midway through May. Calvin turned it out okay. He figured it out. So I want to caution, 57 at-bats in a season is not enough to make a determination on what Sam Basayo needs to do. Take time. Take a deep breath. And then when we get to mid-May and we get to June, we can have a better assessment of the best evaluation to help Sam's development.
We're an hour, 20 minutes away from first pitch. O's taking on the Royals, game 1 of a 3-game series. Before we step out, let's hear from Craig Albernaz.
Let's go inside the clubhouse for the Manager's Report. Sponsored by LifeMed Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at LifeMed Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary, non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com.
Best version we've seen of Tyler was efficient with the strikes, 5 Ks, no walks. He had a lot of, the fastball command was outstanding. And when he has his fastball command, it just allows his cutter and his changeup to play that much better.
That was Craig Albernaz following yesterday's 8-4 loss to the Guardians. Not a ton of bright spots in yesterday's game, but Tyler Wells absolutely was one of them, Ryan. That was, for me, by far and away, his best outing of the year. 2 innings. Gave up no hits, no walks, and he had 5 strikeouts. All of that in just 23 pitches. I'm a huge Tyler Wells fan. I was super high on him coming into the year, and he was really frustrated following that Diamondbacks loss where he was upset at himself for not coming through in that high leverage situation because he asked for that during spring training, and he allowed at least 1 earned run in 5 of his first 8 outings. What was different for him yesterday?
I honestly just think Tyler was working through part of the mental side and the physical side. You got to keep in mind, we talked about Kyle Bradish and pitching in April for the first time. Well, Kyle got to pitch last year. Tyler Wells, this was him coming in fresh. Now going back to the bullpen, and that's something he hasn't done. And so Tommy John, for players getting comfortable, it takes time. And for Tyler Wells, that's what I looked at it from him. There was nothing there that was concerning to me. He just was a little bit wild, and not necessarily wild at times, just couldn't put batters away. But I wonder now that he saw the results, where he was around the zone and he put them away quickly and efficiently, if that builds confidence. Because until you do that, you always have this doubt in your mind. Am I back? Can I get back to that dominant self or what I think I can be? So let's hope that Tyler Wells is on that path, but I think that was a huge plus in a tough series that Tyler Wells proved to himself. He's still got it.
Coming up next, it's Ryan Ripken's Analyst Corner, and we're going to get into the Orioles constantly chasing, playing from behind, and we'll also give you the ballpark forecast from Kansas City. That is next. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pickles Pub, a longtime Baltimore tradition and the home of Baltimore baseball, tonight is just a home run away from the yard. It's the fans' destination pre and post for every Baltimore baseball home game this season and the #1 place for sports fans for over 30 years. Pickles has recently been renovated, offering an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall, plus enjoy one of their famous 32-ounce orange crushes. See you at Pickles.
Tonight's Injury Report is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. Whether you're an athlete or just staying active, their orthopedic specialists help you recover, rebuild, and get back to doing what you love.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need.
My favorite player in the draft is Vavega Ioane from Penn State, the left guard. He's been starting for 2+ years, but when you watch him, I think he's more physical. Nobody seems to be able to just bull rush him and back him up and collapse the pocket on him. And once he gets his hands on you, he's either going to put you on the ground or he's going to stop your feet from moving.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limo? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's Baltimore baseball tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace. Taking a deeper dive into tonight's game.
Hammered deep.
It's the Analyst Corner.
Way out of here.
On 105.7 The Fan.
Hedges, a little weak dribbler. Alonso way off of the base. Fires a soft strike, and Rogers missed the base.
He just absolutely strided right over the top of the base.
So that highlight, courtesy of Masson, was the misstep at first base for Trevor Rogers. And Tim, this has been the situation so far with the Orioles where fundamentally, whether it goes down as an error in the books or it's a mistake that you won't see, but you know plays you should make, the Orioles have had a lot of those. And in the Diamondback series, we can go back to the first game. Gunnar Henderson has a throwing error where it leads to 2 unearned runs for Dean Kramer. You win the game, so it's all good. However, moments later on, the next game, I think Jeremiah Jackson gets thrown out at third base.
Yeah, the
back-picked by James McCann. Weston Wilson, we can talk about, hey, it's a play you can or can't make. Not saying that's a mistake, but is it a play that you can make? The answer is yes, it is a play you can make. And for the Orioles, the combination with that, and why I bring that up with about playing from behind, if you are going to try to be the comeback kings, you got to make sure your ducks are in a row, because as the game goes on, you lose your margin for error. And it's been great that the Orioles can heat up quick. That's something they didn't do last year when they fell behind. They didn't compete. They fell out. And if they were down 5, it felt like they were down 15. That's not the problem. The problem still remains when you have a chance to strike early, you need to. Because then it requires your team to be perfect when you have been nothing, close to that. And I don't mean that in all due respect. And the fact that the Orioles are 10-12 right now, to me, that's still encouraging because they're not the only team that's trying to figure it out. But the bigger part here is when last year you had an offense that was supposed to be your identity. That was supposed to be the thing that took the pressure off of everything else. When they fell behind, the offense wasn't prepared for that. This year, I think the pitching staff is going to round into form. And I thought overall this last week, the starting pitching has done pretty well. Trevor Rogers, I understand. But the harder thing for those guys is if they have to go the perception of I have to be perfect on the mound, or if you get a couple runs early, let me be a little bit more free to go out and do what I can. And for this Orioles offense, they got a lot of talent, Tim. They'll tell you that they're underperforming. They'll tell you that they aren't coming through. But it's this combination of falling behind early, put your team in a hole, and then you got to be perfect down the stretch. And I think that's been the combination for the Orioles where you haven't been perfect enough. And that's why when you've had these slight comebacks, other teams have answered the bell. Why? It's become too big of a hole to dig themselves out of. So it's something I've just continued to watch. But fundamentals for the team have not been good enough. And that's not sustainable if your offense really cannot get going early in the ballgame.
I'm with you 1,000% on that. And I think for me, that's been the most frustrating aspect of this team where you're right. It's been awesome seeing this team coming from behind this year. Their last 2 wins, Ryan. Yep. Saturday, you were down 4 runs late in that game against the Guardians, and then the 6-run comeback a week ago today. That's awesome. And you're right. We did not see any of that with regularity last year. They got 6 come-from-behind wins on the season, which is tied for 6th most in MLB. That's great. But it has to be taxing to constantly be chasing in a ball game. And the Orioles have only scored 17 runs in the first 3 innings of games this year. That's tied for worst in baseball. Coincidentally enough, the team they're playing tonight, the Royals, have only scored 17 runs in the first 3 innings of games. To constantly having to come from behind, that is a very difficult thing to do. We're an hour, 10 minutes away from first pitch. O's trying to bounce back in Kansas City. What's the weather looking like?
Here's your ballpark forecast.
We're just about ready to play ball here.
It's pretty spectacular. 72 degrees, sunny, 0% chance of precipitation, 13 miles per hour wind in the southwest direction, Ryan. Whatever
Beautiful.
Direction that is. I don't know where the stadium's facing. Or
If you're a hitter, you hope that means the it's blowing out.
Yeah.
That's the best thing for hitters. Pitchers, they want the complete opposite.
Well, we saw that yesterday in Cleveland where the wind was going against it. Jose Ramirez, he just got that grown man strength that he can send it out anyways.
Dude's a beast.
Coming up next, we're going to give you the Royals starting lineup. We're going to go inside the numbers. Ryan's going to take a look at the strikeouts that the Orioles have and the lack of RBIs and injury report. Unfortunately, there's a lot of injured birds, but fortunately, there's some positive news for some of them, and we're going to give you that news on the other side. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
Leading it off.
Start things up. Here we go.
Baltimore Baseball Tonight starting lineups are sponsored by The Good Feet Store.
For the Royals, Michael Garcia is leading off. He's at third base. Bobby Witt Jr. is at shortstop, batting second. The Pasquatch, Vinny Pasquantino, first base, batting third. Salvador Perez is DHing tonight, batting cleanup. Carter Jensen behind the dish, batting fifth. Michael Massey, second base, batting sixth. Jack Caglione in right field, batting seventh. Isaac Collins in left field, batting eighth. And Kyle Isbell is in center field, batting ninth.
And we're going to get into the Orioles lineup and how it pertains to the rest of Major League Baseball here in a second. But the Royals, there's a reason why they've been really struggling. Their offense has been hurting, to say the least.
They are dead last in scoring runs so far this season. Seth Lugo is the starting pitcher.
So that's what I was going to go to. They have the weakness right now has been their offense, but a strength is the guy that's on the bump for them. Seth Lugo, who a couple years ago was phenomenal. Well, he's off to that great start this year. 1.48 ERA, but how he works, he's got a multitude of pitches. And I'm not talking about 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'm talking about up to 8 pitches, Tim Barbalace, that he will mix.
A lot of pitches.
And so he's not a guy that's going to blow it by you. His velo is not going to be in that 97, 98 range, but the arsenal of pitches is to keep hitters off balance, and that's what Seth Lugo has done so well so far this season.
We are an hour, 5 minutes away from first pitch. O's and Royals in Kansas City. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Let's go inside the numbers.
Analytics, stats, and trends. Let's go inside the numbers on Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
Let's go inside the numbers. And I just mentioned about talking about the Orioles lineup and how it compares to MLB. And look, we know strikeouts, they're a part of the game. And it's more than even previous decades. But if you strike out, I'm cool with it, as long as you're having the production that goes with it. So here's an example. The Los Angeles Angels lead Major League Baseball in strikeouts with 223. But Tim, they are 4th best in baseball in RBIs. You're probably wondering where the Orioles rank in this. Well, the Orioles are 4th in the league in strikeouts. They've struck out 210 times. But RBIs, 17th in baseball right now. And so my point to this is, look, if it's part of your game and you're driving the runs in, you can have success as an offense, and we've seen live and die by the long ball. But if you're striking out and you're not getting the runs in, it leaves a lot of meat on the bone and kind of makes sense with what we've seen so far with this team.
We all love the 2012 through 2016 Orioles. It was a great time. Snap the 14 consecutive losing streak heading into 12. You make the playoffs 3 times, but we would joke, it'd be like a little bit like a beer league softball team. They would slug, they would mash. It was 3 consecutive years in which an Oriole led the American League in home runs. But this year, and there's plenty of power on this team, this lineup has so much potential. 4th most strikeouts, they're 19th in slugging percentage. That's where you can live with the strikeouts, and we knew that they were going to strike out a good bit, but the power just hasn't been there yet.
No, it hasn't been. I mean, the only guy that really has done everything, Jeremiah Jackson, which has been fantastic. 66 at-bats. He leads the team with 17 RBIs.
Crazy.
Gunnar Henderson is the everyday player. Taylor Ward and Pete Alonso. Gunnar leads that bunch at 15 RBIs. Struck out 30 times. That's about 30% of his at-bats or strikeouts. But then Pete Alonso, the strikeouts are up 27 and 82 at-bats, only 8 RBIs. So you need your RBI guys to be effective, because the rest of this list, Tim, they're just not getting it done with their opportunities, and that's why there's such a discrepancy in runs scored.
Before we step out, let's hit the injury report.
Tonight's injury report is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. Whether you're an athlete or just staying active, their orthopedic specialists help you recover, rebuild, and get back to doing what you love.
Jackson Holliday, he played in 2 rehab games at Frederick over the weekend. He went 2 for 5 yesterday with a double after going 0 for 3 on Saturday. And we found out today that he's going to be back with Norfolk tomorrow.
It's fantastic news, and everyone has a different timeline when it comes to this handmade bone situation. And for Jackson, he said it was taking time to get used to. It's a little bit of not fully pain tolerance, but getting used to that soreness. But he's going to be good long term. He's taking some good swings, and Birdland, it will be soon, and it will be needed to get Jackson Holiday back up here.
Let's get to the relievers. Andrew Kittredge, he had his rehab assignment restarted over the weekend after returning from paternity leave. He allowed 7 earned runs on 10 hits across an inning and 2/3, so it's going to be a little bit for him, you'd think. Keegan Aiken, he struck out 2 batters in a scoreless inning to begin his rehab assignment April 15th. He allowed 1 run in a third of an inning on April 18th, 2 days ago. Dietrich Enns, he began his rehab assignment on Saturday, striking out 2 in a scoreless inning.
And the reinforcements are coming. And I'd say of those 3 guys, Kittredge is still trying to get through his spring training reps, because Keegan Aiken, when he went on the IL, he had basically gone through the majority of camp, and then this popped up right as they were about to start the season. So I feel really good about where Keegan and Dietrich are, and I still feel good about Kittredge, but to your point, he still is trying to get his reps and innings up.
And Adley Rutschman and Tyler O'Neill. Adley ran, hit, and caught a bullpen session over the weekend in Cleveland. And Tyler O'Neill, he took batting practice, ran in Cleveland. I know he was working through some pregame workouts today.
Seems like they're both close. And again, both would be needed here. There's still a carousel in the outfield, and Adley Rutschman was swinging the bat really well and calling some good games behind the dish. So both are definitely going to be needed for the Orioles sooner than later.
Coming up next, it's our news and notes segment. The Yankees, they swept the Royals, and Aaron Judge, Ben Rice, Bash Brothers to start the season. Mets, woof. That season is going off the rails early. We'll also go around tonight's MLB schedule and take a look at the AL East standings as well. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on the Fan.
Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing, and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus get your Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. Savings are raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, and see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
It's springtime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today for just $89 to have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
On the ground, back up the middle.
News and notes from around Major League Baseball.
What a play. Oh, my goodness. He caught that ball.
On 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO.
Ben Rice hits one deep to right center. And that ball is gone into the Yankee bullpen. One pitch, he redirected it. A home run for Rice, his 5th of the year. And the Yankees now trail by 2.
Aaron Judge and Ben Rice, they have combined for 17 homers, which is the most of any teammate duo this year. They're also the third Yankees tandem to hit 8 or more homers each through the team's first 22 games, joining Yogi Berra and Mickey Mantle in 1956, which you remember fondly,
yeah, of
Ryan.
course, yep. Oh,
and
yeah.
Aaron Judge and Anthony Rizzo in 2022. Yankees all over the Royals yesterday, 7-0. They swept Kansas City.
And the Yankees lineup, that was one question for them, is behind Aaron Judge, who would step up. We got Cody Bellinger back, who was phenomenal last year for them. And then Ben Rice was this promising hitter who I love to swing, Tim. I've watched him, and he's looked like he's blossoming into a huge part of this offense. And if the Yankees swing the bats like this with how their pitching was, and Ryan Withers was sensational for them in the finale against the Royals, this Yankees team, they are going to be in it, and it would be shocking to me if they aren't near the top of the AL East for the majority of the year.
Yankees off to a strong start. The other team in New York, not so much.
Aaron Judge swings at the first pitch. Lofts it deep to center field. Going back, Thomas on the track at the wall. See ya! Into Monument Park. His 9th home run of the year. Another first inning blast. And the Yankees lead 2-0.
Fly ball out towards right field. Taylor catches it. PCA coming home. He's in, and the Cubs win it. Nico Horner comes through, and in extras, it's a 2-1 Cubs win in 10.
New York loses its 11th consecutive game, 2-1.
Woof. Woof. The Mets are on their first 11-game losing streak since 2004. The Mets will try to join the 1951 New York Giants, 82 Braves, 2017 Dodgers, and last year's Guardians as the only teams to reach the postseason despite a 10-game losing streak at any point in the year. The Mets are 7-15, Ryan.
If there's a positive for them, you'd rather do it now than later, but that's all I got for it because this is a disastrous start for the Mets, given how much they've spent. It's also a great message out there. Just because you spend doesn't mean you're going to get the results. It helps, but you got to have a foundation and culture. And I'll be honest here, Tim, they traded away some pieces last year. They traded to try to make a push at the end of the 2025 season. Whatever happened, they've lost that mojo. Whatever they had going, they can't seem to find it. And we know in New York, the media and the fans, they don't take it too well.
No, they do not. O's under an hour away from first pitch. They take on the Royals, game 1 of a 3-game series. What about the rest of MLB's schedule?
Tonight's Major League Baseball schedule on Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
One game already final. The Red Sox, they took down the Tigers 8-6. Games in action right now. The Astros lead the Guardians 2-1. Bottom second there. What the heck's going on with the Astros?
It's a great question. Well, right now, they got to change some things up. Christian Walker apparently went with a new look, a mustache, first to bat, home run. So maybe that's what they got to do. But 1-9 on the road for the Astros, Tim.
Reds and Rays, they are scoreless. That game just underway. Cardinals and Marlins, Braves and Nationals, both those games are scoreless, just underway. Phillies taking on the Cubs at 7:40. Dodgers and Rockies at 8:40. Blue Jays and Angels, 9:38 first pitch. And the A's and Mariners at 9:40. Before we hit a break, Let's take a look at the AL East.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto. The Rays.
A closer look at the American League East standings.
Yankees sit atop the division with a 13-9 record. The Rays, those pesky Rays, sit at 12-9. Orioles are 10-12. Red Sox 9-13, and the Blue Jays at 8-13 early on in the season.
A lot of teams still trying to figure it out. They really are. But I will say, if you're a Red Sox fan or a Blue Jays fan, it has been very, very tough sledding. And the fact that they are still hanging around with all their struggles and injuries, it's got to be encouraging for them, and also should be encouraging for the Oriole fans.
Coming up next, it's Ryan Ripken's keys to an Orioles victory, and it sure would be nice to see a dub tonight. And we'll also take a sneak peek at tomorrow's matchup as well. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services on The Fan.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future performance. Faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
The Orioles open up in Kansas City and trying to get back in the win column, and it just takes one victory. And it just takes one moment to get back rolling. Kyle Bradish is the guy I'm watching tonight because I think he's back to being Cy Young-esque Kyle Bradish. But don't miss the start of the Orioles-Royals series tonight on MASN and MASN Plus. Coverage begins in a few minutes at 7:30. MASN is your home for Orioles baseball. No cable, no satellite, no problem. Every MASN Orioles game also streams live on the all-new, totally refreshed MASN Plus app. Visit MASNsports.com and sign up for the MASN Plus season pass for only $99.99. Offer expires April 23rd.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM using bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Get into hockey, basketball, and more of your favorite sports with same-game parlays, live betting, and more. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet, take advantage of offers found nowhere, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the year. Sign up with bonus code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and you could receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Here's your host, Tim Barbalace. Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
All right, short and sweet. You heard it from us earlier. Work ahead. Play with the lead. Let Kyle Bradish gain some momentum, and the Orioles take game 1 of the series against the Royals.
Real quick, Ryan. Shane Baz on the bump for the Birds tomorrow opposite Chris Bubich. What are you looking to see out of Baz tomorrow?
I think continue to fill up the strike zone, continue to work through it. I think just like a lot of these pitchers, they're right on the cusp, but now it's about putting that fully together for a full 9 innings.
That is it for us on Baltimore Baseball tonight. Brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. The O's, they're set to take on the Royals. First pitch in 45 minutes. Westwood One Radio coming your way next.
Swing into savings during the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Line up your pick from 5 great models under $30,000. Credit issues? You're safe at home with us. Don't get left on base. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com.
Looking for a new kitchen, outdoor, or any home upgrade? Why wait till Black Friday later this year when we have the Spring Black Friday shopping event right now at Town Appliance? Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, I'm Ryan Ripken. Does taking your dog to the vet feel like a big production? Well, it did for me until I found Homeward Bound Urgent Care Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in urgent care with evening and weekend hours so you can get care when you actually need it. And with advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery, your pet gets fast, high-level care. It's convenient, it's trusted, and it's right in Bel Air. Visit homewardboundurgentcarevet.com today. Your pet will thank you.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With Maintain X, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
This broadcast was presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? Maintain X is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With Maintain X, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chicago Cubbies. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. But, Brad, it's now time to talk a little NBA playoffs. We got 3 more games coming up tonight after an incredible, exhilarating weekend of the playoffs beginning. And so our friends from BetMGM want you to know this. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. All right, Brad, let's start with the game that's tipping off here in 10 minutes from now. Game 2 in Cleveland. Cavs up 1-0 on the Raptors after they, for the most part, the scoreline was a bit kind to Toronto. The Cavaliers dismantled them, 126-113. And they were up by 20 points for most of the fourth quarter. And then, Toronto kind of made it look a little bit better here. But look, I know it was game 1, Brad, but I think Darko Rajakovic, the Raptors coach, I don't know what the defensive game plan was. I think right at the top of that should be, don't let James Harden go left every single time. Force him to his right, and they just didn't do it. I mean, Harden picked them apart, 22 points and 10 assists. They could not stop Donovan Mitchell. That two-man action between those two guys was lethal. 32 points for Spida, and then Max Strus. I mean, there's only a couple of guys you don't want to leave open. Max Strus is one of them. 24 points on 4 threes. And, for the Raptors, much too little too late offensively. They really struggle. And look, like the Raptors in the box score, 52% from the field, 48% from deep, and they took 35 free throws. But they could not stop Cleveland's offense. So for me, this has to be a market improvement defensively from Toronto tonight. Otherwise, this series, which I thought was going to go 7 going into it, I gave the Raptors a ton of respect, despite the fact that they couldn't really beat the best teams in the NBA this year. If they don't step it up defensively tonight, this is going to be a quick series. I don't care if the home team, you don't count a series till the home team loses, Brad. Toronto has to be much better defensively tonight, because there's not going to be many nights where you hit 13 threes and shoot 50% and get to the free throw line 35 times and you still got blown out. So imagine if they have a poor shooting night. Toronto's defense has to be the biggest improvement here from game one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the fact that you gave up 1.273 points per possession is outrageous. I mean, they were playing like a low-level SWAC team, to be honest with you. Like Bethune-Cookman, for example. It's always my go-to SWAC team, by the way. You may be a big fan of Savannah State, one of the Gramblings that are out there. I mean, that's the level of play that they exuded defensively. This has been a relatively good team on the glass all season long. I'm talking about Toronto Raptors. I think it's going to be key in this game. It's not like Cleveland was really shutting the Raptors down defensively in their own right. They gave up 1.153 points per possession, which is not all that good. That's relatively no bueno. So as long as Toronto go out there and handle their business, boxing out, limiting a lot of those freebies for Cleveland and extending out and challenging shots in the perimeter, because you mentioned Max Strus coming off the bench and, plunging just multiple daggers, nearly scoring 30 points a game. That was really the difference in that contest. So here is what I'm going to bet on. If you are like any of the player prop markets that are out there, and I am always an investor in that, I think Toronto is going to rise to the occasion, and I think they will play much better in the interior. We're going to see how they perform along the exterior, along the perimeter. But as a result, Jared Allen, his prop is at 8.5 rebounds, and I'm going to live in a land down under on that offer right now at plus 102. Little babysitters by the juice available there at BetMGM. Jared Allen in game one had a lucky number 7 rebounds. The only other matchup against the Raptors in the regular season that he played in, he had a snowman, 8 rebounds. Well, guess what? Those are both 7 and 8, less than 8.5. And I think that trend will be thy friend and continue. The Raptors in the regular season had allowed the 10th fewest opponent rebounds per game at 42.9. I think they seal off the glass. We'll see if they rise the occasion and extend that defense out. But they are surely going to be motivated by that flunking effort they had defensively in game one. They play at least a C level of defense in game two. They got more than a puncher's chance of evening up this series. So give me the under on Jared Allen, my best bet in this game, 8.5 rebounds at plus 102.
All right, very good. I actually like the over in this game, Brad. I think there's going to be a ton of points. Again, I mentioned Toronto's defense has to step up. Will they step up? Again, I don't know what the game plan was going into game. They looked lost. Like they looked like they've never seen James Harden play basketball before. Like the book is out on how to stop James Harden, which in the playoffs seems like it's become very easy for a lot of teams to do. And they just couldn't. He initiated. He penetrated. He was killing them. He was killing them all day. And he could have scored a lot more if he wanted to. But again, the second half, he kind of took a back seat. Let Mitchell go off, let Max Strus go off. I think you were going to do a little, the count, a little bit there when you said it before. Max Strus with not 1 3-pointer, 2 3-pointers, 3 3-pointers, 4 3-pointers. So, again, I don't know. They played a lot of drop coverage from the bits and parts of the game that I was watching on Saturday afternoon before me and the lady hit a nice big dog park, little festival going on in South New Jersey. Got myself some arepas, some Venezuelan street food. Oh, it was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it was really good. But, again, from what I was watching in that game, it was a lot of drop coverage. Jakob Poeltl is a guy that plays some normally very good defense, but he looked lost. So I know a lot of folks, a lot of friends that I know that are complete sickos. And they were like, I was like, well, who else can step up for Toronto? And they were like, look out for your guy that kind of half shares your name, Colin Murray Boyles, the 9th overall pick this past year from South Carolina, the rookie, because he's got size. He's 6'7", 250. And if they need somebody to get away from the rim and attack the point on the perimeter, I think Toronto might throw a lot more Colin Murray Boyles at the Cavaliers way rather than stick with Jakob Poeltl because he was just getting picked apart and drop coverage. So look out for CMB. Colin Murray-Boyles, maybe if you're feeling frisky, you want to take him to get a double-double at 18-1. Maybe that's worth a little $2 holler for you. Colin Murray-Boyles, but that game should be a lot of fun. That's starting in just a couple of moments here. And I do like the over, Brad, just because I think that Cleveland, like, they have a floor. They have a pretty high floor of what they could do offensively. And I think Toronto is realizing they're going to have to shoot some threes and they're going to have to pick up the pace. And especially without Emmanuel quickly, I think you're going to see this game kind of go breakneck speed. And maybe Toronto thinks they can win a track meet against Cleveland. Whereas the Cavs, since they've gotten James Harden, they like to play it a little slow. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out tonight. Of course, we'll keep you posted on all the action here tonight and every single night during the show. We'll get more into my Knicks in a little bit here, Brad, but just looking at game 2 tonight, which is starting at the top of the hour here, I got plenty of thoughts on what happened in game 1, but I think that the playoff experience, it showed in the fourth quarter. And it's a game that, the Knicks were in front for most of it. Then Atlanta went on their run in the second half. They got things close, and then the Knicks ultimately pulled away when it mattered most. Atlanta got it within single digits, and then the Knicks went on a big run, stretched it to nearly 20, didn't look back, beat them 113-102. I thought Jalen Johnson in 40 minutes, I thought the Knicks did a great job of keeping him in check. So for me, keys to game 2 tonight for Atlanta, Jalen Johnson's got to go off. He's got to step up. This is a guy that barely has any playoff experience under his belt. And especially now that Trae Young is no longer in the mix, Jalen Johnson has to be the guy. That's a lot of pressure to ask of somebody. But they do have the vets like C.J. McCollum, who was great. Dyson Daniels was really good defensively, 3 steals, 9 rebounds. But, it's how can you slow down the Knicks? Because I thought at halftime when Karl Anthony Towns had barely taken any shots, I was like, here we go again. Cat kind of hiding in the fray when he needs to be at the front and center. And then, boom, he had some big defensive plays, hit a couple of big threes. So what do you like tonight with my New York Knicks and the Atlanta Hawks here, game 2 from the Garden at 8 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, look, the Knicks inside the historic Madison Square Garden usually rise the occasion defensively. They've been one of the more stiffer and stouter defenses in the NBA all season long, and I think they will indeed rise the occasion. So I'm going to live in a land down under yet again. On this time on an assist prop tied to a guy you just mentioned, and Jalen Johnson. That number sent at 6.5. Oh, look at that. More babysitters by the juice here at a plus 110. I'm all about that plus money. You look at Jalen Johnson, only had 3 dimes in game 1. So he wasn't a supreme facilitator, which he normally has been this season. But you look at the regular season. Now he dropped a dozen assists in his first matchup against the Knicks way back. I think that was a game in January. But the last game that he played in March against New York only had 5 dimes in that one. So in 2 of the 3 matchups he's faced the NYC, he has been under on the 6.5 assist line. The Knicks in the regular season allowed the 6th fewest assists per game to the opposition at 25 flat. So again, in what could be a rock'em, sock'em robots kind of affair, I think Jalen Johnson will not be a master distributor. Give me the under 6.5 assists at plus 110. That is my top prop in game numero dos between the Hawks and your beloved Knickerbockers.
Yeah. Everything you said there as to why you were going with Jalen Johnson under 6.5 assists. Again, it's can the guys that he's feeding, can they hit their threes, right? Because the guys off the bench didn't do it at all. Kuminga 0 for 2, Muhammad Gay 0 for 2, Gabe Vincent 0 for 1, and the guys in the starting lineup, they hit a couple. I was watching that game. A lot of that was in the second quarter. The Knicks quite quickly tightened the screws, and Atlanta had a pretty miserable second half shooting the ball from deep. So, Onyeka Okongwu hit more. He hit 4 threes. C.J. McCollum hit 4. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who I'm very worried about going off more and more that this series goes on. The Knicks did a good job with him. 17 points. He hit 3 threes, but he went just 6 for 17 from the field. So if Jalen Johnson is able to get into the paint and the Knicks collapse, and they try, they go a guy that can absolutely go for 30, 35 points. Can he then find the guys on the perimeter to hit those threes. They weren't able to knock down their shots the other night. That's why he only finished with 3 assists. So we'll see. Do the Knicks try to stop Jalen Johnson from scoring? Do they stop him from being the facilitator? And instead, Dyson Daniels was the one that was running point a lot on the Hawks offense. So watch, if you're going to watch this game, you're watching anybody on Atlanta, Jalen Johnson is the player to keep an eye on at all times, because this offense, in my opinion, will go as far as he takes them. Only 3 assists, 23 points. That's why they only scored 102 points in game 1. So it'll be very, very interesting how Jalen Johnson performs tonight against my Knicks. Brad, I'm going with a guy that is a perennial playoff performer, at least on the glass, and that's my guy, Josh Hart. I'm going over his rebound, 7.5. It's minus 135 on BetMGM, and then I'm taking him to get 10 at plus 210. 14 rebounds in game 1 the other night. All of them, Brad. All of them on the defensive glass. He didn't grab a single offensive rebound. He was out battling Okongwu. He was out battling Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He was out battling Jalen Johnson. For all those rebounds, Josh Hart was tracking them all down. And this is a guy that lives for the playoffs. He lives to grab those second chance opportunities, but he lives to stop those second chance opportunities. So I expect Josh Hart to have a big night on the glass tonight again. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to pivot, talk a little puck. Great first weekend in the Stanley Cup playoffs, so we're going to have senior NHL.com writer Dan Rosen join us next to break it all down. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name, because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With love, I will build a wonderful thing that makes this life better for you and for me.
Shriners Hospitals for Children has been creating wonderful opportunities for children in need. This life-changing medical care helps them do the things they've always dreamed of. To find out more, go to loveshriners.org.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With Maintain X, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
What happens next
A massive trade
happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And our friends at BetMGM want you to know this with the Stanley Cup playoffs here. With BetMGM's hat-trick jackpot, you have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy scores a hattie or more during that game, you'll win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. The playoff action on the hardwood's underway tonight. The playoff action on the ice is underway here tonight. Day 3 of the postseason. Fly Guys and the Penguins scoreless in the first period. That was a hell of a game on Saturday. We're going to ask our guest about that here in just a bit. But our guest is Dan Rosen. He is a senior writer for NHL.com, and he's also the host of The Rink podcast, NHL at the Rink, a weekly podcast hosted by Dan Rosen and Sean Rourke, featuring guests from around the NHL. Make sure you download that wherever you get your podcast. Dan, it's Pat and Brad, man. How was the first weekend of playoffs for you, and how you doing?
It's good. I think I got the worst game of the first couple of days, actually. I mean, not for the Minnesota Wild. I'm in Dallas, and game 1, 6-1. It was a blowout, but it seems like every other one of these games have been really good, so really tight. And I'm expecting that here in Dallas tonight, though.
Yeah, we're going to ask you about that game in just a bit, but I want to start in Denver because, Dan, it got real sweaty for the Avalanche yesterday afternoon against the Kings. It looked like it was going to be a tidy 2-zip shutout win, and then the bread man, Artemi Panarin, scored on the power play, and Colorado had to hold off a fiery Kings comeback attempt. They win it in the end. They're up 1-0, but that President's Trophy curse, it lingers like a bad stench, Dan. Last Pres Trophy winners were the Blackhawks over a decade ago. And look, I mean, this year, the Avalanche were number 1 in goals scored per game, number 1 in goals allowed per game. They were a proverbial wagon. So how far do you see the Avs getting? And if it's not to another Stanley Cup, what do you think would be, why would the reasoning be for their ultimate demise?
Well, I thought it was, listen, I mean, a lot of different things happen in a game. That was a big win for the Avalanche. Not that I don't think that they can come back in this series against LA. They're a better team. There's just no doubt about it. But they need to put the Kings away, and they need to put them away quickly in order to get the rest that they need, get the health that they need, because their next round is going to very well could be their toughest round. They're going to play Dallas and Minnesota. Now, they got to hope that Dallas and Minnesota will beat each other up, and that'll play to their benefit. But they got to dispatch these Kings early. So getting the win, however they got the win, was so key for them, because that will be the test for them. It will be in the second round when they play a Dallas Stars team that had 112 points, or a Minnesota Wild team that had 104, a Dallas Stars team that was second in the league on the power play, and a Wild team that was third. The Avalanche that was the one area this season where the Avalanche weren't very good, was on the power play, which made no sense, but it was true. So they need to get rid of the Kings quickly, and that was why that was a big win. And it really, in the playoffs, it's like, just get the job done, and that's what they did.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Dan, yesterday, the Bruins and Sabres got real chippy. The Bruins allowed 4 third-period goals, boosting Buffalo to steal a game in which Boston outplayed them for much of the contest end-to-end. Are the Bruins capable of sweeping that under the rug and making this a series, or did they miss their opportunity and this one is over in 4 or 5 games? So gaze into your crystal ball. How do you see Bruins and Sabres playing out?
Well, they definitely missed an opportunity. They had it and they missed it, and the Sabres came back. And now all of a sudden the Buffalo Sabres are not just the team that finally made the playoffs. They're a team that's they won a game in the playoffs now. And that old first time in the playoffs, no experience. Well, now they got some, and they were able to come back and win that game. I don't think Boston's bubble bursts because of this. I think Jeremy Swayman is still a terrific goalie. They've got a lot of firepower on that team. You could argue that the Bruins were a step ahead of schedule this season, that where they are right now as a 100-point team playing in the playoffs was not expected, and it wasn't. But now you're here. And I think what they need to do is they need to find a way to, again, play that type of grinding game, but they can't take their foot off, because when they took their foot off and Tage Thompson made them pay, and the Sabres have that ability to make them pay. And listen, Swayman, he's a really good goalie. He had a tough couple of minutes there. That tough couple of minutes can't really happen in the playoffs, and he knows it. I expect the Bruins will come back with a strong performance. I do not see this as a 4 or 5 game series. I don't see how the Buffalo Sabres have that ability right now to have that type of killer instinct. They really have to show it. They have to prove it before any of us can say that they have it.
Dan, your boots on the ground right now in Big D. So let's talk about the game you're going to be attending here in a matter of minutes. And we got Stars and Wild. The Stars look shell-shocked on Saturday against the Wild. What do they need to do tonight to avoid digging that 0-2 hole heading to Minnesota? What are your thoughts here?
They got to play a playoff game. Like they played that game like it was a Tuesday in January. Honestly, I was shocked. I was shocked at what I saw. Like, you're in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That team's coming to play. Matt Duchene said this morning, he said they had about 70%, the Stars, but the Wild clearly had 100. How do you show up in a playoff game at 70%? Like, no, you can't do it. So battle levels have to be higher. They have to be quicker to the puck. These little details that add up in a game. Winning a puck battle, being quicker with your puck support, that makes a huge difference. They cannot put the Wild on the power play with the way that they did. Mikko Rantanen taking 2 penalties. This Wild power play is too dangerous. It's just way too dangerous. The Stars are dangerous too, but so are the Wild, and they can't do that. And they need some goaltending. Like Jake Ottinger in his last 6 playoff games, go back to starting game 1 against Edmonton last year in the Western Conference Final. Not been good. So he has to come up with some big saves, but they have to play a playoff game. They played that game like it was a Tuesday in January, and you will lose at this time of the year, and you will lose badly at this time of the year when you do that.
We're talking to Dan Rosen here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Dan is a senior writer for NHL.com, and he's also host of NHL's The Rink podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at DRosenNHL. Dan, Leon Draisaitl, game time decision tonight for game 1 for the defending Western Conference champion Oilers as they host the Anaheim Ducks. Draisaitl, one of the best players in the sport. He missed the last 14 games of the regular season with a lower body injury. He did not participate in morning skate today. He was 4th in hockey this year with 97 points when he took that hit into the boards by Ozzie Wiesblatt. Draisaitl, tough SOB. He's played through injuries in the postseason in the past. Can the Oilers win this series if Leon Draisaitl is not 100%? And then overall, what chances do you give this battle-tested Edmonton team to get back to another Cup final?
They can win this series if Leon Draisaitl is not 100%, and I think he plays tonight. But they can win this series if he's not 100% because they're more experienced. They're better than the Ducks, and the Ducks play sort of like this wide open type of game, which feeds directly into Edmonton's style. Now, the Oilers will probably give up a little bit too, but if the Ducks are going to play wide open with or without Leon Draisaitl, it fits right into the Oilers style. I think they win this series even if he's not 100%. And they're lucky because they're on the Pacific Division side of things right now. And you got Vegas and Utah are the next opponents, and neither one of them had Utah had a good season for Utah. Vegas had a bad season for Vegas. They were able to come back. They've won a bunch of games now under John Tortorella. But overall, I had the same questions about the Edmonton Oilers that I always have. And can they defend? Can they keep the puck out? And here's the issue with it this year is that the team that if they can advance and if they can get to a Western Conference final, or even let's look at the second round, if they end up playing Vegas, that team's going to play better defensively. And if they're able to advance to the Western Conference final, they're going to be facing a team that is way better than they are. That hasn't happened in the past couple of years. The Avalanche or the Stars or the Wild, those types of teams, they're way better than Edmonton. So I have a lot of questions about these Oilers, but they can win a series against the Anaheim Ducks if Leon Draisaitl is not 100%.
Dan, a broader question. Of all the Game 1 winners, which team is least likely to actually win their series, in your opinion?
Well, that's a good question. All right. So let me think of the Game 1 winners here. I got to tell you, I picked every team that won Game 1 was a team that I picked to win the series. So I'm looking pretty good.
Off to a good start.
Now. I will say that. I'm off to a good start. And I picked Edmonton. They haven't played in a Game 1. I guess you have to say Minnesota. Only because of the odds, right? I mean, the odds right there would tell you that Dallas is home. They're playing Game 2 tonight. They'll be way better in Game 2. And if they get a win, they've been a team that's like they were one of the top teams in the league all season. This is going to be it should be a really close series. So I don't expect another game from the Wild like they got in Game 1. Not that they can't play it. I don't expect another game from the Stars like they played in Game 1. And so you have to look at it that way. But from Buffalo, I think I like Buffalo. Montreal, I really do like Montreal. People will say Montreal is the answer to this question, but I think Montreal's a good team and they're dangerous and they're getting hungrier and hungrier and hungrier right now. Carolina's fine. I like Philly, actually. I don't know what the score is in the game right now, but I like Philly a lot. I like Vegas. I think Edmonton wins. And Colorado I like. So I guess I got to say Minnesota.
Flyers and Penguins scoreless right now. 8 minutes left to go in the first period. And that was the last question I want to ask you here is we're talking to Dan Rosen here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Dan, senior writer for NHL.com, and he's the host of the NHL's podcast, The Rink. You're from Jersey, Dan, so let me just ask you first here. Devils fan?
I grew up a Devils fan, but you lose that really quick in this business. So I lost that about 23 years ago. Not a Devils fan anymore. Not a Devils fan. I've been doing this a while.
Yeah, oddly enough, I'm from Central Jersey, and yet I am an Islanders fan. Go figure. I just, when I was 11 or 12 years old, really started getting into hockey. Isles drafted Johnny Tavares, fell in love with him, fell in love with the Islanders, and basically nothing to show for it except for back-to-back exits in the conference finals or the semifinals, and then he goes back to Toronto. But hey, I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. Whether you're a Devils fan, Islanders fan, Rangers fan, I think most of them can unite in their hatred against the Philadelphia Flyers. But look, I mean, it's been a while since the Flyers were in the Cup playoff, 6 years, but they have surged into the postseason. And I was watching that game on Saturday. This team, they look like a junior hockey team. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, how many baby-faced teenagers and guys that can't even legally drink beer do they have? And they schooled the Penguins. a Penguins team that has Sid the Kid, Balkan, and all the experience you could ever ask for, they had a less than 4% chance of making the playoffs out of the Olympics break, and yet here they are on a heater right now. So, Dan, is this team for real, this Philly team? And what's the biggest reason they've made this run? How far do you think they can go?
I think they are for real. And you mentioned Babyface. I mean, a kid like Porter Martone has come in, played a season at Michigan State this year, comes in, and he's looked the part. You love it when you see a guy come in and you just see him and he's ready. Right? It doesn't always happen, and it happens at different times, but this kid looks ready. He has come in with fire, and he's really ignited that team. I think they've been much better with him in the lineup than they were without him. But the Flyers, and any fan of Philadelphia will tell you, and any fan in New Jersey or New York will also tell you, because they'll gloat about it, is they never had goaltending, right? Well, Dan Vladar is for real. Like, he's the biggest difference for me, because he is making the saves. He is giving them a chance. They haven't had that in Philadelphia in a really long time. And Dan Vladar looks like he is the part that has been missing to enable the Flyers to play a type of game that can be a speed game, can play with a little bit of risk, can go get it a little bit more. And that's what you're seeing from them. And I think it really stems from the back end and the belief that they have in net.
That's good stuff. So, Dan, you got a late one tonight, 8:30 p.m. local. You're in the Big D. You'll be at the arena for Stars Wild Game 2. What's for dinner? Do you know what's on the menu for the media center at the arena, or are you grabbing a bite beforehand?
I got no idea what's on the menu. I'll go there. If I want to eat it, I'll eat it. If not, I'll just eat the pretzels in the press box. How about that?
All right. It's not a bad alternative. Dan Rosen, senior writer for NHL.com. We appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
See you, Dan.
There you go. Great stuff. Dan Rosen, senior writer for NHL.com. Check out the podcast that he does. It's called The Rink, and you can get it wherever you get your podcast. He is in Dallas tonight for the Stars and the Wild. And I still believe they call it American Airlines Arena, American Airlines Center in Dallas. All right, that's good stuff. Brad, we're going to take a short break. We'll get to some of the other biggest weekend takeaways, including how worried should you be about the Detroit Pistons after that clunker yesterday in Game 1 at home. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. And we'll get you some scoreboard updates, because a playoff Monday is off and running, baby. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We're covering the NFL Draft unlike anyone else can. Reporting from Pittsburgh with exclusive first-round player interviews.
I saw my family and they started crying. I thought I was going to start flowing.
Happy Draft Week from your home of the NFL.
It was definitely surreal. Something I dreamed of as a kid.
Westwood One Sports.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name, because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin is going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus get your Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. Savings are raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, and see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk, or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
More pots, more plants, and more deals? It's giving SpringFest at Lowe's. Save on gardening staples with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1-pint annuals for $1. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Yeah. Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, I'm Boomer Esiason. Follow the Ravens, Terps, and O's on 105.7 The Fan or anytime on the free Odyssey app.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get you some scoreboard updates here. Early second quarter, Cavs and the Raptors. Cleveland up 1-0 after a big win on Saturday. And they lead the Raptors 31-24 here after a low-scoring first quarter. I thought there was going to be plenty of more points in this one, and there's still time for that to happen. But so far, low-scoring affair, 31-24 early second quarter for the Cleveland Cavaliers. It's spite of, again, Donovan Mitchell leading the way with 10 points. James Harden has 6 points, but no assists. And for Toronto, a balanced attack, but it's been the bench that has really kept them, in this game so far early on. Jacoby Walters got 6 points. I mentioned Colin Murray-Boyles. Look out for him to get some more run. He's got 4 points early on. The highest scoring starter is Jamal Shed, who's filling in for the injured Emmanuel Quickly. He's only got 3 points, although Scotty Barnes just hit a triple, so he's got 5. But, yeah, that Toronto offense, they've got to pick it up here, although they are doing a much better job defensively, which I did say was the number one thing. On the ice, Flyers and the Penguins are still scoreless. 2 minutes left to go in the first period. And the Senators and the Hurricanes just dropped the puck in Carolina. Hurricanes look dominant in that Game 1 win over the weekend, thanks to a 2-0 shutout victory. Brad, I know the Cubbies have just started with the Phillies. You want to give us some baseball scores here on this Monday night?
Yeah, I just saw Ian Happ made an awesome catch, falling over the left field short wall, and was able to grab it in foul territory as the Cubs. This is the first at bats of the game, and it looks like Nico Horner just had a stab of his own. A nice little ground ball plucked by him, throw out to first base. Cubs go 1, 2, and 3. In the top of the first inning gets the Philadelphia Phillies. So obviously 0-0 there. Let me get an update elsewhere. The Houston Astros absolutely taking the Guardians to task right now. Up 7-2 at the top of the fifth inning. Cardinals and Marlins all knotted up at 1 in the top of the fifth. Rays and Reds. The Reds are leading the game 3-1 the top of the fourth over Tampa. The Braves got down 2-0. Matt Olson then homered, knotted up against the Nationals at 2-2. The Nationals just went yard. It is now 3-2. Washington over Atlanta, and just underway in Kansas City. Baltimore and KC 0-0 on the top of the first. But again, that one just underway. Like the Cubbies and Phillies, also 0-0 with the Cubs coming to bat for the first time at chilly Wrigley Field. Game time temps in the 50s. Summer, can you get here ASAP, please?
Yeah, I mean, it was cold here too, in Philly. That feels so weird saying that. It's cold here in Philly. I mean, my goodness. What have I done? No, I'm joking. But look, I mean, all last week, I don't know about you, Brad, here along in the Northeast region, at least in the New York City area, because I was home yesterday at my sister's house having dinner. And in Philadelphia, it was like 80 degrees, 85 degrees every single day. So, cold yesterday, chilly today, but then it's supposed to get back up high 60s, low 70s by the end of this week. So I don't mind the spring weather. I really don't. If it's like 45, 50 degrees in the morning when I wake up, and the high temp is 70, and then it's chilly at night, I really don't mind that. And this is something, look, summer's my favorite. I'll take 100 degrees every single day out of the year if it means I don't have a single day where it's freezing. But I don't mind these temps right now. I could dig this.
Yeah, look, man, I like a nice sleeping chill. Honestly, like 45 to 50 degrees at night. So you have a couple of blankets and you sleep comfortably. I don't want to sweat when I sleep. And I'm not down for 100 degrees if you have 90% humidity. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. I am not down with high dew point readings. I am not down with high heat indexes. Yes, I'm going weather nerd on you, but I have an advanced degree in meteorology, so let me use some of those terms when I can, because I'm still paying off that degree, please and thank you. But I was in Arizona, man, and it was absolutely stunning. It was gorgeous weather. I mean, they had an absurdly early heat wave in the month of March. They had 6-7 consecutive days of 105 plus, which that never happens this time of year. Never happens this time of year. They even hit 100 degrees. When I was out there, it was pristine. It was perfect. It was 80 to 84 degrees every single day. Humidity rates around 16 to 20% every single day. I was out hiking and walking with my wife, and I loved every single second of it. Brilliant sunshine. We even had one day with some high cirrostratus, so a little veil of the sun. You couldn't ask for anything better walking through the Sonoran Desert. I might have wrestled a coyote, a reptile or three in the process, but thoroughly enjoyed my time in the North Valley of Phoenix.
Oh, yeah. And I know that you've got a very salacious story coming up for us next hour that I've got to hear. So he's been talking about it all day. Hasn't told us what that story is other than that it's intrusive. So, Brad, we can't wait for that.
Intrusive.
We'll have to get to that shortly here. No goals still in the hockey games. Raptors trailing the Cavs by 10 early second quarter. And you got the baseball scores from Brad. That Cubs game of interest to us because of our segment, Let's Go Streaking, where everybody on the crew picks somebody to get a hit. And our buddy Monty, a perfect 8 for 8. He's got Ian Happ. We'll see if Happ gets up in this first inning. But Combs did take Nico Horner, and he struck out. So, you get normally at least 4 at-bats. Nico Horner's going to need at least 2 of them tonight. All right, Brad, one of the other biggest takeaways from this weekend here, which was just awesome. I mean, you wake up Saturday and you have your breakfast, and then you have 4 NBA playoff games starting from 1 o'clock going all the way until 11:30 p.m. Eastern. You wake up on Saturday if you're a hockey fan, and you got 3 playoff games. Yesterday, you have 4 playoff hockey games. You have 4 playoff basketball games. I mean, it's just pure euphoria. And by yesterday evening, just as I'm finishing dinner at my sister's house, I see the Pistons down at the half. I see the Pistons down at the end of the third quarter. They made a nice little run at it, but we talked to Danny Green, 3-time NBA champion, earlier in the show. Nobody outside of Cade Cunningham stepped up. They lose game 1 at home to the Magic, who we were talking about last week, Brad. There was explosive reports that they were going to fire their head coach, Jamal Mosley, no matter what happened in the postseason. They lose to the Sixers in the play-in tournament, have to beat the Hornets Friday. They crushed the Hornets. Now they're up 1-0 against Detroit. There's also rumors of a star player, an unnamed star player, going to demand a trade if Jamal Mosley doesn't get fired. Well, what the hell now? The Magic, they look pretty damn good yesterday in Detroit. They beat the Pistons by 11. They played great defense. Nobody outside of Cade Cunningham stepped up. He had 39, and they lose by 11. So, Brad, how worried should the folks be about Detroit after losing game 1? Let's use your spicy, I forget the actual name of the scale, but let's use the heat scale here. Mild, medium, hot, scorching hot, ghost pepper hot. How concerned are you about the Detroit Pistons?
It's got to be medium right now. I mean, it's one game. I got a long series to go. They've been really consistently good throughout the entire when Cade Cunningham has been on the floor in uniform, and it's outrageous that he goes for 39 damn points, and they lose 112-101 in that game. You got to tip your cap to the Orlando Magic, just a balanced scoring approach. It wasn't a singular player that really exploded and matched what Cade Cunningham was able to do. And Paolo Banchero had 23 in that game. Franz Wagner, 19. Wendell Carter was 17. He was 8 and 9 from the floor. Desmond Bane, 17. Jalen Suggs was 16. Balance, and more balance. And you absolutely love to see it. They hung on the glass. They played, largely excellent defense outside of trying to contain Cade Cunningham. But you're right. The secondary and tertiary players of Detroit that normally step up really got to show up and show out. Now, Tobias Harris had 17. Duncan Robinson had 9. It's somewhat respectable. Jalen Duren only had 8 points and 7 rebounds in the game. Thompson only had 8 points. The bench did absolutely nothing. Your highest scorer of the bench was Dennis Jenkins with 6 points. Everybody else had either 3 or 2. So they got to get better production out of the rotation players. They want to stave off a monumental, falling on your sword kind of performance and laying out an ostrich-sized egg, but an apatosaurus-sized egg to go old Jurassic period on that ass. So, look, I think Detroit will bounce back. I think this was more of an anomaly than something that's going to become a trend in this series. I could be terribly wrong about it. So just chalk it up, sleep it off, wake up, and fight to play another day and fight to play yourself into another round. I think they will. So, again, I would consider it medium to mild right now on that Scoville scale.
Well, I'm sure that there it is, the Scoville scale. I'm sure Pistons fans are happy to hear that from you, Brad, because they're not going to like it from me. I'm scorching hot. And look, I thought this team was, dare I say it, fraudulent going into the postseason. That's a team that won 60 games. That's a team that has Cade Cunningham, who missed most of the last month of the season with that collapsed left lung, and they continued to win without him. They were battle tested. They've got, albeit small, but they have the playoff experience from last year, taking my New York Knicks to 6 games. But you know what, Brad? If you told me game 1, hey, the Magic just shot the lights out. They were awesome from 3. They just hit there's nothing Detroit could have done. I would have been like, okay. The Magic shot 29% from deep. They only got to the free throw line 19 times. The Detroit Pistons in their own building in game 1, rested, prepared, got outscored in the paint 54-34. In your own building, you got smoked in the paint. You got out physicaled. You got out rebounded. You got out hustled. And they also gave up 23 fast break points for a team that's been so good in transition and so good in the paint, so good defensively. That's very alarming for me. That is very alarming. And on top of that, Cade Cunningham drops 39. You lose by 11. Jalen Duren, time to wake up, pal. 8 points on 4 shots. You got to be better than that. You're an all-star. So I'm alarmed at that game 1 loss by the Pistons. When we come back, we'll do another little NFL draft pick'em here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2000.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Lots of things can spin. Windmills, hula hoops, a hamster wheel, your clothes in a dryer. But only one can give you a chance to win up to $250,000. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. But that's not all. Uncover a Big Spin symbol, and you could find yourself spinning the Big Spin wheel at lottery headquarters for $50,000 to $250,000. So take a spin to your favorite lottery retailer and pick up the Big Spin Scratch-Off today. Please play responsibly.
To get your AC system ready to run at peak efficiency and save on energy costs this summer, go with Petro. Call 844-HVAC-4YOU now to schedule your AC tune-up. Petro's expert technicians can tune up and repair AC systems from all major brands to help prevent future breakdowns and potentially costly repairs. For a stress-free AC summer, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Book your AC tune-up now. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means summer heat is on the way. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even scan and read your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free. For the best service, advice, auto parts, and accessories, stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Nottingham on Bel Air Road in the shopping center with Wise Markets.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. 105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios. Woo! This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Hour number 3 kicks off right now, and our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, just let us know what your name is and where you're from. So obviously we can get you featured on the show. All right, quick scoreboard update here. Playoff games galore in the NBA. One game going on right now. The Cavs lead the Raptors 50-42. Late second quarter, under 2 minutes left to go in the first half. R.J. Barrett's got 8 points and 5 rebounds to lead the Raptors. Colin Murray-Boyles, 8 points and 3 rebounds off the bench. And for the Cleveland Cavaliers, it's playoff James Harden, 16 points to lead the way. Donovan Mitchell's got 13. And then really quickly, on the ice, Flyers and the Penguins scoreless at the end of one. And the Hurricanes already up 1-0 on the Senators. They now lead at 1-0 here in Game 2. Logan Stankoven on the power play with assists from Taylor Hall and Jackson Blake. Hurricanes lead at 1-0 with under 7 minutes to go in the first period. But Brad, kicking off hour number 3, we're going to do a little segment called NFL Draft Pick'em. What is the premise of this segment with the NFL Draft now literally 72 hours away?
Yeah, we're going to go team by team, pick by pick in order. Picks 1 through 4 coming up here in this segment. We're going to designate our official selections. We'll explain the reasonings behind each pick, and then we might exchange some pleasantries in the process. In other words, is that guy, how does he fit? Maybe some fearless forecasts. If it's an offensive player, statistical projections for you fantasy football fans that are out there. I may weave in a couple of juicy values as well available at BetMGM on those exact selections. So that's the basis. That is the premise of our NFL Draft Pick'em, picks 1 through 4. Now, The next 4 picks coming up in the next segment, and then we're going to run this back with a couple of more rounds tomorrow.
I love it. I love it. And look, I mean, we're going on the record here. So we could end up being spot on. We could end up being nowhere close. And that's not even because, look, we could have, I think we could have like 6 or 7 trades here in the first round. I think it could get freaking crazy on Thursday night, Brad. So I think pick number 1 is pretty straightforward after that. Like, the chaos could start real early on Thursday. So with that being said, number 1 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. Who do you got?
It's got to be Fernando Mendoza. Might have heard of him, quarterback from Indiana. He is minus 10,000 to be the selection right now at BetMGM. Dare I say, and I never say this, Pat, is he a lock? Is he a sure thing? Is he easy money to be number 1 overall? Yeah, it's a foregone conclusion. Fernando Mendoza will be your starting quarterback for Las Vegas. So Pat and I disagree on exactly when that's going to occur, but I don't think we disagree on who's going number 1 overall, correct?
No, not in the slightest. And I know our friends at BetMGM, they have the odds at minus 10,000. So you would need to put down a cool 10 grand to win $100.
Value!
Yeah, I mean, there's no shot they're drafting anybody but Fernando Mendoza. You know, like I heard he already got his house picked out in Las Vegas. I heard his pajamas, they're black and silver. No, I'm kidding. But like, come on. They need a quarterback. You know, they tried for Geno Smith last year and it failed. Pete Carroll was a failure. They got Aiden O'Connell coming back and they signed Kirk Cousins. They're already talking about, Kirk Cousins is literally talking about, you know, the best quarterback out there needs to play. And basically saying Fernando Mendoza or me without saying it. We know they're going to do that. Clint Kubiak, they hired him for this reason with the promise that they're going to draft Fernando Mendoza. So yes, the Indiana Hoosier is going to go number 1 overall. And I think that this is a gigantic step forward for the Las Vegas Raiders and their franchise, because I love Fernando Mendoza, even if he's not going to show up to the draft in person, much to the dismay of our producer, Brandon Combs.
Yeah, look, they're going to have an investment, probably another wide receiver at some point in this draft as well. Jalen Naylor, they acquired from Minnesota. In the offseason, got Brock Bowers there. Obviously, Ashton Genty can catch a lot of balls out of the backfield, but they need some help unless Besh is going to step up some of the other young wideouts they have on roster. That is an area of need for the Raiders. Again, you and I disagree on who's going to be the starter week 1. You believe they're going to bring him along slowly and Kirk Cousins will get, you know, maybe 2 to 4 starts. I think Mendoza will be the starter come week 1. I think Mendoza's got a great shot at throwing 22, 23 passing touchdowns in your number 1. I know a lot of people have knocked him because he's not a supreme athlete. I don't give a damn. He can move more than well enough in the pocket. Yeah, he's not going to run for like 400 or 500 yards. He may get you like 150 opportunistic yards, but he'll evade, some of those sacks, take an extra step up in the pocket, and make every single throw on the field. Fernando Mendoza is a real deal Holyfield, and he's going to prove it, I believe, starting week 1, and Pat's buying in maybe starting week 5.
Yeah, week 5 for sure would be the minimum. By the way, we'll get right back to who's going to be number 2 in our NFL draft pick'em, which is 3 days away. We're going to have an incredible jam-packed show for you on draft night and on Friday night as well for rounds 2 and 3. But Brad, let's go streaking. The biggest guy on the board, he's already delivered. The man with the magic hand, the wizard that is Michael Montgomery. Monty is now 9 for 9 to start off.
Amazing.
9 straight correct picks. Ian Happ with a single to right in his very first AB. I mean, they don't make them like Monty anymore, Brad. You're witnessing firsthand now the magic. I was a little worried. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, all right, maybe Brad being in the desert, maybe a little desert magic floating through. Brad not being there, the stars are aligning. You're back, and Monty continues to roll 9 for 9. I mean, this is a historic pace.
It really is. I mean, he's batting truly 1,000, America. It's utterly ridiculous. It's practically a layup now on a little tyke soup for Michael Montgomery every single night. I tailed him on the over 1.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as at plus money. We got Ian Happ at second. it could be an instant cash here if he can get knocked in with nobody out. So very much on the table. Michael Montgomery, the hyphen, the dash, whatever the hell kind of nickname you want to go with, batters-box.com is brilliant, folks. Follow the man's advice. He knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, just pure brilliance. He's a genius, a mad scientist. By the way, Michael Conforto has walked, so your Cubbies have bases juiced, nobody out in the bottom of the second against the reeling Philadelphia Phillies. Look, maybe it's just because I live here now and I'm an old school guy. I like to listen to local sports talk radio. Obviously, I'll listen to my fair share of podcasts as well, but it feels like the calls already to fire Rob Thompson as the Phillies manager are only getting louder. Remember, they fired Joe Girardi. It was like the first week of June a couple of years ago, and then Robbie Thompson brought him to the World Series. Now he might get the same treatment done to him before we even get to Memorial Day, because that Phillies team, they are putrid. They are putrid, Brad. So your Cubbies have a chance to pounce on them here early on. And like we said, more importantly, get our guy Ian Happ in to score from third base. Okay.
Make it happen.
Number 2 overall, Gang Green, New York Jets. We're predicting which player each team picks here in the NFL draft to start things out. Brad, who do you think the Jets take with the second overall pick?
I think it's going to be Arvell Reese, pride of the Ohio State. I think he's going to be with that selection there at number 2. I mean, they need defense. It's very obvious and very clear. I mean, they need help everywhere. Let's be honest. It's the Jets, for crying out loud. Probably going to be the dregs of the cake, but maybe we're going to see some improvement this season. But defensively, number 30 last season, EPA per play defense. Then number 32 in drop back EPA defense, so against the pass, and number 25 in rush EPA defense. Reese obviously checks an enormous box, an area of need. They're going to have multiple picks in round 1. One is probably going to be as a defensive player here at number 2 with Reese, and then likely a wide receiver at some point as well. And it could come later on in round 1, and Ian Happ just scored. So cha-ching, we cash you over 1.5 with the HRR. But I think it's going to be Reese. He is minus 200, Pat, at BetMGM to go number 2 overall. I just honestly do not expect any kind of curveball. I think it's going to go Mendoza. Reese, as most draft prognosticators have predicted here for the better part of the last, 2 months.
Yeah, and I think it's Arvell Reese because, the other guy that is in play here for the Jets, realistically, in my opinion, is David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. Well, why do I think it's going to be Arvell Reese? It's because Arvell Reese is, as you mentioned, he's hybrid, right? He's kind of Micah Parsons, but in reverse. He's a linebacker that can also play off the edge and get after the quarterback. And that's the comps that he's getting is Micah Parsons. So, the numbers, I don't know if they necessarily speak for themselves with what he did at Ohio State, right? I mean, he tested off the charts at the combine, but you look in the 2 seasons that he played at Ohio State, 69 tackles, 6.5 sacks. Okay. There's a lot of guys that put up a lot better numbers than that, but then you have 6'2", 245 runs, a blazing 40-yard dash. The strength is off the charts. The jump, the vertical leap is off the charts, and all the drills that he did, his pro day looked phenomenal. So, again, there's guys that had much better college seasons, but the fact that Arvell Reese can play 2 positions, and in the offseason, Jets head coach talking about Aaron Glenn talking about how he wanted to throw a couple of different defensive schemes at teams, mixing it up between a 3-4 and a 4-3. That, for me, sold it that it's going to be Arvell Reese. Because if you're going to play with a couple of different looking defensive fronts, why not have a guy that can be a part of both of those in 2 different positions? So, look, David Bailey, if I was the GM, if I'm Darren Muji of the Jets, I'd probably take David Bailey because that guy was a game wrecker. And what do you have, 14 sacks at Texas Tech? But the Jets, they love the tape of Arvell Reese, and I do agree with you. I think he is going to be the second overall pick, which brings us to the Arizona Cardinals at 3. We know they need a quarterback. Are they getting one in this year's draft? Jacoby Brissett, who, by the way, wants a new deal. I mean, somebody remind him he's Jacoby Brissett. And you and I were both very complimentary of Jacoby Brissett, but he wants a new deal. Gardner Minshew is the backup. We know they don't have a quarterback for the future. They got rid of Kyler Murray, and they're paying for it. Do you have a big shock here at 3, Brad, or are the Cardinals going with the next best player available?
Yeah, we saw a report from Adam Schefter. They may be entertaining Jeremiah Love. Folks, it's draft week. Believe nothing right now. I think that's all bluster. I think it's all smoke. And then maybe some mirrors, some tricks up their sleeve. They're trying to drive a market. Maybe they trade out of this position. If an offer lands their lap, they absolutely cannot refuse. But ultimately, I think what's going to happen is they're going to stand pat, and they're going to go with David Bailey out of Texas Tech. They need all the help they can get, collapsing pockets and rushing the opposing quarterback. And Bailey can obviously do that. Edge rusher, extraordinary talent. Last season, defensively, number 26 in EPA per play defense, number 26 as well. And drive back EPAD, number 23. And rush EPAD. The pick will be a defender. And the pick, I believe, will be David Bailey in the Sonoran Desert, landing with the Arizona Cardinals. They will not trade out of this position unless somebody beep, 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 backs up a truck and dumps all of the draft picks on them in the pursuit of maybe Jeremiah Love or somebody else. But I think it's going to be Bailey inevitably.
Yeah, I think it's going to be David Bailey as well. Again, you look at what the Cardinals, you look at what the Cardinals did here last year. Josh Sweat had 12 sacks. Calais Campbell had 6.5 sacks. Do we still know whether or not Calais Campbell is coming back here? Like, did he retire? I honestly, I forgot if Calais.
No guarantee.
Yeah. So look, I mean, they need help. They need edge rushing, and those are the only 2 guys on the team that had more than 2 sacks. So their defense was atrocious. They couldn't get after the quarterback. They were at the bottom of the barrel in sacks in the NFL this year. They had only 30 as a team. Less than 2 per game. That's not very good. So you get a game record like David Bailey that instantly elevates the floor of that. Let Jacoby Brissett play. You see what kind of veteran magic you get from those 2 guys while you're paying the contract to Kyler Murray, and you draft a QB next year. Or maybe they do what the Giants did last year and they trade back into the end of the first round, Brad. But at number 3, I agree with you. It will be David Bailey. And that brings us to number 4, Tennessee Titans. New head coach Robert Saleh, new OC, and Brian Dable. What are the Titans doing at 4? Because this is where things can get real crazy.
I think it's got to be Jeremiah Love. And you look at NFL mock draft central, they got like 63% of the draft nicks and the mock drafters that they cover going Jeremiah Love. Now, the Titans could be another, deal maker in this position. If they get an offer that they simply can't refuse, I think they got to entertain possibly trading out of it. You got Tony Pollard still on the roster. He's a little bit longer in the tooth, but still an effective running back. Got over 1,000 yards at the ground last season. And you look at Jeremiah Love, a lot of the NFL draft insiders have him as the best overall player on their draft boards, regardless of position. There's a little bit of debate and dispute there, but many do. And he was exceptional at Notre Dame. You know, you're a Notre Dame fan. Brando knows he's a diehard Fighting Irish fan as well. Exceptional in terms of breaking tackles. So the yards after contact off the charts. He's got the shimmy, the shake, a high missed tackle rate as well. So he has the looseness and he can catch passes cleanly and consistently out of the backfield. Obviously, with any young running back coming to the league, you got to account for pass protection. Can he step up and be more than just a chip blocker? Obviously, it's something that's instilled and coached during training camp. But Jeremiah Love is a can't-miss prospect in my mind. I think he's going to be a front runner for NFL offensive rookie of the year in year number 1. And if he lands with the Tennessee Titans, which presumably I feel he's going to be in Nash Vegas, he's going to be gangbusters good. Fantasy fans, the salivary glands are going to be overworking no matter where he lands, because that's a guy with 1,500 yards, 10 to 12 total touchdown upside in year 1, and I might be underselling it.
Yeah, I love him. I love Jeremiah Love, and I hope he gets picked by the Titans at 4, so it doesn't complicate things for the New York Giants at 5. I hope the Titans just take them off the board, and I do think that's what's going to happen here, Brad. Their GM, Mike Borgonzi, going into year 2 now, said this just a couple of days ago about Jeremiah Love. He said, quote, I certainly think there's a cluster of players up there that we really like. In particular, Jeremiah, I think he's a special player. Who's going to have the most impact? Who is the best player available? Well, and if there's some crazy scenario where David Bailey and or Arvell Reese are still available at 4, maybe that changes things for Tennessee. But ultimately, you and I both think that the Jets are not drafting a running back. They just, they decided to retain Breece Hall. So why would they then bring in another running back? And the Cardinals need so much more help than a running back. Their defense was atrocious. So I expect those teams to make those pass rusher plays and those picks, and that would leave Tennessee with Jeremiah Love. The New York Titans, if you will, basically. Robert Saleh bringing over former Jets Jermaine Johnson and John Franklin Myers and former Giant corner Cordell Flott. And then you got Brian Dable, the OC, bringing over Wan'Dale Robinson. So in free agency, they addressed the receiver position, which we know that has very little depth. They addressed the pass rush. They addressed the secondary. They're going to address the offense. They've got to do it. I think the prevailing thought here, Brad, is that with the Tennessee Titans, they have to do everything they can to put Cam Ward in a position to succeed. Really rocky rookie season. And yes, a running back, does it help him all that much? Maybe not on its own. You mentioned Tony Pollard, but when you have Jeremiah Love, whose comp is Jahmyr Gibbs, who can catch passes out of the backfield and help out the run game and make it not so obvious that Cam Ward's going to be dropping back and getting sacked or under pressure or getting blitzed from all different positions, that makes life easier for your second-year quarterback, along with a great slot receiver like Wan'Dale Robinson. And hopefully Calvin Ridley can stay healthy this year. So I think the best thing for Cam Ward is Jeremiah Love, a stronger run game, a pass-catching running back, and I think that's what the Titans are going to do at 4. I think the Notre Dame Fighting Irish running back, Jeremiah Love, I have an agreement with you. All 4 for 4, same here for us. We've got Fernando Mendoza going 1 to the Raiders, Arvell Reese going 2 to the Jets, David Bailey going 3 to the Cardinals, and Jeremiah Love going 4 to the Titans. We'll hit the next 4 picks when we come back, and this is where Brad and I really start to disagree. I promise it's worth hearing. Don't go anywhere. We'll get you a scoreboard update on the 4 playoff games going on right now, and we'll take your phone calls at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Westwood One! The NFL Draft is upon us. We'll have live picks from the podium, instant reaction, exclusive player interviews. BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Coverage starting at 6 Eastern, Thursday, from your official home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What's better than getting all your faves at Popeyes for just $5? We added shrimp, y'all. Juicy, crispy butterfly shrimp, cooked to perfection and served classic, or tossed in the bold flavor of our Louisiana dry rubs. And they're only $5. So come in today for all your favorites. 3 pieces of our signature chicken, 3 crispy tenders, Popeyes chicken sandwich, and now 8 pieces of butterfly shrimp for just $5 each.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time only at select Baltimore, Maryland area restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe to The Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll push it real good. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Brad is rolling those shoulders back. And he's getting seduced by the juice.
By the juice.
Brad, we're going to need that salacious story from you coming back from next segment.
Oh, it's coming.
Okay?
It's coming.
Okay, great. We'll get your scoreboard update in just a bit, but let's continue on here. NFL Draft Pick'em. Me and Brad are predicting how the first 8 picks of the NFL draft go. Tomorrow, we'll do picks 9 through 16. Wednesday, we'll do 17 through 24. And then Thursday, before the draft begins, we'll finish out the rest of the first round. So Brad and I think it would be chalk. And we're in cahoots together that the first 4 picks are going to be Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders, Arvell Reese to the Jets, David Bailey to the Cardinals, and Jeremiah Love to the Titans. This is where I think things get crazy here, Brad, with the 5th pick to the New York Giants. And you know what I've been wanting for weeks?
Yep.
It's Caleb Downs, the Swiss Army knife for college football, the guy that I think will be the next Kyle Hamilton, maybe even better. That's who I want Big Blue to take. But now the fact that they've got 2 picks in the top 10 with the Dexter Lawrence trade over the weekend, they now have the Bengals number 10 pick. Maybe that throws a wrench into it here. So, Brad, I still think it should and it will be Caleb Downs at number 5 to Big Blue. What do you think the Giants are doing with the 5th overall pick?
Look, I think it's about a 95% chance they're going to go defense. A lot of people were thinking, the Jeremiah Love somehow slips it. New York Giants at 5. They got to pounce like a panther on that selection. He might be the best overall player in the draft. I don't disagree with that, but yeah, Cam Scatterbo. I know he's coming off that gruesome ankle dislocation, but he's trending in the right direction, should be available possibly by week 1. Tyron Tracy, I believe, is still there as well. So, running back just not an area of need. The Giants offensively should be well above average, but that defense needs so much help across the board, and especially in the middle portion of defense or on the back end. You're arguing more for the back end with Caleb Downs, ultra versatile guy, can play everywhere. But I'm going to go with Sonny Styles, a product of the Ohio State as well. And a guy that could step in and be the centerpiece of that defense for years to come. And I think that's exactly what John Harbaugh wants. He wants that defensive leader. And I think Styles can be that guy. There are a number of NFL draft insiders who said that, with their ear to the ground, they're hearing that Styles at the top of the list for the New York Giants. Could be all bluster. Could be nothing but smoke and mirrors. But he does check an enormous box. He's a guy, it's a supreme defender, whether he is, trying to lure the ball in a general direction, try to pick it off in traffic, in coverage, picking up that tight end off the line of scrimmage, attacking the line of scrimmage, plugging gaps, collapsing pockets for the opposing quarterback. He can literally do everything, and so can Caleb Downs. I think it's a pure gut feeling. They're going to go Sonny Styles at pick number 5 overall. If you are buying what I am selling, plus 200 at BetMGM for Styles to go the Giants at 5. By the way, Caleb Downs, next man up at plus 275. It's going to be one of those two guys.
Yeah, and look, I really do want it to be Caleb Downs, but I guess the alternative being Sonny Styles, a guy that used to be a safety and then played middle linebacker for the Buckeyes. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. As long as it is defense in the second or third area, right? They're not getting it at, they don't need to draft Reuben Bain, right? The Giants still have a dearth of pass rushers, even after trading Dexter Lawrence. They still have Brian Burns, who had a phenomenal year last year. They have Kayvon Thibodeau, who, yes, has not lived up to his potential. And honestly, I thought maybe he was going to get traded. They still have Abdul Carter coming off of a less than stellar rookie season, but you have a bunch of pass rushers. You don't need to add another one. So it's either middle linebacker or safety. And if it's one of those guys, I guess I won't be upset. But I'm in love with Caleb Downs. As long as it's not freaking Jeremiah Love. That's why I really hope the Titans take him at 4. All right, number 6. First of 2 first-round picks for the Cleveland Browns. Brad, who do you think the Brownies are going here? They've got plenty of needs. Offensive line, basically all of them left in free agency. We know their defense is a mess. We know they need receiver help. And we know that the Cleveland Browns, probably need a quarterback, even though they're going to tell us that it's Deshaun Watson and or Shedeur Sanders. But who do you think the Brownies, the dog pound, who are they going to be barking for at number 6?
Oh, the Buckeye State is going to stay within its borders. And they're going to go to a guy that's a product of a small town. It's actually the largest city in Ohio, right down the road. And that's Carnell Tate from the Ohio State. They're going to draft a wide receiver at some juncture in round number 1 of those 3 picks. I think it's going to happen right here. And they're going to say period, end of story. Carnell Tate is going to win them oodles of fan support as a result of being a product of Ohio State, and a guy that can run every route in the tree. Big body dude, 6'2", 195 pounds. Didn't run an extraordinary 40-yard time at 4.53, but he has the separation skills because of that route savvy. Can high point the football. He just wins. He wins against other DBs, and they just need all the help they can get in that wide receiver room, because you look right now on this roster and what the Cleveland Browns currently have. I'm pulling up their depth chart here, and it ain't pretty. I mean, Jerry Jeudy, I think, kind of took a step back last season. He might say, well, that was more of a byproduct of the shoddy quarterback play. And yeah, you can make that argument. Cedric Tillman's not too shabby, but more really of a wide receiver 3. Got Isaiah Bond there as well. Carnell Tate can come in at a minimum, going to be the WR2. Can maybe springboard Jerry Jeudy back to what he was a couple of seasons ago, or maybe Jerry Jeudy takes a back seat, he becomes a WR2. They work in excellent synchronicity together. I got Harold Fannin there at tight end. Lines up literally everywhere all over the field. They can, maximize mismatches as a result. I think Carnell Tate makes too much sense. You want to give Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, all the resources possible so those guys can develop into true franchise quarterbacks. By the way, if you're buying what I'm selling on Carnell Tate to go to the Browns at number 6 overall, plus 225 to do exactly that, according to BetMGM.
Yeah, I disagree here. I think this is going to be different. And I'm predicting chaos. And I feel like maybe it's a poorly kept secret, or Brad, maybe I'm the sucker that has listened to too much pre-draft rumors and smoke screens here. But I think this is where Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, they see their NFC East brethren all around them. The Giants at 5, the Commanders at 7, the Giants again at 10, and Jerry Jones, for fear of losing a guy that he thinks might be the next Herschel Walker, the next Micah Parsons, who he traded away, the next great Dallas Cowboy, is going to be there at 6, and he can't pass it up. And the Cowboys take their 2 first-round draft picks. They trade them to the Cleveland Browns. They jump up to 6, and I think Jerry Jones is in love with Sonny Styles. And I hope that my Giants take Caleb Downs at 5, because then I think the Dallas Cowboys are taking Sonny Styles at 6. And everything that you mentioned about him, you waxed poetic. It's a guy that's an off-ball linebacker who had 183 tackles in the last 2 years, a handful of sacks, an interception, a forced fumble, a do-it-all guy that played in the defensive backfield. Now he's a middle linebacker. His 40-yard dash off the charts. His bench press off the charts. His vertical leap off the charts. I mean, he basically blew everybody's nips off at the combine, and I think he blew Jerry Jones' nips off. And I think Jerry Jones is going to do whatever it takes to get him, because I think he's going to fear losing him to the Commanders at 7. He's going to fear losing another great player to the Giants at 10. Jerry Jones makes the big trade, gives Cleveland his 2 first-rounders. He gets to 6. He takes Sonny Styles, and the Browns are then set up with 3 first-round draft picks after this move. And I think you think Sonny Styles is going to Big Blue at 5. I think he's going to the Cowboys, who trade up to 6 to take him with that pick from the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, not a bad, wheel and deal here. I think you're right on your assessment of trades. You said there could be as many as a half dozen trades in round number 1. That might seem a little bit too high for some of the listeners that are out there. No, man, I think the phones are going to be being worked by a lot of GMs throughout this entire draft. I think there are a number of teams going to trade up. They're going to see value possibly inside the top 10. Hell, we could have a couple of trades into the top 10 from teams picking outside of it that are just itching and scratching and pleading and begging and giving up whatever is necessary to get their guy. This is going to be a very active Thursday night in round 1 of the NFL draft. I got to, look at BetMGM and see if they're offering a prop on over-under number of trades in round 1, because you know what I'm doing. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. We're taking the over no matter I'm feeling good. By the way, Pat, this may be an ominous sign. I hung the New York Giants banner behind me for those of you who are watching on the YouTube broadcast before the show. It just fell down. That's not good.
Oh, no. Why do you have a Giants banner? What are you doing? You're doing witchcraft. You're bringing a sickness
I'll put it back
to this
up.
franchise. Why do you have it? I appreciate you putting it back up. Thank you. Returning it to its rightful place. Why do you have a Giants banner? Where did that come from?
I have a lot of banners. I have a lot of pennants. I have pennants for all Big Ten teams. Yes, I'm biased. And I have pennants for every single NFL team. The Raiders one behind me is a little bit crooked right now. I got them up here with tape. It's rather shoddy, the adhesive I'm using. But, I put your Giants up there because I know you're a fan. Let's just hope they stay on the damn shelf.
Our producer, Brandon Combs, just said they're taking Jeremiah Love. I'm betting it right now. That was the sign. I hope not. I really hope that the Titans take him at 4 and that they don't even have that opportunity. And if they do, I hope that John Harbaugh really is, the chief, the czar of this team and steps on Joe Shane's toes and says, we don't need a freaking running back, you doofus. Okay. Number 7, Washington Commanders. And so if my prediction's correct, this will be 3 straight NFC East picks here if I think the Cowboys trade up to 6. But either way, Brad, who do you think is coming off the board at 7 to the Washington Commanders?
Yeah, Washington finished the season just a terrible, god-awful number 31 EP per play defense. They were 31 in drop-back EPA defense, 28 in rush EPA. They're going defense. If they stay at this position, this is where I could see if Caleb Downs does not go to your beloved New York Giants, he will be a member of Dan Quinn's Washington Commanders. Absolutely book it. They have to go defense because that is an area of significant need. And I think they do exactly that. Caleb Downs out of the Ohio State goes to the nation's capital.
Yeah, I mean, we're very opposite here again. I think this is where, and again, just 1 pick or 2 picks later from what you predicted, 1 pick later, I think they go receiver. I think they go Cornell Tate. I think this is where the Ohio State Buckeye comes off the board here because, and again, I could be wrong, but I look at what the Commanders did in free agency. They got Odafe Owe, the former Raven and Charger, for a 4-year deal for $100 million. Then they brought in Leo Chanel from the Kansas City Chiefs to play linebacker. They bring in Amik Robertson to play corner. They bring in K'Lavon Chaisson, the former Patriot, at edge rusher. 4 big signings on the defensive side of the ball, and a couple of others as well. But I think those big four big signings, for me, they address defense in free agency. They want to address the offense in the draft here. And I think last year, the disappointing season that Deebo Samuel had, the disappointing season that Scary Terry had, right now behind Terry McLaurin, Brad, there are other receivers, Luke McCaffrey, Treylon Burks, De'Ami Brown, who they picked up in free agency, and Van Jefferson. That ain't scaring nobody. They need help for Jaden Daniels, and I think they'll go with Cornell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State here at number 7, if he's still available, which according, my prediction, I think that the Cowboys are picking Sonny Styles at 6. If Cornell Tate is available at 7, I think the Commanders jump all over him. But if the Giants make a mistake and don't take Caleb Downs at 5, he's there waiting in the wings for the Commanders to get him at 7. And I can see it now. He'll be an all-pro. He'll be a Hall of Famer. And the Giants, who could have taken him at 5, they let him slip. And there you go. Finally, let's hit this one really quickly here. The Saints at number 8. Offense, defense, they need position help on both sides of the ball. Brad, who do you think the Saints are going at 8?
Yeah, this is probably going to take you off because a lot of people expecting the Giants at number 10 to get Jordan Tyson, who's just jumping up draft boards. I think he lands here with the New Orleans Saints. Yes, they have Chris Olave. Devon Vele is an interesting player. I think he's more of a wide receiver 3. They want a surefire WR2, an explosive guy. And I believe Tyson's got all the skills to pay the bills, not only in reality, but also in fantasy. They go Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State. They don't go defense. They go offense, and they focus on WR and get Tyler Shuck, another weapon.
Yeah, I'm hoping he falls to 10 for the New York Giants because that's who I want as their second pick in the top 10. I want Caleb Downs to play safety. I want Jordan Tyson to play receiver and help out the Giants receiving core. But ultimately, I think the Saints, I think they need help on the defensive side of the football. And I think that they're going to rely on a lot of their young receivers, Devon Vele, Mason Tipton, Bub Means, guys that were all hurt for a significant portion of last season. I'm thinking they're hoping those guys stay healthy, and instead they're going to address the corner position. They have Kool-Aid McKinstry as their corner one. As their number two, I mean, it's not great. Quincy Riley, who they took in the 4th round last year, and he had a decent rookie season. But again, with how much teams play in the nickel and how much you can move guys to the slot corner, I think this is a spot where Mansour Delane from LSU comes off the board here, and the Saints go corner to really beef up that defensive backfield. And I think that he's another guy, and I agree with you, Jordan Tyson has shot up draft boards, but I think Mansour Delane has as well. I think the Saints are going corner from LSU with the 8th pick. All right, we'll take a short break, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get Brad's must-hear story from his vacation last week in the desert. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smythe Jewelers, Timonium, Annapolis, and Ellicott City are banding together for their Wedding Band Bash this Thursday the 23rd through Saturday the 25th. Save up to 20% on a huge selection of wedding bands from top designers like Tacori, Verragio, Simon G, 8 Jaffe, and Martin Flyer, who will even have exclusive trunks in Timonium. Smythe always breaks out their largest selection of engagement rings and diamonds of the year for this. So visit smythejewelers.com to RSVP.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
If you've been shopping for a new GMC, you've got to get to Anderson. We came from Towson and got a great deal.
I drove from White Marsh to get this Sierra from Anderson.
Shop the largest selection and deepest discounts in the state.
They had the exact Sierra pickup I needed. Tons of GMC trucks and SUVs. There's like acres of inventory here. I saved a lot of money. A lot.
Now that's smiles for miles.
Woohoo!
Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
What happens next
A massive trade
happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
Well, hopefully we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
As soon as our difficulties are restored.
What's next? You're gonna light your own farts? Yeah.
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll bookend this segment with some scoreboard updates, but I want to make sure we get right to this must-hear vacation story from my co-host, Mr. Brad Evans, Mr. Big Noise, Mr. Noisy Huevos, Mr. Team Huevos. You were on siesta vacation last week in the desert, Brad. How was it? And please tell us this story that you've been dying to tell all day.
Again, it was awesome. I live in Arizona for 4 years in North Valley, in an area called Anthem. A beautiful master plan community, lots of trails. I think a lot of green space and water features and all kinds of fun stuff. I absolutely love that. Saw Bruce Springsteen for like the 12th time in my life. My wife is a giant fan. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Guy still kicks ass at 76 years old. So that was beside the point. The story actually was in Chicago before he even got on the plane. So he flew out of Midway. No problem at all. With DHS now, fully funding TSA, there was no wait time at all. We had like an early afternoon flight. Got there. There was only like 2 people in security. And I immediately walk in, and we check with the security guard and get into the security line to get our stuff scanned. So, you got to take your laptop out and you don't have to take your shoes off anymore. So my wife and I just get everything on the conveyor belt. It goes through. She goes through security. A-OK. I walk in and in the full body scanner, you have to put your arms up and it gets crossed. I do that, put my feet exactly where I'm supposed to go. I've done this a million times to travel every single week. I come out and I wait for the guard to say, okay, you're clear. Now, folks, I'm in just a pair of shorts, basic ass shorts, 2 pockets, ultra thin O'Neill shorts, and a t-shirt. That's all I got. That's it. And I step out. I wait for the guard to clear me. And I turn around to look at the monitor to see if, I'm clear. And I look and I'm like, oh my God, there are so many boxes on my nether regions. There were 6 boxes on my crotch. 6 that I counted on the screen. And I turn back around and I look at the guard and I'm like, yeah, we're going to have a moment, aren't we? And he goes, yes. And he goes, and I credit to the TSA guy. He's just trying to do his job. He goes, sir, do you want to get searched here or do you want to go to a private room? And I said, a private room. I said, man, we're going to do it right here in the middle of the airport. I don't care who's going to watch. He's like, okay. So he starts like going in, takes the back of the hand, grazes the front of my area. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And then he goes, sir, can you take your right foot forward? Really gets in the inner thigh, kind of works around that area. I'm like, okay. He goes, let's go to the left. And he goes, can you move your left foot forward? Does the same thing. And I'm like, okay, I survived that. We're good. He goes, no, turn around.
Oh my God.
Right foot forward. Does it again. I'm like, dude, you were just there. You know that I don't have any metal plates like a better my thigh or anything. Left again. My wife walks by and she's cracking up. And he said a comment to her. He's like, you probably been this through with him doing this same act before. And she goes, yeah. She just kind of stands back and observes. And I start laughing. Dude, this went on for like a full 2 minutes.
Well, what set it off?
Intrusive. I don't know, man. It was like, it's basic pockets. Your standard side pockets that you put your hands in. I might have had like one cargo pocket, but that was it. Got set off, and we had a moment, a salacious one with the security guard TSA. Thank you, Midway.
Yeah, we'll bid you adieu tonight. I'm going to need more on this story tomorrow, though. But all right, Brad, talk to me all.
This is Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99. Limit supply. See store for details. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. The weather gets nicer, and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. Sunday, May 10th, from 11 to 7, the Tavern is hosting a special Mother's Day brunch, all about celebrating the wonderful women in your life. Enjoy delicious food, cold drinks, relaxed vibes, and that warm neighborhood feel that makes the Tavern a Baltimore favorite. It's the perfect place to make memories with family and friends, but reservations are required, so call or book online today. Tables fill up fast. And baseball fans, don't miss out. The Tavern is the best spot to catch the O's, hang with friends, and hop on the light rail to the ballpark if you're going. Plus, check out our happy hour, Monday to Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. Those are my favorites, all of them. And $8 crab, hush puppies, mussels, and more. And Sundays, $5 drinks, crushes, rail drinks, and canned seltzers. Just a lot going on. Make it a full day. Enjoy great food. Raise a glass. Relax. Also, before I forget, don't forget, we have fresh whale soft crabs available now. And taking the energy of a place that always brings a great crowd together. And, of course, while you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats, and I will probably see you there.
105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've got 2 solo hours as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of the show starts right now. You can catch the show every single night, Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch it live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. It's 310-840-4910. If you do text in, just let us know your name and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show, much as if you were to call into the show. But again, you can call or text 310-840-4910. Real fun show so far. Let me get you a quick scoreboard update because it's playoff bonanza right now, and it's going to be like this every night for the next month and a half, 2 months. So this is your nightly Central Sports Hub. We'll give you all the scoreboard updates you could need while you're driving or while you're hanging out with your friends. And, obviously we encourage you to watch our show and listen to our show. But if you're looking for in-game reaction, in-game analysis, and instant reaction once these games end on a nightly basis, there's no better spot to be than right here. And you can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. So I'm going to give you a quick scoreboard update, and then I'm going to give you the top 5 takeaways from the weekend in the NBA playoffs. And next segment, I'll give you my top 5 takeaways from the weekend in the NHL playoffs. But let's get you that scoreboard update here because it's been a bit since we did that. End of the third quarter in Cleveland. Cavaliers lead the Raptors 84-77. And once again, Cleveland has been in control of this game basically from the get-go. I mean, they're looking at a wire-to-wire win here in Game 2. They immediately jumped out to close to a double-digit lead. They led by double digits in the first. Toronto got it back to a one-possession game. Cleveland then stretched it to a double-digit lead again in the second quarter, and it has been a double-digit advantage for the entire third quarter. And now that we've started the fourth here, the Cavs look like they're just in complete control. They look like they're in cruise control here. And they were in cruise control for most of Game 1. Now, it's been a bit of a more defensive-minded battle than it was on Saturday afternoon. But, I mean, the Raptors, you want to take away from this game, and it hasn't even ended yet. We still have a quarter to play, but Brandon Ingram's got 4 points. 4 points from the guy that's supposed to be your best player, your number one scorer. 4 points going into the fourth quarter. He had 17 on Saturday, and I didn't think he was aggressive enough. He was 5 for 9 from the field in Game 1, 7 for 10 from the free throw line. But, I mean, Brandon Ingram should be taking 15, 16 shots a game. And he's got 4 points tonight. He has taken more shots. He can't make them. He's 2 for 11. They're going to get swept if Brandon Ingram doesn't step up. Scotty Barnes has 17 points and RJ Barrett has 16 points. But Emmanuel quickly missing for the second straight game with the hamstring injury. And that it feels like for a Raptors team, they needed everything to be perfect to have a chance in this series. And your starting point guard's out for the first 2 games. And I don't know if they were truly ready for him to not be playing. I would think they were. They played most of the rest, the last 3 weeks of the regular season without him. But their offense, it looked good in Game 1, and they still lost by double digits. Tonight, it doesn't look so good. Brandon Ingram's not stepping up. The Raptors are in a world of trouble. And I know it's look, the series doesn't start till a home team loses, right? But what I watched for that game on Saturday and what I'm watching tonight, I got the quad box going. I mean, it's absolutely sensational here. I got Raptors, Cavs in my top left. I got Knicks, Hawks in my top right. And I got the 2 hockey games, Senators, Hurricanes, and Flyers, Penguins going. I mean, I'm in absolute euphoria, and I get to talk sports live right now. It's awesome. But I just don't see a whole lot changing in this series when it goes to Toronto to make me think that the Raptors can win this. Now, again, they're down by 10, down by 8 now, 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They need a big comeback. They can't stop James Harden. They can't stop him. He's got 21 points. I guess he's only got 2 assists. So I guess that's a win for the Raptors. They have forced other people to facilitate. But Evan Mobley's got 23 and Donovan Mitchell's got 21. So, I mean, the Cavs stars are doing what they should be doing. The Raptors stars, not so much. So there you go. Cavs up by 7 now with 10 minutes left to go in the game. And then at the Garden, Game 2, Knicks lead the Hawks 45-39. This game has been physical. There's been, I don't know if there's been a couple of technicals. There's been a couple of reviews for some flagrants. Dyson Daniels mixing it up with Mitchell Robinson. Dyson Daniels mixing it up with Jalen Brunson. It looks like one of the best defensive players in the league. And Dyson Daniels is basically, hey, let's do everything short of playing dirty and hurting these New York Knicks players. Let's make this thing as physical and ugly as we possibly can. And, Atlanta was down double digits early. They got themselves back into this game. For my Knicks, Mikal Bridges has 8 points. Brunson's got 7 points and 4 assists. Josh Hart on triple-double watch, 6 points, already with 7 rebounds and 3 assists. If you were listening to the show earlier, we broke down this game. I said I'm taking Josh Hart over 7.5 rebounds, and I'm taking him to get 10 rebounds at more than 2-1. He's got 7 rebounds midway through the second quarter. So that looks pretty good. Quick scoreboard update on the ice. We talked to Dan Rosen earlier in the show, senior writer for NHL.com. Asked him, are the Flyers for real? A team that had less than a 4% chance of making the playoffs coming out of the Olympics break. A bunch of young kids playing, there's that cliche. Sometimes you're too young, dumb, and naive to feel the playoff pressure to know that you shouldn't be in this spot. Flyers are for real. They win Game 1 in Pittsburgh the other night. They're up in Game 2, 2-0 going into the third period. Penguins, no Sidney Crosby. not doing a whole lot of much. He's got 2 shots, and he hasn't done much on the ice. And then if Getty Malkin is Malkin playing in this game? No, yeah, he is. You wouldn't know it. He's got 1 shot, and he's got 1 hit. So, there you go. Crosby and Malkin through 2 periods, they've got 3 combined shots. Flyers in position to take a 2-0 lead going back to Philly. And then another game that I looked over before, and you got guys pushing and shoving, a bunch of scrums in this one as well. You had the fight that happened to start game 1 as soon as they dropped the puck on Saturday. And the Hurricanes, after a commanding 2-0 win, they were up 2-0 again. The Senators just got on the board, but it's 2-1 Carolina, 5 minutes left to go in the second period. So there's your scoreboard update. All right, here we go. Top 5 takeaways from the weekend in the NBA playoffs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Number 1, the Pistons were on fraud alert. Now they're on first-round exit alert. 310-840-4910. And yes, I'm a Knicks fan. And yes, I saw the Knicks take out the Pistons in the first round last year. I saw a young, scrappy Pistons team that made some additions in the offseason, but also lost Malik Beasley. Remember that story a couple of months ago? I got to be honest. Why Malik Beasley's not able to be on an NBA floor, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. A judge ordered him a month ago to pay $1 million to his former agency in a civil judgment. That kind of feels like that was, all right, case closed. Like, I've seen people get second chances for a lot crazier stuff than that, but either way, the Pistons made some nice additions in the offseason, and they end up winning 60 freaking games. Third best record in the NBA this year. Number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Cade Cunningham stepped up. He was an MVP finalist before his left lung collapsed with just 10, 15 games left to go in the regular season. Detroit able to lock down the 1 seed even without him, thanks to Dennis Jenkins, who played awesome. Jalen Duren was an all-star this year, and yet I'm a Knicks fan, but I got to be honest, man. I thought this team was fraudulent. And don't just take my word for it, right? Oh, how could you say that, Pat? They won 60 games. They were a 1 seed. Well, you know that in 7 of the last 8 editions of the NBA playoffs, a 1 seed from either the East or the West, so one of the 2 1 seeds, has failed to make it to the conference finals. 7 out of the last 8 years. One of the 1 seeds gets bounced in the first 2 rounds. So let's not act like it's crazy. And I thought this team was fraudulent because all year I said, all right, they're getting it done with defense in the regular season. They play harder than most teams do in the regular season. They haven't been a team that's been to the playoffs, and then it's, all right, this could be a 2-month slog just to get to the NBA finals, where it's different. It's a different beast. I mean, hell, even if you get bounced in the first round, it could be another 2 weeks. And if you play a 6-game series in the second round, you're looking at an extra month, nearly month and a half of your season. Pistons, they barely got a taste of it last year. They played the Knicks in the first round. They lost in 6. So it didn't surprise me that this was a very good team in the regular season, but it's always been, who is the other guy besides Cade Cunningham? And for a lot of this season, it looked like it could have been Jalen Duren. Guy has an all-star campaign this season. You know, he was a defensive stalwart. He was awesome on the other side of the floor. That's why he was named an all-star. 19.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, just under a block per game. But he was invisible for most of this game yesterday against Orlando. Not only offensively, where he had 8 points and took just 4 shots and got to the free throw line just 4 times, but only 7 rebounds for a guy that averaged nearly 11 per game in the regular season. And most disappointing was the fact that Paolo Banchero and other members of the Magic were almost hunting Jalen Duren when he was on defense. They were going after him when he was in the paint. They were, not that they were going after him. They're going after the cup. Jalen Duren's in the way, and that wasn't a deterrent. That wasn't like Victor Wembanyama's guarding the rim. We've got to find a different way to the rim. No, it's like, oh, Jalen Duren, all right, we're taking it right to the cup anyway. The Pistons got outscored by 20 points in the paint in their own building in game 1, where they had a week off, and the Magic not only had to play on Wednesday, they then had to travel home to Friday, and then had to fly out to Detroit on Saturday. And I get that that's nothing new, that kind of travel, right? They do it all year in the regular season. But then on the other side, you had a Pistons team that had a week off. They should have been the hungrier team. They should have been the more ferocious team. And they got smacked around on their own floor. And Cade Cunningham dropped 39 points, and they lose by double digits. That's alarming. I had the Pistons on fraud alert. Now I got them on first-round exit alert, because I think the Magic can absolutely win this series without a shadow of a doubt. We talked about it on the show last week. Between the Magic and the Hornets going into that game on Friday, which team was better positioned to test the Detroit Pistons? And despite the explosive reports that the Magic were going to fire their coach, Jamal Mosley, and that a star player, which it's got to be Paolo Banchero, if it's true, was going to demand a trade if Jamal Mosley wasn't fired at the end of the season. Well, now they're up 1-0 against the number 1 seed in the East, and I think they can win this series. So is Jamal Mosley still going to get fired? But, yeah, I think Detroit, there's a legit chance Detroit goes home. Legit chance. I don't think this is a gentleman's sweep. And look, they could bounce back and win, and they don't play again till Wednesday. So they got 2 days to sit on this loss. They could show up game 2 on Wednesday and win the game by 30 points. And it ain't going to change stuff for me. Because I don't see Detroit going to Orlando and winning both games. So I think this is at worst 2-2 coming back to Detroit for game 5. And then it's a best of 3. Orlando has already stolen home court advantage. They just have to win at least one back in Orlando to give themselves a game 6. But with the way that game played yesterday, unless it's Jalen Duren, unless Duncan Robinson's going to start hitting 4 or 5 threes like he did in his prime, and he's still capable of doing, Asar Thompson stepping up and being the emotional leader this team needs, or Dennis Jenkins, the guy that filled in admirably for Cade Cunningham, he went 1 for 7 from the field yesterday. He didn't even step up either. So who is it going to be for Detroit? Because Cade scored nearly 40, and they were getting beat the entire game. 310-840-4910. Second biggest takeaway from the weekend. The Rockets thought they can get by the Lakers without Kevin Durant, and they were sorely mistaken. Kevin Durant reportedly injured his knee, what they're calling a knee contusion, or basically just a knee bone bruise. A bone bruise. Apparently, he banged it into a teammate going for a loose ball in practice on Wednesday. And the Rockets ruled him out about an hour before tip-off on Saturday night. And now they're saying that Kevin Durant is a game-time decision for game 2 tomorrow night. I'll believe that when I see it. I don't know how badly you could have banged your knee into a teammate in practice going for a loose ball. But Ime Udoka, head coach of the Rockets, said, quote, the pain tolerance is one thing, but actually moving and feeling comfortable doing all the movements is going to be the biggest thing. And Ime Udoka called the injury, quote, hopefully a one-game thing. If this was game 7, I guarantee you Kevin Durant would have played. But it was game 1. And despite the fact that the Lakers have home court advantage, I think the Rockets went into this series thinking, guys, there's probably a less than 5% chance that Luka Doncic or Austin Reeves even step on the floor for this series. KD, you got a little bone bruise. Why don't you rest game 1? We'll take care of it. We'll win. And even if we don't, we'll spot the Lakers a game. I think the Rockets were arrogant. I think that, again, if the season was on the line, Kevin Durant would have played. I have no inside information. I'm not claiming to have inside information. I'm not claiming to have inside knowledge. I just know that Kevin Durant is usually a gamer. And despite my very, very vocal and loud criticisms of him, most infamously blowing a 3-1 series lead with the OKC Thunder to the Warriors, and then like a coward joining Golden State so he could win his rings, so he could ring chase, because he knew that was the only way he could do it, because Kevin Durant has never been able to win a title when he's got to be the number one guy. And I say the number one guy, not like he has Steph Curry and prime Draymond Green and prime Klay Thompson around him. When Kevin Durant's got to be the guy, he's never been able to do it. He sunk the Brooklyn Nets, cratered that franchise for a couple of years. He sunk the Phoenix Suns. They got swept in the first round 2 years ago. They don't even make the playoffs last year. He gets Budenholzer fired. He gets to get traded where he wants to go. The Suns blow it up. And a year later, Phoenix is in the playoffs with 45 wins. And Kevin Durant and the Rockets were only a couple of games better than that. And here they are down 1-0 to the Lakers because the Rockets haven't had a point guard all year. And they've been putting a Band-Aid on it for most of the season. Oh, we'll have Alperen Şengün run point center. Oh, we'll have Amen Thompson play point guard. That's no problem. And you look at the Rockets, and for the most of this season, their fourth quarter offense, it's been very hit or miss. Very hit or miss. And on Saturday night, it was the second and third quarter where they scored a combined 37 points against the Lakers team that is not very good defensively. Not very good. And they're probably a better defensive team because they don't have Luka and Austin Reeves. But you're missing 60 combined points. And the Lakers won the game. And the Lakers were in front for most of that game. LeBron dished out 8 assists in the first quarter, finished with 19 points, 8 rebounds, and 13 assists. The Houston Rockets made DeAndre Ayton look like he wasn't a bust. That's probably the saddest thing about Saturday night. DeAndre Ayton was rim running, alley-ooping, rim rocking all over them. DeAndre Ayton, who is a bust and who is super Scion soft, baby tissue soft. And DeAndre Ayton was punking the Rockets on Saturday night. This Rockets team that is supposed to be tough, that is supposed to be physical. And DeAndre Ayton was all over them. And Luke Kennard went for 27. And for the Houston Rockets, they shot 38% from the field, 33% from deep. And Alperen Şengün, who I think could be a top 10 player in the NBA, could be 6 of 19 from the field. 19 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, but that was a disappointing result from the Rockets. So they got a punch. They got a nice big slap in the mouth. Oh, you think you're just going to roll over the Lakers? No Luka, no Austin Reeves, 41-year-old LeBron? Who cares? We don't even need to play Kevin Durant. Wrong-o. We'll find out tomorrow, 24 hours from now, just how injured Kevin Durant is. Because if he doesn't play tomorrow, then it's serious. Then I'll put my hand up and I'll say, hey, I was wrong. Apparently this is a pretty bad injury. But I'd like to think Kevin Durant's going to play tomorrow night. And if he does, Houston better win that game. Better win that game. And the disclaimer again, series doesn't start till the home team loses? Sure. But if you were to tell me going into this series that without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, the Lakers were going to be up 2-0, that they were going to hold serve on home court, I would have said, well, who got injured? And then when I found out it was Kevin Durant, I said, okay, did he miss both games? If he misses both games, then that's just as much of a problem because is he going to be 100% the rest of the series? And if Durant plays tomorrow and the Rockets lose again, hit the panic button. Houston, we'll have a big problem if they lose tomorrow night and Durant plays. All right, got to take a short break. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. I got my other 3 big takeaways from the weekend in the NBA playoffs, and then we'll switch to the ice and talk some puck as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll take your phone calls, your opinions. What were your biggest takeaways from the weekend, either in the NBA playoffs or the Stanley Cup playoffs? Give us a call or shoot us a text at 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. You're listening to Westwood One Sports.
We're covering the NFL Draft unlike anyone else can. Reporting from Pittsburgh with exclusive first-round player interviews.
I saw my family and they started crying. I thought I was going to start flowing.
Happy Draft Week from your home of the NFL.
It was definitely surreal, something I dreamed of as a kid.
Westwood One Sports.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
The newly renovated Hampton Inn Baltimore Downtown Convention Center is the place for everything Baltimore has to offer. Just off I-395, across from Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and steps from the Convention Center, Inner Harbor, and M&T Bank Stadium. Enjoy a free hot breakfast, indoor pool, and fitness center with the comfort and service you expect from Hilton. Need parking for the game? Hampton Inn offers a prime spot right across from the stadium, with parking managed by PMC for a smooth, stress-free experience. Call 410-685-5000 to book your stay or secure your spot today.
Spring is here, and with it comes everything we've been waiting for. Blooming gardens, Little League games, and those perfect weekends when you just want to get out and go. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. Whether you're hauling mulch for the garden, loading sports gear for the game, or heading to the ocean for the weekend, Ford has what you need and the look you want. The rugged style of the Bronco Sport handles any terrain. The Explorer's 3 rows fit the whole crew. The Mustang, that's pure spring driving. And of course, the F-150's versatile bed handles every project with features like wireless charging and hands-free liftgates to make it all easier. This April, our Plaza Ford team is here to help you find the perfect ride for spring and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Don't just give 20 to 30% of your retirement money to Uncle Sam. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast, weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Every game, every interview, every take. 105.7, the voice of the Fan.
The station voted most likely to be fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Yeah.
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Yeah, it's looking all but over now here in Cleveland. The Cavaliers are going to hold serve on home court, and they are going to go up 2-0 against the Toronto Raptors. It's 108-94. Cleveland leads with under 2 minutes left to go in this ball game. And look, I'm going to be blunt about it here. Sorry if this comes off harsh. That is a pathetic performance from Brandon Ingram in game 2. 4 points on 2 of 14 shooting. Remember, the Raptors made a pretty big trade to get him last year, just over a year ago. And, this has not been what Brandon Ingram envisioned when he came to Toronto, to Toronto. So this is, not a great game. Not a great game for B.I. This has got to be one of his worst playoff performances he's ever put forth. And I know he didn't have a ton of them, didn't have a ton of opportunities with New Orleans, but he had some. I just don't remember ever seeing this kind of clunker from a guy who's such a great scorer. 4 points for Brandon Ingram. Cavaliers just over a minute away from a 2-0 series lead. Donovan Mitchell's got 28 points. James Harden with 25 and Evan Mobley with 25 points. And then at halftime, my New York Knicks lead the Atlanta Hawks 61-54. CJ McCollum is a pest, and that's a guy that has some great playoff experience. Speaking of somebody that has some with New Orleans, somebody that had plenty with Portland, CJ McCollum, 18 points at the half. Nobody else from the Hawks is in double figures, including the guy that I said to watch, who I think is going to be All-NBA next year. Hell, he might be All-NBA third team this year. I don't know if that's crazy. Jalen Johnson, 4 points, hasn't made a single shot from the field, and 1 assist. The Knicks are taking him out of this series, and if Jalen Johnson can't put together numbers that resemble his regular season, this is going to be a quick series. This is going to be way quicker than I thought. Knicks up 61-54 at the half. Josh Hart, 10 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. At halftime, he's on triple-double watch. Jalen Brunson, 12 points, 6 assists. And how about my guy, Big Mitchell Robinson? 11 points and 5 rebounds. I saw a handful of alley-oops already getting thrown down in Hawks defenders' faces. That's great to see. Knicks up by 7 at the half. 10 minutes left to go in regulation. The Flyers trying to take a 2-0 series lead on the road in Pittsburgh. It's 2-0 Philly. 2 goals in the second period, including a shorty from Garnet Hathaway. And I live with my girlfriend here in Philly, and unfortunately, she loves the Flyers, loves the Birds, loves the Phillies. She didn't really give too much of a damn about the Sixers. I've kind of made her a Knicks fan. But, I went down during one of the commercial breaks. She's like, babe, you should have saw this goal the Flyers scored. They scored a shorthanded goal, and it was, a tremendous spin off of one knee from Hathaway. And I was like, wow. You're talking dirty right now. You're talking my language. She knew what shorthanded goal was. I love it. even though I hate the Flyers. But they're up 2-0 on the Penguins, looking to take both games in Pittsburgh. And then the Hurricanes were up 2-0. The Senators have fought back. 2 straight goals from Ottawa. Might have ourselves a series here because that game 1 wasn't all that competitive. Carolina pretty much didn't allow Ottawa to get close to scoring in that first game. And they're up 2-0 again. And then all of a sudden, Drake Batherson and Dylan Cousins, 2 goals in the span of 6 minutes. So we got ourselves a game in Carolina. All right, back to my top 5 takeaways here from the first weekend of the NBA playoffs. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Number 1 was that the Pistons were on fraud alert. Now they're on first-round exit alert. Number 2, the Rockets thought they can get by the Lakers without having to play Kevin Durant in game 1, and they were sorely mistaken. Number 3, the Knicks playoff experience was all the difference in game 1 at Madison Square Garden. And they're up by 7 here at the half in game 2. It could turn around. I'm not counting out the Hawks just yet. But in game 1, that fourth quarter was all about playoff experience. And the Knicks flexed theirs because Atlanta played pretty well in game 1, despite both teams struggling offensively. You know, the Knicks were up by double digits early on. Atlanta got it back to a 1-possession game, kept it within single digits. And then the Knicks started to pull away in the third quarter, got up by 8. Atlanta fought back again, got it to a 2-possession game. And it was even as close as 88, 81, I think was the closest it got in the fourth quarter. And then with about 8 minutes left, the Knicks delivered the knockout blow where they're getting things going in transition. Atlanta started turning the ball over. And Karl Anthony Towns stepped up and hit a couple of big threes while the Hawks really then all of a sudden started to miss their threes. And the Knicks got the big defensive stands and they limited the offensive rebounds. The Hawks, who have done a really good job of getting second chance opportunities this year, had just 8 offensive rebounds on Saturday night. And down the stretch, the Knicks didn't turn the ball over. They turned it over 11 times for the game, but most of that came in the first half. The Knicks hit their shots. Jalen Brunson had a calm, cool demeanor about him, despite getting hacked and pushed and shoved all game. And the Hawks tried to do whatever they could to fluster him. It was the Hawks who got rattled. The Hawks whose play fell off in the fourth quarter. And I think that's the biggest reason why, despite being nervous about this series going in, because the Hawks finished the regular season 19-5. And again, remember, they traded away Trae Young. They traded away Porzingis. They brought in CJ McCollum. They brought in Jonathan Kuminga. And all of a sudden, this team got red hot. But in a best of 7, where it doesn't matter about travel, doesn't matter about back-to-backs, you're playing the same team, you need to make coaching adjustments. They've got a good coach in Quinn Snyder. You know, with his funky glasses. I like Quinn Snyder. He's a hell of a head coach. But the Knicks have way more experience on the floor, and they needed to leverage that, and they did. And so they were able to pull away, and I think that's going to be the difference in this series. I said Knicks in 6 before it began. It might be Knicks in 5. Especially because they're up by 7 at the half. I could be singing a different tune in about an hour from now, but for now, that's where I'm at. Knicks playoff experience, all the difference in game 1. Number 4, and this might come as a no-brainer to a lot of you, but I think it's worth repeating because I do have the Oklahoma City Thunder repeating as NBA champions. I think they're going to win it all again, and they look as dangerous as ever. And maybe yesterday afternoon was partially because of the spot that the Phoenix Suns were in, right? They had to play on Tuesday night against the Blazers in the desert. And then they had to play again on Friday against the Warriors. Friday night, late night, 10 p.m. Eastern. So that game didn't end until, Phoenix is, I don't think they have a time zone, right? They're 3 hours behind. So that game didn't end until, nearly 10 o'clock local time in the desert on Friday night. Then they had to pack up their stuff because their season was on the line. You had to go back home, pack up all your stuff, and then they flew out to Oklahoma City on Saturday afternoon. They get there, you have a practice, You have a dinner, you go to sleep, and all of a sudden you're waking up and it's a best of 7 series beginning against the defending reigning champions who have been sitting at home all week waiting for you, licking their chops, and the Thunder just absolutely annihilated them. 119-84, a 35-point win, and it was a 31-point lead after the third quarter. Phoenix couldn't shoot. Phoenix couldn't score. They lacked the juice. And, they sat some guys, too, in game one, basically knowing they were going to get pummeled. Grayson Allen didn't even play. Mark Williams, who is hurt. I mean, both those guys are hurt. But it was like, all right, we'll just basically treat this as like a regular season load management game. They didn't play Grayson Allen. They didn't play Mark Williams. And they got blown out of the building. They got crushed. They couldn't make shots. They couldn't stop the Thunder from getting second chances. 19 offensive rebounds for the Thunder. 19 of them. That all being said, let's not forget the Thunder were banged up for most of this season. Isaiah Hartenstein basically missed half the season. Jalen Williams, J-Dub, guy that scored a 40-burger in the NBA Finals last year. He only played 33 games this year. And he wasn't very good for most of the regular season. Like, he just didn't look like himself. And people forget how great this guy is. People forget how big of a role Isaiah Hartenstein plays on the Thunder. This team's healthy now. They're full. And they had a regular season where they had every excuse to maybe only win 54 games, 55 games. They slogged through the regular season. The Thunder aren't the 1 seed. I mean, they only played, maybe 10 games with their full starting lineup? Maybe? And they won 64 games. And they've got the experience of going through the entire tournament last year, knowing what it takes to win a chip and doing it. They're battle-tested. Their players individually, I can argue, are as good as they've ever been. SGA is going to win the MVP again. And the Thunder are as dangerous as ever. As dangerous as ever. Last year was anything but a cakewalk to win the title, even though it might have seemed like it was inevitable that they were going to. I mean, they swept Memphis. They had to go to a Game 7 against Denver. Then they crushed the T-Wolves. They beat them in 5. But then in the NBA Finals, the Pacers would not die. That went to a 7-game series. That went to Game 7 in the NBA Finals. And if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't tear his Achilles, who knows what would have happened. But they played 2 Game 7s last year in the playoffs. Thunder ain't playing a Game 7 against Phoenix. They're not playing a Game 7 against Houston or the Lakers. They might get tested by Denver or San Antonio, and I think it is going to be the Nuggets and the Thunder who get to the West Finals. They might get tested again by Denver because they got tested by them last year. But I think my Knicks are coming out of the East, even if it's the Celtics, even if it's the Pistons. It don't matter. Whoever the Thunder play in the NBA Finals, they're going to destroy them. This might be a cakewalk to another ring. They're as dangerous as ever. And finally, that game on Saturday between Minnesota and Denver, it was brutally physical. Bloody. I mean, Jokic had a bloody nose. There were how many freaking fouls called in this game? 42 fouls called, an unsportsmanlike technical on Jaden McDaniels for pushing Jokic in the back, technical on Nuggets coach David Adelman, Julius Randle and Aaron Gordon, technical fouls. Minnesota's attempt to muck the game up failed miserably as the Nuggets beat them in Denver 116-105. And I get it. These are two teams that don't like each other. These are two teams that would rather play, probably outside of the Thunder, just about anybody else in the first round, and yet they drew each other. They drew each other. And remember, 2 years ago, it was the T-Wolves that got the better of Denver when the Nuggets were coming off of their NBA title. And the Timberwolves knocked them out in the second round in Game 7 in Denver. And in case you forget, that Game 7 2 years ago in the second round, the Nuggets were up by 20 in the third quarter, and they collapsed epically. Don't think that these two teams forgot about this. So, yeah, it was always going to be physical and brutal, but I think the T-Wolves attempt their game plan going in against the Nuggets, who have the number one offense, was just make it as ugly, as physical, as rough and tough, rough and tumble as possible, and that would serve them well, and it didn't. And I think it was a desperate attempt. I think they look like a desperate team. They look like Minnesota Timberwolves look like a team that knows they haven't been playing good ball for most of this season. They've been inconsistent. They sputtered down the stretch. Anthony Edwards missed most of the last 2 weeks of the regular season. And I think Minnesota knew or hoped or thought their only chance of winning game one in Denver was to make it really ugly, and it failed. It failed. Anthony Edwards, 22 points, but he shot just 7 of 19. They just didn't get enough quality looks. They didn't. And whatever quality looks they forced Denver from getting, including Jamal Murray, who had a bad night shooting the ball. He went 7 for 22 from the field, got to the free throw line, and sunk all 16 of his free throws. Jokic still walked away with a triple-double. And despite the fact that the Nuggets shot just 28% from deep, they hit 30 out of 33 free throws, and they played great defense. And they looked like the stronger team. They looked like the stronger team. And they were at home. And I expect them to protect home court tonight when game 2 tips off in just a bit. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We have a penalty shot in the playoff game. We'll have an update on our Let's Go Streaking game between everybody on our crew. And I'll give you my top 5 takeaways from the weekend in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 310-840-4910, the number to join. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Westwood One! The NFL Draft is upon us. We'll have live picks from the podium, instant reaction, exclusive player interviews. BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Coverage starting at 6 Eastern, Thursday, from your official home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Right now at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 qualifying brake rotors. Ask the professional parts people about additional brake pad and rotor upgrade options available at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
More pots, more plants, and more deals? It's giving Springfest at Lowe's. Save on gardening staples with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1-pint annuals for $1. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten.
Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is the sound of E. coli splashing around in raw hamburger juice on your cutting board. And it looks like Mom just put the tomatoes and onions on there too. Don't let E. coli mosh with your food. An estimated 3,000 Americans die from a foodborne illness each year. So always separate raw meat from vegetables on 2 cutting boards. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We got a couple of final scores for you here. The Cavaliers do indeed finish off the Raptors 115-105. Was giving you the box score numbers from earlier in that game. Cleveland, back-to-back double-digit wins. They take a 2-0 series lead heading back to Toronto. Meanwhile, we got a final in the Stanley Cup playoffs and another 2-0 series lead. But this one, the opposite of what you probably expect. The home team with all the playoff experience, the Penguins, shut out at home. Oh, boy. Blanked at home by the Flyers. They just added an empty netter. Oh, now we got some fighting going on. Little too late for Pittsburgh to try to fire themselves up for this game. They get blanked at home. Well, I guess there's still some time for them to score a goal. There's 1:45 left to go, but the Flyers just put an empty netter into the net. Luke Glendening makes it 3-0 Philly. This team that had less than a 4% chance of making the playoffs has now gone into at the Olympics break. Less than a 4% chance. They've now surged into the postseason, and they've gone into Pittsburgh with Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and a ton of playoff experience. And the Flyers win both games on the road to go up 2-0 in the series. It's 3-0 Flyers with under 2 minutes left to go. Stunning. And not only that, you had the Flyers got stuffed on the first awarded penalty shot in the playoffs since 2008. It's 2008. Owen Tippett got hooked on a breakaway, got the call, and then his wrist shot got stuffed. And even with all of that, the Flyers still win by 3+ goals. I mean, my goodness. So you had a little bit of everything, and yet the Penguins can't get anything going. You got Owen Tippett right now with a bloody nose. It looks like we're going to get maybe some late game misconduct, send some guys to the showers early here in the Flyers and the Penguins. And that's kind of what happens when a team is getting blown out. They're like, all right, screw it, man. We're just going to start fights. We're just going to take everybody out that we can here. Who cares? Yeah, you got some game misconducts coming here in the last 2 minutes of this game. But the Flyers, again, are going back to Philly, up 2-0 on the Pittsburgh Penguins. So that was my top 5 takeaways from the weekend in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That was number 1. I had it written on my rundown here. Flyers are the real deal, and they're taking out the Penguins. And now that only reaffirms it for me. They're up 2-0 going back to Philadelphia with the goaltending they've gotten from Vladar so far, and how Pittsburgh just looks completely toothless on offense. Yeah, Flyers look good. This team is, sometimes it's not about who the best team is. It's who's hot going in. Flyers were hot. Now they're even hotter. Number 2. Dallas Stars, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. That was one of the more pathetic Game 1 performances in any series that I've ever seen. I mean, how do you roll out in front of the home crowd and get absolutely steamrolled 6-1 on your own ice? The Minnesota Wild, and we talked with Dan Rosen earlier, and he said it. The coaching staff was like, oh, we might have been 70%, and the Wild were 100%. How are you 70% for a playoff game where you had a couple of days to get ready for this thing? How? Please tell me how. Tell me how. They've just started here in Game 2 right now in Dallas, and they are scoreless a minute and a half in. Number 3, Boston. The Bruins choked away a golden opportunity, and Buffalo can use it to continue this magical run. Bruins had a great chance to get Game 1 on the road in Buffalo. They were up 2-0 into the third period with about, 8 minutes left to go, and then all of a sudden it was a 4-goal blitz in the span of 6 minutes. Tage Thompson with 2, Matthias Samuelsson with 1, and then you get the empty netter. Bruins pulled one back at the end, but they had a chance to win that game up 2-0 in the third period, and Buffalo got them. So Sabres riding this magic carpet ride. We'll see if they can keep it going. I'll give you my final two top takeaways from the first weekend of the Stanley Cup playoffs when we come back, and we'll do a little hot or cold as well. If you want to get in on the mix, any playoff thoughts that you have, we'll take them at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
A new chapter in your life can start at Lincoln Tech in Columbia. Stop by Lincoln's Spring Open House, April 27th through May 2nd, and see how hands-on training can help you turn your goals into a rewarding career. Take the tour and explore the tools and technology students use every day. Choose from exciting career fields like medical assisting, automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Don't miss Lincoln Tech's Open House, April 27th through May 2nd. Visit lincolntech.edu for additional info.
Smythe Jewelers' annual Wedding Band Bash is happening at all 3 locations this Thursday the 23rd through Saturday the 25th. This event is always a hit with engaged couples, but it's also perfect for anyone celebrating milestone anniversaries or looking to upgrade their stack. The designers are top-notch with exclusive trunks from Tacori, Veragio, Simon G, 8 Jaffe, and Martin Flyer at the Timonium location. And the inventory is breathtaking. Plus, you can get up to 20% off on your purchase. So RSVP today at smythejewelers.com.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hi, I'm Kelly Clarkson, and I've toured the country dozens of times, and there's one thing I see everywhere: childhood hunger. The sad truth is that 17 million kids struggle with it. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers up surplus food and gets it to hungry kids. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios. Woo-hoo! This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 starts right now here on this loaded Monday night in sports. All of our weekend reactions to the beginning of the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs. I believe there was, 15 playoff games between Saturday and Sunday. I've got thoughts on just about every one of them that I've been giving to you. We've got another 3 NBA playoff games tonight and another 3 Stanley Cup playoff games, 4 Stanley Cup playoff games tonight. The NFL draft is 72 hours away. You had a massive trade. Dexter Lawrence go to the Bengals, and the Giants getting the 10th overall pick, so they now have 2 top 10 picks in the draft. We've been hitting on all of them. In case you've missed any part of the show here, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. So if you're just joining us, you want to get in, you want to weigh in, anything from the weekend, anything from tonight, NFL draft, NFL trades, Dexter Lawrence. We also haven't even gotten to the A.J. Brown trade news that he is, according to Adam Schefter, likely to be traded to the New England Patriots after June rolls around. And the cap hit, the dead cap hit that the Eagles are going to take will be severely lessened if they trade A.J. Brown. We'll get to that here in the final hour. But anything you want to hit on, phone lines are open for you, 310-840-4910. Before we get to hot or cold, a staple of hour number 5 here on BetMGM tonight. I did want to finish. I had 2 more takeaways from the first weekend of the Stanley Cup playoffs. I gave you my top 5 for the NBA, gave you my top 5 for the Stanley Cup playoffs. 2 more to give here before we get to hot or cold. Takeaway number 4 from the Stanley Cup playoffs. I think the Utah Mammoth, they're going to give the Vegas Golden Knights a good fight, but they lack the playoff chops to win this series. You know, again, it's been a hell of a season for the Mammoth. You know, it's a brand new franchise. Brand new franchise in the NHL in their second year of existence. And they barely missed the playoffs last year, scoring 89 points, getting 89 points, but just missing out on the postseason. This year, 92 points, good enough to get them a wild card spot. And this is a fun team. They're a scrappy team. Their arena is cool. It's a cool franchise, right? Like when the Golden Knights came into existence, that was only, a decade ago? Just over that? And they quickly rose to prominence. And so now it's like the Vegas Golden Knights looking into a mirror from 10 years ago here and looking at this Mammoth team that has some really good players, right? Because, you don't know how the expansion draft works. You could take players from other teams. And a lot of people thought, well, it's a plucky Mammoth team. They do really well on special teams. They got a great goalie in Karel Vejmelka. And they had Vegas on the ropes in this game. 2-1 going into the third period. But there's that playoff experience that you'll hear me talk about because it is so clear as day. And it is so evident when you have 2 teams that could be well matched. And in a sport like hockey where the margins are razor thin, experience in the big moments, experience in the big games, it usually rings louder than anything else. And in the third period, Vegas, they dominated. After being the worst team for the first 40 minutes, Vegas turned it on, flipped the switch. They get a power play early on. And of course, it's Mark Stone who puts it into the net. Minute and a half later, Nick Dowd puts in the game winner. And then Barbashev gets the empty netter to finish off a 3-0 third period advantage. And that was it. That was your game 1. I think the Mammoth can send this to at least a game 6. And if you're talking about a game 6 in Utah, then hell, maybe they could get it to game 7. Maybe. I don't think they're going away easily. I think they've got great goaltending. I think they're physical. I think they match Vegas's physicality. I think they skate pretty well with them. But it'll be, I think a lot of these games will be tied at some point in the third period, or Utah will have a lead. And then it'll come down to, can they protect it? Can they protect it? Because I'll tell you what hurt them. 20 giveaways in game 1. 20 of them. That's an alarming number. They outshot Vegas. I mean, the Golden Knights out-hit them 51-31. But you're watching at least a small portion of that game the other night. It didn't look like Vegas was just pushing them around. It looked like Utah was giving it, it was pretty physical on both sides. Face-off percentage was 6 in favor of Vegas. It's not like Utah was getting, crushed on the draw. Penalties were the equal. Block shots, they had more block shots. Utah did. But it was those 20 giveaways that I think really hurt them. And so I think they'll give Vegas a good fight, but I think Utah lacks the playoff chops to win this series, and that's why the Golden Knights will advance. And then finally, talk about special teams. This is the team I picked to go to the Cup this year. We did our full NBA playoff bracket predictions and Stanley Cup playoff bracket predictions last week on the show, and my Stanley Cup final was Oilers and Lightning. But man, what once, and maybe it's just one game, but what once was a sterling, gold, silver, lockdown penalty kill for the Tampa Bay Lightning. They were a sieve. They were a sieve on special teams. And their at least on the penalty kill. And the Lightning penalty kill could get them bounced by the Canadiens in the first round. Because the Habs beat them 4-3 in overtime in Tampa the other night. Yesterday, I should say. And out of those 4 goals, could you take a guess how many came on the power play? 3 of them. 3 of their 4 goals came on the power play. And they got 5 of them altogether. 60%. That's not good enough for Tampa Bay. Their defense has to be much better. And you know the reason why Montreal had so much success on the power play? They dominated the faceoff circle. Most of the time, you'll see about a 50-50 split. You get a team that's really good on the draw, and they'll win like 55% of the faceoffs. How about Montreal winning 61% of the faceoffs in that game last night? 61%. And a lot of them on the power play. And when you're consistently getting possession on the draw with the man advantage, you set up that offense, it was lethal. It was lethal. And it was Juraj Slafkovsky with the hat trick. The Hattie Heroes, Slafkovsky in E minor, putting the Lightning in an 0-1 hole. If they're going to get crushed on the draw like that, they got to stay out of the sin bin, or you got to stop committing penalties. Stupid penalties from a team that's got way too much experience to be committing dumb penalties like that. So for me, Lightning penalty kill, better get better. Otherwise, they'll go home in the first round. And my prediction of this team getting back to the Stanley Cup final will be done in the first round. John Cooper coach teams normally aren't that undisciplined. That was a tough watch for the Lightning yesterday. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We got plenty of more headlines to get to here in Hot or Cold. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Combs, what's going on, brother?
Not much. Just watching some hockey inside of the studio. We just had a goal by the Dallas Stars. There was a weird bounce off of a wrister by Johnson. It looked like he was just trying to throw it around the boards. It took a weird bounce off the boards and hit the goalie right in the back of the skate and into the net. So lucky bounce for Dallas resulted in a goal. They're up 1-0 now with about halfway through the first period.
Wow. Yeah. How about that? Yeah, Wyatt Johnston does get credit for that goal. He had 45 of them this season.
Yeah.
45 of them and 41 assists. So he gets playoff goal number 1 here this season. Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes you need some puck luck, man. And after you got your teeth kicked in 6-1 on your own ice, they had an early power play in this game that I thought that they were buzzing around, but they didn't end up scoring. And now you get a little bit of puck luck off the boards and off the goalie's skate. Maybe that'll be all the difference that the Stars need here. So thank you for that update, Combs. But your Cubbies looking good. What's going on with the Cubbies here? And what's going on with our Let's Go streaking? I think I'm the only one keeping us from a 5-for-5 night right now. Is that correct?
It's just you. We are 4 for 4 right now. And we just need one more. But look, we got plenty of time. That game against Arizona just started. So we've got some time to get your hit by Ernie Clement. Or the Angels, sorry, not Arizona. But we got some time to get your hit in there. Ernie Clement can. I've got faith in you, Pat. I got faith in you. Not much, but I got faith in you.
All right, he's due up. It's bottom 2. 1-0 Angels. Ernie Clement is due up. It's top of the order, due up in the top of the third. So he's getting his second at bat in the top of the third. I feel good about it. So he should get 5 ABs tonight or 5 plate appearances. I just need one hit from a guy who's hitting 300 this year. I feel good. I feel good about it. Monty is now 9 for 9. He hit on Ian Happ in the very first inning. And we had a little side action, me and Brad. I don't know if anybody else got in on it, but over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs. Ian Happ got a hit, then came in to score in the second inning. You had Nico Horner, a little infield single to get a hit.
Mm-hmm.
Our boy, the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, who filled in for Brad most of last week, he took Ohtani. He got an early knock, so he's 5 for 5, PJ. And Brad took Miguel Rojas, who homered in his first or second at bat in Coors Field as well for the Dodgers. So, yeah. It's just down to me with Ernie Clement.
Yeah, it's great. Our guest host, I know we talk about PJ's 5 for 5, but our guest hosts are 6 for 6 now because when we had Cordell on, he got a hit too. So this, we've got some good stuff. You guys want to start tailing these? You can make some money off of us. I mean, maybe not me so much, but everybody else, you can make some money off of.
Yeah, that'll be the kiss of death. And Monty will lose 5. He'll go 0 for 5 days in a row.
Yeah, it's usually how it works.
No, I don't know if Monty. Look, I mean, this is getting like this needs to be the front headline of every newspaper, every digital website, everywhere. Fantasy talk, gambling talk, sports talk radio. Michael Montgomery needs to be the hottest name in all of sports right now. Our video producer, Monty. Look, and I know the odds might suggest that it's very common that some of the best players in baseball do get hits.
Mm-hmm.
But to pick one that gets a hit and do it 9 days in a row.
It's tough.
The old beat the streak game that we've modeled this after. That is not easy. Mm-hmm. And Monty is on a freaking heater. Batters-box.com needs all the credit. That's what Monty says. Push everyone to the site. We're trying.
You think Monty ever beats the streak? You think he ever gets to 57? He beats that 56
game. Is that
game
what the record
streak?
was for that old ESPN game?
No. The old ESPN game.
You're talking about Joe DiMaggio.
Yeah, I'm talking about Joe DiMaggio's streak, the real hit streak.
If Monty can correctly pick somebody to get a hit 57 days in a row, I'll tell you this much: I'll be a millionaire. Because I'll just start. Because if he gets to 56. I'm gonna be doubling.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be doubling over every day, whoever he's picking.
If I'm telling you, man, if Monty, if you get 56, I'm buying you dinner. You're coming out to Chicago. I'm gonna you bring the wife. I'll bring my wife. We'll make it a thing. I'll buy you and your wife dinner. You get to 56. How about that? Well, we gotta do something, because that would be incredible.
Monty said, "Hell yeah, brother, I'm in."
There we go.
Just as often is he the silent assassin in our show chat as he is on air. But Combs, let's get the hot or cold here. What, you want to start us off?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna start it off right here in the world of hockey, man. I loved the NHL playoffs all weekend long. I was tuned in. I was tapped into WrestleMania, but I was also tapped in to the NHL playoffs all week long. And the Minnesota Wild just tied it up, by the way. But
yeah, sweet. Beautiful little dangle.
Yeah.
Right through the slot. And then, how you doing? Good night. Off the goalie's pad and up under the bar. Beautiful goal. Brock Faber. First of the playoffs for Minnesota.
Ottinger's got to stop that. He's got to come out of the net more. But let's go to a different series here. The Boston Bruins are cooked. Hot or cold?
Oh, cold. Cold. One game. It's one game, and you never want to choke away a 2-goal lead in the third period. Buffalo blitzed them with their best hockey, again, from the little bit of the game that I watched and then watching the highlights back over this morning. Like, Buffalo had some good chances, but they were getting, Boston was snuffing them out for the most part. And then everything just kind of clicked. Tage Thompson with some individual brilliance on the 1 goal. And Boston fell apart in that third period, and Buffalo doubled their shots. So maybe you could say that all the goals they scored in the third period should have come before that. They had 18 more shots. They had 15 more hits. I don't think Boston's cooked, though. I think this team is tough. I think they got a great goalie in Jeremy Swayman, and I think they'll find a way to bounce back. I would be surprised if this series doesn't go at least 6 games. And I think I picked this was my upset in round 1 for Boston to take down Buffalo. So I'm sticking to that. They gave up 4 in the third. Not a great look. but I don't think they're cooked by any means. Cold for me.
I think they're cooked, man. Look, in hockey more than anything, look, you could always get a goalie to stand on his head. And if any goaltender in the world could stand on his head and take a team to a Stanley Cup, it's Jeremy Swayman. That I agree with you with. But the way that this team played, they played their best hockey in game one. I mean, they were dominating Buffalo end to end, and they just couldn't put them away. And no matter what Boston threw at them, Buffalo stayed in the game. And when Buffalo came back, you could just see the Bruins. You could just see their back breaking in that game. So for me, I just think that this Bruins team is cooked. I think they might win one game in this series. I think this series at the most is over in 5.
Wow. Over in 5.
Yeah. The defense did not play well in front of Swayman. Swayman held them in that game. And if that defense isn't playing well, I don't care who's in net. This Buffalo offense can score with anybody.
Yes, they can. I worry about the Sabres defense, though.
But I think you got to worry about Boston's defense, the way that they played in front of Swayman in this game. You can't allow all of those shots. The shots that you allowed in the third period, they did a good job in the first 2 periods. But then Buffalo just opened up the floodgates. And I think Buffalo's going to bring that same energy in game 2. I think they get off to a hot start. And they go up 2-0, heading back to Boston. Like, Boston's a tough place to play. The Bruins might get 1 there, but I don't think they get more than that. I think the series is already over. Just like you called the Masters after day 1. I'm calling this series after game 1.
I called it after day 2, or right at the end of day 2. And then by the end of day 3, basically I already blew the lead. But wow, 1 game, and you're calling this Sabres-Bruins series over. All right, that's a bold take for sure. By the way, Ottinger made a hell of a save on like a one-timer in the slot a couple of moments ago. Otherwise, Minnesota would have jumped out in front 2-1. Wild and the Stars tied at 1. 5 minutes left to go in the first period. And my New York Knicks hanging on. Still a lot of game left to play. It was a double-digit lead for most of the second half. 10.5 to go in the game. It's now down to 8. C.J. McCollum with 26 for Atlanta. All 5 Knicks starters in double figures. So there's a quick little scoreboard update for you. All right, let's stick with the NBA, or let's go to the NBA playoffs here, Combs. Cavaliers are up 2-0 on the Raptors. Cleveland, they're going to sweep the Toronto Raptors. Hot or cold?
No, I think this is hot, man. The Raptors just look like they are outmatched. They look like they've got nothing left in the tank. I don't know what's going on with this team. This team was one that I thought in the East could be one of those sleepers in Toronto. I really thought that they had an opportunity to make some noise in the playoffs, maybe even pull off an upset or two in the second or third round. I think it's over for them now. And this Cavs team looks like they're a team that could be in the Eastern Conference Finals. They are playing so well, so sound in every facet of the game, and the Raptors have no answer for it. So I think that this is hot. I think that the Cavs are sweeping the Raptors.
Yeah, I'm going to go cold here because I think Toronto will find a way to win 1 game at home, but yeah, they've been disappointing through 2 games. They haven't had the answers, haven't been able to adjust. And Brandon Ingram on a night like tonight, where you need your best scorer to step up, 7 points on 3 for 15 shooting. I mean, that's just terrible. That's just absolutely terrible. Scotty Barnes is doing everything he can. He can't guard everybody on Cleveland and score 26 points in the process like he did. I just, this whole season, I never really respected the Raptors, Combs. I mean, you've heard me say it. Whenever they've played the Knicks or whenever they played any of the top teams from the West, I'd always pick against them because I'm like, all right, the Raptors, they beat you know what they are? They're the Knicks from 2021, which was the first year the Knicks made the playoffs in, 6-7 years since the Carmelo season? And they played the Hawks in the first round. And the Knicks beat all the bad teams that year to get to the playoffs, but didn't beat most of the good teams and then got knocked out by Trae Young and the Hawks in the first round. And that's the same vibes the Raptors give me. They were able to beat the bad teams. They can't beat the great teams, though, or even the good teams like Cleveland. That being said, even if it's they go down in 5, I would think this team has too much pride and heart to get swept in the first round. So I'll go cold, even if it's only by one game.
Would you?
Maybe the Raptors, maybe they protect home court advantage and win both. And maybe they flip this series back on its head.
Would you agree that if they don't win game 3, they're getting swept? If they don't win game 3, it's over. It's backbreaker.
The series will be over. I still think they're a team with a head coach like Darko Rajakovic. I think that they would play with a lot of pride in game 4 and avoid the sweep. I would think.
Cubs just struck out Kyle Schwarber to end it and win the game tonight. So another big win for the Cubbies, baby.
I mean, look, dude, honestly, I know I bust your chops when they were losing and they were in last place. Are they still in last place?
No, they'll be tied for second now.
Yeah, and how about that going into tonight? Them and the Brewers were tied for last.
Mm-hmm.
But look, everybody in that division. The Cubs are now 13-9, and the Brewers are 12-9 and in last place in their division. Isn't that crazy?
It's
the
insane.
NL Central's been a beast so far.
It's going to be good. We'll watch it down the stretch. Look, this Cubs team's just got to learn how to, you gotta be able to pitch too, and they're running into a lot of injuries. So I'm nervous.
Yeah,
but
I know. I bust your chops when they lose, but now they've now won 6 in a row.
Yeah,
swept the Mets.
Boy, did they
beat
look
the Phillies
good
for the 3rd straight time.
Yeah, they look good against the Mets, but I don't know if the Mets just looked really bad. Which I don't know.
My God, I mean, dude, that's what we're going to talk about them when we come back. We're going to take a short break. Luckily, the Mets can't lose to the off day. Right? The classic joke. The Jets lost to the bye. The Mets can't lose to the off day. But a historic losing streak. When will it end? And will their manager get fired before it? That and more of the top headlines from the weekend and tonight in sports. When we return, we'll continue with Hot or Cold. Number to join is 310-840-4910. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Taxes could be your biggest expense in retirement. Do something about it. Listen to the Savvy Investor radio show and podcast weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
What's better than getting all your faves at Popeyes for just $5? We added shrimp, y'all. Juicy, crispy butterfly shrimp, cooked to perfection and served classic, or tossed in the bold flavor of our Louisiana dry rubs. And they're only $5. So come in today for all your favorites. 3 pieces of our signature chicken, 3 crispy tenders, Popeye's chicken sandwich, and now 8 pieces of butterfly shrimp for just $5 each.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time only at select Baltimore, Maryland area restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This spring, save huge on your new Valor roof. A Valor roof is more than just a roof, built as strong as our men and women in uniform. Max Def architectural shingles, our Valiant lifetime warranty, means your new Valor roof is the last roof you'll ever own. This month only, save 50% off all materials, pay no interest for a full 18 months, plus get a free upgrade to our Valiant lifetime warranty. Military and first responders, be sure to ask about our Salute to Service program. Visit ValorHome.com or call
833-83-VALOR. I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
Well, hopefully we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Ooh! Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flipping and reverse it.
Welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Oh, man, I love Monty. I love Michael Montgomery. Just looking back, Ian Happ. Thing of beauty. Absolute thing of beauty. Let's see. So we've got the video up on YouTube already. You know, you could check out the show live, obviously. Just search BetMGM tonight on YouTube. But our entire crew, our entire team, Brandon Combs, Michael Montgomery, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, they do a great job of getting all of our clips and our best segments posted to our YouTube page. And you can check out, there's videos that are 5 minutes long, 10 minutes long, 15 minutes long. So, please go check it out. Subscribe. Give us the thumbs up. Get the post notifications on. And we already posted the Dexter Lawrence trade discussion that we had to start the show. And that's posted on YouTube. And somebody by the name of Tanner Michael 2 commented on that and said, Giants fan, doubting that Dex is average. Now, Giants fan doubting that Dex is average now is absolutely hilarious. No, he just didn't want to be beat up on a washed team and still made the defense top 10 when he was on the field, and they were bottom tier when not. Top 10 when he was on the field? Buddy, I don't know what games you were watching last year. Because Dexter Lawrence played his normal snap count most of the season. He played 50 or more snaps in more than half the games. Actually, let me tweak that. Let me be very statistically correct here. He played 45 snaps or more in like 75% of the games. And I don't know about you, but I remember the New York Giants having one of the worst defenses all season long. You look up total yards allowed per game. The Giants were the 5th worst in football. Giants were in the bottom half of passing yards allowed per game. The New York Football Giants were the 2nd worst team against the run, and they gave up 26 points per game. That was also in the bottom 6 of the NFL. So please tell me, in what twisted fantasy world you live in, the Giants defense was ever a top 10 unit when Dexter Lawrence was on the field. Again, to quote Carl Banks, who works on the Giants radio broadcast and has every reason to be a homer and to not say bad things about anybody on the team, former Giant great Carl Banks said about Dexter Lawrence in the postgame show, or was on the podcast, flat out. He said, nobody respects you anymore because they know you don't have it. And you're telling me that Dexter Lawrence made the Giants a defense top 10 when he was on the field? Like I said, sometimes you play for a losing team long enough, and it gets hard to show max effort every single play and every single snap. But Dexter Lawrence wanted to get paid this offseason. And if there was ever a season to continue to put in max effort for one more year in the hopes of getting paid by your team and getting a fat contract extension, then it would be the season that Dexter Lawrence just put together where he had a half a sack. And I don't care what somebody's website has him graded at or anything like that. I watched enough of Dexter Lawrence this year, and I heard the guy who watches every single snap, Carl Banks, tell him nobody respects him this season. So no, I don't think I'm wrong at all to doubt that Dexter Lawrence is now average or washed up, or that he won't have a big impact with the Cincinnati Bengals. 310-840-4910, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we get back to hot or cold, producer Brandon Combs said in our show chat, Pat, I have something for you. Combs, what would that be? What do you have for me?
According to Sports Illustrated, when Dexter Lawrence was on the field in 2025, the New York Giants defense showed significant performance impacts in passing situations, ranking in the top 10 in several key efficiency metrics. When he was on the field, they were number 7 in opponent passing success rate, number 8 in opponent yards per attempt, number 9 in sack rate, and number 10 in expected points added per pass. Even though the Giants' defensive performance was down, it was heavily dependent on Lawrence when he was on the field. So that might be what this, comment is referencing. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and again, I get it. Right? I get it. It's tough if you're not watching every single game, which I highly doubt that Tanner Michael 2 on YouTube was watching every single Giants game, and I didn't watch every single Giants snap of every single Giants game. But you go through, you could sift through social media throughout the week, and you can see plenty of clips, and you can see plenty of times where Dexter Lawrence just flat out didn't have it. Just flat out did not have it. And again, I'll stand by what a former Giant great and a radio broadcaster had to say straight into a microphone about Dexter Lawrence when he said, nobody respects you.
Yeah.
So if the Giants were really that good when he was on the field, I promise they wouldn't have been in the bottom 5 in the NFL in just about every defensive statistical category.
Yeah, and eye test has to stand for something. I mean, eye test does, like, you could say all you want. You give me all the numbers and the metrics and everything that you want. But eye test really does stand for something. And look, sometimes numbers can be skewed. Sometimes numbers can tell you one story, but it doesn't tell you the entire story. And so I'm just telling you, I agree with you, Pat, on the Dexter Lawrence thing. I watched him a lot last year. I don't think he was as good as the numbers state. I mean, you have to look at every time that he was in. What were the passing metrics? What, passing attempts, all this other stuff that they throw out there in the metrics. That's great, but it doesn't tell the entire story. Just because he was on the field doesn't mean that he was the reason why the numbers went up or why the numbers went down. Like that, it doesn't tell the whole story. You have to watch and you have to have an eye test when it comes to this stuff. And it counts for a lot, and people don't subscribe to that. There's a lot of stat box warriors out there that will just go off of the numbers, and it's clear that they don't understand what they're watching.
Yeah, I mean, literally, Combs, I thank you because, and I know that I would hope 100%, every person that even watched a single second of that Chiefs-Raiders game last year, where the Chiefs shut the Raiders out and just straight up dominated them. And it was one of the more lopsided football games I've ever seen in my entire life. Week 7, Chiefs beat the Raiders 31-0. The Raiders as a team had 3 first downs, and they had 95 total yards of offense. Pro Football Focus graded Geno Smith higher than Patrick Mahomes in that game. So that tells you, like, again, I get it. Some of these websites and grading systems and these guys who put together these grades and these advanced metrics, some of them are good. But Pro Football Focus, who was literally getting their grades put on Sunday Night Football, told you and me that Geno Smith was better in a game than Patrick Mahomes in a game the Chiefs beat him 31-0 and the Raiders had 3 first downs and 95 yards. So,
yeah, it's incredible. Like I say it all the time, and I've always been a big proponent of it. The first podcast I ever did, we had a segment called Combs' Eye Test because I was always huge on what is it? What are you watching? What are you seeing when you are watching this game? Because there's a lot of times where you get people that'll say stuff and you're like, dude, we are not watching the same game. And I know you and I go back and forth all the time about Caleb Williams. And I watch every snap of Caleb Williams' career. That's why there's a lot of times where I tell you when you and I talk and we go back and forth, and there's a lot of, some of it is in jest, some of it's trying to push each other's buttons. But I know that just as well is that when you watch this kid play, he's got the intangibles. The same thing when you watch, when I watch Jackson Dart, and people are talking about, Jackson Dart's not it. Jackson Dart's it, man. Jackson Dart is going to be in a Super Bowl in a New York Giants uniform. Jackson Dart has it.
Whoa.
He is that damn good. And so sometimes you have to know what you're watching to have an opinion. And when you get some of these comments, it's just like, I take it with a grain of salt because sometimes I understand that not everybody watches things the same way.
All right. Combs, while I was defending my take on Dexter Lawrence, the Atlanta Hawks went on an 11-0 run in a 3-minute span, lead the Knicks 103-100. Jalen Brunson just hit a 3, drilled a 3 to tie the game up at 103, under a minute left to go. And I gave a nice response to somebody attacking me for saying Dexter Lawrence might be washed. Didn't even say he is, might be. And in the meantime, the Knicks have just absolutely collapsed here in game 2. And CJ McCollum, guess who? It's a fadeaway jumper from about 20 feet. The Hawks are up by 2 with 30 seconds left. Oh, my goodness. Meanwhile, you got overtime between the Hurricanes and the Senators. That is a pivotal next goal that's going to get scored in this series. Ottawa wins this game. All of a sudden, you got yourself a series. If Carolina wins it and goes up 2-0, I think that's going to be a short series. It's going to be over. So literally, whoever wins this game in OT, I think is going to decide how the rest of this series goes. And Brunson just turned it over, and Jalen Johnson throws down a fast break dunk. We need to go to break before I start punching stuff. We'll finish up with your phone calls when we come back. We'll get to the Mets' historic losing streak. Maybe the only good thing is that they didn't re-sign Edwin Diaz because he's going to be on the shelf for quite some time. We'll tell you that when we come back. We'll get you set for Timberwolves Nuggets and also a Yankee pitcher's getting death threats. Not surprised. 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We're covering the NFL Draft unlike anyone else can. Reporting from Pittsburgh with exclusive first-round player interviews.
I saw my family and they started crying. I thought I was going to start flowing.
Happy Draft Week from your home of the NFL.
It was definitely surreal, something I dreamed of as a kid.
Westwood One Sports.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, has a special offer for the playoffs. Sign in to your existing BetMGM account and snag an NBA Playoffs odds boost token. Then take your shot at scoring more on your next win. Simply log in, add a qualifying bet on the NBA Playoffs to your bet slip, and activate the token. If you win your wager with the token attached, you'll pull down extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. Talk about a fast break. Make BetMGM, authorized gaming partner of the NBA, your home for playoffs action with bonuses like odds boost tokens and more. Make betting the playoffs more exciting. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion $1,000 of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Unscripted, unfiltered, and on camera. The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number is 310-840-4910. The Knicks blew it. The Knicks are up by 14 points in the fourth quarter, and we're playing the game like they had already won. I took a couple of minutes to answer some clown's comment on one of our YouTube videos telling me that Dexter Lawrence is going to be great this year, and that I'm saying that because I'm a Giants fan. And while I was answering, the Atlanta Hawks went on an 11-0 run, and even then, the Knicks just had a chance to win it. 2 free throws. The Hawks missed both of them. The Knicks get the ball with 5 seconds left, down by 1, and I got to double check. I got to know for sure whether or not they actually had a timeout, but I'm 99.9% sure I heard Noah Eagle, who we're having on the show on Wednesday, by the way. Noah Eagle, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, joined us during the All-Star break. He's going to join us on Wednesday. He's calling the game tonight. I'm 99.9% certain I heard Noah Eagle say, Mike Brown surely going to call a timeout right before the second missed free throw from Atlanta. And they brick them both. And the Knicks get the ball. They don't call timeout. They rush down the floor, feed the ball to Mikal Bridges for a fadeaway 2 from the corner. And he misses it. And the Knicks blow a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter and lose 107-106. Absolutely embarrassing. C.J. McCollum misses both free throws. The Knicks get an absolute gift. All you needed was a bucket. And unless Noah Eagle was wrong, or unless I heard him incorrectly, the Knicks had a timeout, did not call it, and instead tried to sprint down the floor to feed Mikal Bridges for a fadeaway 2 from the corner, and they lose. That Mike Brown needs to be eviscerated, and I'm going to eviscerate him right now. How do you not call a timeout? How do you not do that? How do you not believe that your team, your offense is better than their defense from a set position coming out of a timeout with 4 or 5 seconds left to go? That you can't draw up a play, any play, one play, to get an open look, to get a shot at the rim, to get a high percentage look. I mean, were you not going to call a timeout if he made the free throw? You surely would have, because you would have advanced the ball. So why the hell don't you call a timeout off a missed free throw? I know what Mike Brown's going to say in the postgame. Again, I'm assuming, I could be wrong, I'm assuming they had a timeout. I heard Noah Eagle mention it. I didn't get a chance to look at the scoreboard in time to see if they had a timeout or not. It all happened very quickly. I'm doing a show here as we're coming back from break. But I'm almost positive the Knicks had a timeout to use, and they just elected not to use it because what? We thought we would catch the Hawks by surprise. We thought that just, going right down the floor would have been the best thing for us. Off of a missed free throw? Are you nuts? And just like that, I'm getting excited. I'm there. All right, Knicks are up 2-0, taking care of business. They're up by 8. I turned my head for a minute during the last segment. Then they're down. They had a chance to win it there, and they don't call a timeout and blow the game. And now it's 1-1 going back to Atlanta. Oh, man, how playoff series swing on just one play and one game and one moment and one quarter. Knicks just got embarrassed in that fourth quarter, got outscored 28-15. The Knicks had 91 points after 3 quarters at home against the Hawks. And they were up by 14. And they scored 15 points in the fourth quarter and lose. And more importantly, in pathetic fashion, because they don't call a timeout off a missed free throw where all you needed to do was set up a play with 5 seconds to go to win the game. And they sprint down the floor and give it to Mikal Bridges. Embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. The only thing more embarrassing than that is the fact that the New York Mets have lost 11 straight games, and their manager, Carlos Mendoza, might get fired before May 1st. Might get fired before May 1st. The Mets last won a ball game on April 7th. Lost the last 2 out of 3 to Arizona. Swept by the A's where they got shut out twice. Swept by the Dodgers where they scored 3 runs in 3 games. And then swept by the Cubs where they got outscored 18-7 in 3 games. They haven't scored more than 4 runs in a game since April 11th. They haven't scored more than 4 runs in a win since April 5th. Carlos Mendoza looks in over his head. I don't know anything else he could try at this point that's going to work. I mean, this is a team that got off to a good start last year, then sputtered, never recovered, missed the playoffs in a year where all you got to do was win 84 games. And now going into year 3, with the highest payroll in baseball, $352 million, and Carlos Mendoza has this team at 7-15. I don't know how he survives the month of April. They're off tonight, but losers of 11 in a row. They'll play the Twins tomorrow, and we'll talk about it on tomorrow's show. Huge thanks to everybody. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to my co-host, Brad Evans. Thanks to Monty, who's 9 for 9. Thanks to Zach Crow, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here. Let's be real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right on your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Keep That Loving from Getting Old with Blue Chew Gold.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services. Achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Fresh installment of Westwood One Sports Night coming right at you. 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. A bunch to get to. It is the People Show. You can hit us up a bunch of different ways on the talking text line. 310-840-4910 is the number for that. You can tweet at me as well. Same handle on each and every social media platform. It is at NELL_BTP. Super duper excited. Another week of sports ahead. We got the NFL draft coming up on Thursday. We're going to give you wall-to-wall coverage of that as we roll throughout the course of the show. We had a massive blockbuster trade that was agreed to late Friday night. We'll get you the details on that as we roll throughout the show. And obviously, we'll talk about the NBA postseason, man. The first weekend of the NBA playoffs is in the books. We had a big-time upset yesterday as the Orlando Magic in the 1-8 game knocked off the 1-seed Detroit Pistons. And I came on here tonight just to pat my back a little bit. We'll get into that game coming up momentarily. We're going to keep you up to speed with what's happening right now as well as we got Timberwolves and Nuggets underway. Quick nugget on this. The Nuggets, 8-0 in postseason series when they get off to a 2-0 lead. So if you are the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight, you got to avoid, that becoming your reality. We'll touch on that as we roll throughout the show. Keep you up to speed on that as we roll throughout the show as well. We got to start here, though, man. Where else will we start? The New York Knicks with one of the most New York Knicks losses in recent memory, man. They had this game in the bag. If you were watching this bad boy, they had this game in the bag, which is why it's honestly a weird game to talk about. Karl Anthony Towns, he was the guy that I looked at going into this series, and I said, hey, is he going to step up or is he going to be outdone by the physicality and the violence that the Atlanta front court plays with Okongwu and Jalen Johnson, those dudes and their ability to switch everything and shoot from the perimeter. I was totally impressed with what I was able to get out of Karl Anthony Towns. I thought he played well. I thought Jalen Brunson was strong throughout the course of this game as well. But here's where the game was lost in the fourth quarter. There was a point, 4 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter, and at that point I think Atlanta's on like a 21-9 run. They end up winning the fourth quarter 28-15. They come up victorious 107-106. And as we sit here with revisionist history, I guess, as we sit here and look at this thing after the final whistle, the key dagger, the man that I'm looking at right now is Mike Brown. Think about why he's the head coach of this basketball team, first and foremost. Tom Thibodeau and company couldn't get over the hump last year, and the Knicks, when you put as much into your roster as they have, you're kind of under this championship or bust mandate. Their owner, James Dolan, went on WFAN in New York and said, yeah, it's kind of finals or bust for us. So when your head coach makes the blunder that Mike Brown made at the end of regulation, you got to put him under the microscope and on the hot seat. Mike Brown, what are we doing, pal? Mikal Bridges, that's who takes the final shot to try to win this basketball game? Shame on you. You should be totally embarrassed. Knicks fans out there should be rioting right now. First and foremost, he's the primary reason you choked this basketball game away, as he got outcoached in that fourth quarter. Players got outplayed. As I mentioned, Atlanta won the quarter 28-15. But to go home with a timeout in your pocket, to not call a timeout in that situation at home, got to do better, Mike Brown. Got to do better. I can only imagine what the conversation is going to be like tomorrow on New York City Sports Talk Radio. Who do you blame? Blame the guy that didn't call the timeout. Don't blame Mikal Bridges for taking the shot. Blame Mike Brown for allowing him to take the shot. As an NBA head coach in today's day and age, with as skilled as the stars are, what else is the responsibility of the head coach? What else are you supposed to do? Manage the basketball game. That is exactly what Mike Brown failed to do tonight throughout the entirety of this game, and more specifically in the fourth quarter. New York Knicks losing in a heartbreaking fashion, 107-106, and really erasing another stellar performance from Jalen Brunson. I know he didn't shoot it particularly well, just 10 of 26 from the field, but 29 points, 4 of 10 from downtown, 7 assists. He did his part to keep you in this basketball game. I thought Mitchell Robinson, after getting in some early foul trouble with the techs and the offensive fouls that he had. I thought he came through and played really well, for the Knicks. But ultimately, they come up short, man. I mean, this has got to be a gut punch if you're in New York because you dominated most of this game. You were in the pole position really for like 47 of the 48 minutes, it feels like. The Hawks didn't take the lead in the fourth quarter until under 2 minutes left. One of the bigger choke jobs in recent memory by the New York Knicks, man. You got to be beside yourself if you're a Knicks fan right now. That was awful. That was awful to watch here, man. It's crazy. 310-840-4910 is the number. Let's give the Atlanta Hawks their flowers, though. In that first game, and even tonight, what I think you've seen is why the trade deadline matters, why veterans in the NBA matter. Think about what the Hawks were post-trade deadline. Think about what the Hawks were post-All-Star break, one of the best teams in basketball. But in the playoffs, who were they led by during that stretch? Jalen Johnson was the guy. Nickeil Alexander-Walker was the guy. Those two dudes were huge in the second half of the season for the Atlanta Hawks. But who came up big when they needed him the most tonight and in game one? CJ McCollum. He has been the calming force, the veteran presence that's allowed them to tie this series up, man. This is going to go 7. I'm telling you right now, this is going to go 7 games. Atlanta in that game one kind of was trying to feel things out. And check this out. They were able to withstand an all-time Jalen Brunson game in game one as well. Jalen Brunson, trust me, I bet is under on Saturday, so I was PO'd initially. I'm watching the game. He starts a blistering 8 for 8 from the field, and the way that they were able to withstand that on Saturday night and still give themselves a shot, to win this bad boy, it says a lot about who they are, man. I think the Atlanta Hawks may not have the second scorer that I think you need to make an extended run in the postseason, but they're fun, they're gritty, and they're making life hell right now for the New York Knicks. 107-106 winners were the Atlanta Hawks. CJ McCollum, the high man for Atlanta, 32 points, 12 of 22 from the field. It was the story in the game of trade deadline acquisitions, man. McCollum, the leading scorer with 32, and then off the bench, Jonathan Kuminga. Warriors fans out there, are your hearts broken? The guy can play basketball. Showed you that in the second half of the season, and now he's showing you here in the postseason. 19 big points off the bench. He played 35 minutes in this one, was excellent defensively, switching off on the guards. I loved everything about Jonathan Kuminga and the way he played. Our guy Corey Kispert, he a wizard, even getting some burn for the Atlanta Hawks here in the postseason, man. Big-time win for the ATL Hawks. Mike Brown and the New York Knicks now left to pick up the pieces, man. I am in total disbelief that he's going home with a timeout in his back pocket. I'm in total disbelief that the Mikal Bridges jumper falling away inside of the three-point line, that's the final shot that the Knicks got. Unacceptable on all fronts. Unacceptable on all fronts. Where do we go from here? Game 3 in this series, as we know, shifts to Atlanta, and that's where things can get interesting, man. This is essentially the Hawks stealing away home court advantage. It's kind of how I look at it, right? They're going to have a shot now to go back home, regroup, pick up the pieces. The story in the first 2 games, the role players have not shot the ball particularly well in this series in the first 2 games for the Atlanta Hawks. So you hope when you go home and you're in the friendly confines of State Farm Arena, hopefully you get better shooting performances out of Dyson Daniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Jalen Johnson. You know who's been a revelation to start this series and has really raised his value, and I wasn't familiar with just how good he was? Onyeka Okongwu has been a man possessed. I love the way that he fights on the glass. I love that he's got the ability to step out behind the arc and shoot the three ball. Him and Jalen Johnson playing together in the two-man game. His ability to knock down shots, if he continues to knock down shots from the perimeter, you're going to see Jalen Johnson begin to get off a little bit. You're going to see Jalen Johnson starting to get comfortable. But if you've been watching this thing, I know we got a lot of folks out there in the ATL that tap into us here on Westwood One Sports Night. We appreciate you being here. 310-840-4910 is the number on the talk and text line. Jalen Johnson has not handled the physicality of this series very well yet. You see him getting pushed around, bumped off of his spot a little bit. Josh Hart was in his mitt to start this basketball game. Ball pressure, using his length, getting deflections. Every jump shot that he took was contested. He's not getting free runs to the rim. Say what you want, and kind of look. Notice, right, I got up here and I told you Mike Brown cost him the game. I still haven't said that the Knicks are going to lose the series because I do think they're the better team. And look, the Knicks, when they hired Mike Brown, I think there was an assumption that they were just going to, stop playing defense, right? Mike Brown, an offensive coach. He's boosted their offensive rating this year. I give the Knicks credit. They have defended well in this series. They defended well tonight. I don't think their defense was necessarily the problem when it comes to why they ultimately lost this basketball game. I don't think that was the problem at all. I don't. I thought Atlanta made some tough shots. In the postseason, man, every possession counts. And there were a couple of possessions here down the stretch where Jalen Brunson wasn't touching the basketball. And to me, that's ultimately why the New York Knicks lost this basketball game. They did not execute well down the stretch. In the fourth quarter in particular, you saw this team take their foot off the gas pedal. Can't do that. Not if you're expecting, to survive in advance here. You just can't. 310-840-4910 is the number here on Westwood One Sports Night. We encourage you to check out the live stream as well. Just go on YouTube and search Westwood One Sports Night. You can stream the show there. Like, subscribe, comment, the whole nine to get in on the action.
Man, CJ McCollum's so good.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He's so good. I mean, he is having like this career resurgence, if you will. He was kind of sent to DC to die, effectively. Hey, go hang out with the young kids, teach them. You're not very good anymore. Nobody wants you anymore. And then the Wizards flip him for Trae Young, who the Hawks didn't want. They didn't really want McCollum. They just wanted to get off the contract. And now, through 2 games of the series, he's by far and away the best guy. Plays efficiently, attacks the basket. He's a mid-range king, which in the NBA playoffs, you got to be able to hit mid-range shots. You cannot just live threes and layups. And that's the Knicks' problem. They live threes and layups. They hit 2 buckets in the final 5.5 minutes. Both of them threes, both of them at the hands of Jalen Brunson. I had told you in the third quarter, late in the third quarter, I was like, man, Karl Anthony Towns is playing really well. And I hate that because I hate watching Karl Anthony Towns. And then he gave me the reason why I hate watching him. Yeah. He's this big-bodied dude, and he's hanging out at the three-point line. Your team hasn't made a bucket in 5.5 minutes. Put your back to the basket, use your God-given strength and power, and get to the free throw line or get to the rim. Couldn't do it. Embarrassing.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. That's why I said the defense of the Knicks down the stretch was not the problem here. As Denton just, astutely, pointed it out. You went on a 5-minute drought in the fourth quarter where you couldn't get a bucket. You couldn't make a field goal. And that's where, Denton, it goes back to Mike Brown for me. Draw something up, pal. Use a timeout. Run your best set. You mentioned Karl Anthony Towns hanging out on the perimeter. I agree. Shouldn't be there. Call a play for him to get his ass on the block. Mike Brown, be the head coach. Be the tactician of the New York Knicks. Ultimately, though, Mike Brown and the Knicks not doing enough. Round 1 in the Eastern Conference playoffs tied up at 1 game apiece between the Hawks and the Knicks. After Atlanta wins 107-106. Denton mentioned the excellence of C.J. McCollum. 32 points in this one, 12 of 22 from the field. Uber efficient, getting guys involved. I thought he competed on the defensive end as well. Mike Brown, though, to me, the ultimate culprit in this basketball game. The Knicks left tonight. They had one final possession at the end of regulation with under 6 seconds left, and they decide not to call timeout, and it ends up with Mikal Bridges taking a potentially game-winning shot. Everything about that sounds wrong, especially on a night in which Jalen Brunson went Kanye crazy. Super disappointed that that's how things ultimately went down. I see we got a couple of calls filing in here as we just getting rolling here on Westwood One Sports Night. We had a lot more to get into. We're going to get into the upset that happened yesterday as well, as the Orlando Magic putting on for the youngest in charge. I told y'all how I feel about the Detroit Pistons. We're going to get into the Pistons coming up here momentarily. But let's start out in the Charm City where Bert is in Baltimore wanting to tap in to the program. Welcome into Westwood One Sports Night.
What's up, Danelle? How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. I appreciate you hanging out with us, man.
Good. Hey, did you see the last 6 seconds of that game?
I did.
So I've heard you talk about growing up in the AAU circuit with your uncle and your brother, right? So you know hoops pretty well.
For sure. Look, before you even get going, what they did, you're supposed to do when you're on the road. What they did, you're supposed to do when you're on the road trying to walk one off. Call a timeout. I don't know how you can excuse this.
If you ask some of the best coaches, Dean Smith, the best coach in history, in my opinion, called 3 timeouts in a 39-year career. All of his players have said there's never been a late game situation that they didn't practice and they weren't prepared for.
Bert, are you telling me that they purposely allowed Mikal Bridges to get the shot?
You need to blame the players for not executing. If there were 2 seconds left, yes, you take the timeout to advance the ball. There were 5.6 seconds. That's enough to go coast to coast. The guy bricked the free throw short off the front rim. Brunson got a rebound.
Happen.
It was practically an outlet pass. Starting a fast break, he forwarded the ball to Mikal Bridges, who had a perfect clear path for a layup. And he's the one who stupidly decided to pull up for an off-balance 20-foot fadeaway. Poor execution, not poor coaching.
I say poor execution because Jalen Brunson, why the hell are you giving up the basketball in this situation? Be an alpha. Be the leader. Be the star. It's your team, pal. I understand the outlet pass is the right pass to make in that situation. Mike Brown should have put it in the player's hands in that moment. I totally disagree with you. I get where you're coming from, but I totally disagree. We're just getting rolling here on Westwood One Sports Night. 310-840-4910 is the number. The New York Knicks losing in a heartbreaking fashion as the Atlanta Hawks outscore them 28-15 in the fourth quarter. Missed free throws, poor execution, ultimately the undoing for the Knickerbockers. Mike Brown, public enemy number one. Knicks were down by 1 with under 6 seconds left, and it ends up with Mikal Bridges taking the potential game-winning shot, not Jalen Brunson, who had 29 points on the night. I think it's ridiculous. Bert in Baltimore thinks it's all on the players. I can't believe it. He set the tone for the show tonight. We're just getting rolling, as I mentioned. NFL Draft Talk on tap as well here on Westwood One Sports Night. 310-840-4910 is the number. The Detroit Pistons coming up small yesterday in the NBA's second season as well. Are they in trouble in their opening round series? We get to that and a whole lot more coming up next here on Westwood One Sports Night. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Progressive Commercial Insurance. Progressive protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Right now at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 qualifying brake rotors. Ask the professional parts people about additional brake pad and rotor upgrade options available at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Spring is here, and with it comes everything we've been waiting for. Blooming gardens, Little League games, and those perfect weekends when you just want to get out and go. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. Whether you're hauling mulch for the garden, loading sports gear for the game, or heading to the ocean for the weekend, Ford has what you need and the look you want. The rugged style of the Bronco Sport handles any terrain. The Explorer's 3 rows fit the whole crew. The Mustang, that's pure spring driving. And of course, the F-150's versatile bed handles every project with features like wireless charging and hands-free liftgates to make it all easier. This April, our Plaza Ford team is here to help you find the perfect ride for spring and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
If you've got spring fever, Lowe's has the cure. During SpringFest, make your landscape stand out with 3 free bags of Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot garden soil when you buy 3. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh all season long. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Steven.
Who said that?
Me, down here.
Ugh, what are you, a yellow booger?
I'm a banana slug, Steven.
What are you doing in my room?
I'm your sense of adventure. It's been a long time since we've had an adventure in the forest.
Mom took me to the forest last year.
I'm a slug, Steven. It took me a long time to get here.
You're right. I should get out.
Yeah, the forest is not that far away.
Hey, Mom!
Come to the forest where the more adventurous you lives. Check out discovertheforest.org for cool places nearby. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, and Nolan McGraw. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
I'm here. You're here. We're balling. NBA postseason underway. We'll keep you up to speed and give you wall-to-wall coverage all night long. Currently, one game on tap. Nuggets, Timberwolves, and the Nuggets doing everything they can to make us forget about Anthony Edwards. If they somehow get swept or lose in less than 6 or 7 games, do we have to start having conversations about the Ant-Man and his future? Because Minnesota, you got to build a better roster to compete in what is a loaded Western Conference. Playoff Jamal Murray in full effect. He's got 13 points for the Denver Nuggets. We'll keep you up to speed on that game as we roll throughout the course of the show. We open up the show talking about the late game collapse of the New York Knicks. 107-106 losers. CJ McCollum turning back the clock. 32-point performance on over 50% shooting from the field. The Knicks had a stretch in that fourth quarter where they didn't score a field goal for 5 consecutive minutes. It ultimately led to Atlanta going on a 20-9 run. They win the quarter 28-15. Despite the 5-minute scoring drought that New York went on, they had an opportunity at the end of regulation to win this basketball game. Mike Brown electing not to call timeout after the missed free throw. The Knicks go on, and Mikal Bridges misses about an 18-foot jump shot, and that's all she wrote. Game 3 comes up on Wednesday from Atlanta. And look, you heard what I said wrong, right? Mikal Bridges is the one that took the shot, not Jalen Brunson. And that's my issue here. That's my issue. On a night in which he scored 29, wasn't as efficient, wasn't as deadly as what I would say, as he was on Saturday night, but still got to a basket when they needed him to the most. Stupid, man. Stupid stuff from the New York Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson not being more involved offensively down the stretch, to me, their ultimate undoing. As I mentioned, though, series tied at 1 apiece. Game 3 coming up on Wednesday night from the ATL. Let's take a rewind for a second, because last night, or yesterday, period, if I'm being real, all of the games sucked. Honestly. Celtics beat the hell out of the Sixers. Thunder beat the hell out of the Suns. Wemby, and we're going to talk about him coming up as we enter the midnight hour on the East Coast. He had a stellar playoff debut, but the game wasn't very competitive. There was only one competitive basketball game yesterday, and it was the 1-8 matchup in the Eastern Conference. The big, bad, high and mighty Detroit Pistons beating on their chest coming into the game, thinking that they were going to punch the Magic in the mouth. Orlando had other plans. And here's the crazy part. When you think about the timeline of the Orlando Magic, I'm going to try to do my best math here. Like 110 hours ago, basically like Thursday, Wednesday, we were talking about Jamal Mosley getting fired and Paolo Banchero potentially asking out. Now, this series tied at 1 apiece, and if you followed the Pistons throughout the course of the regular season, you know that their physicality, their toughness, their culture, their grit, and Cade Cunningham being really, really good, led them to 60 wins during the regular season. Here's what I'll say about their 60 wins. When you're in the Eastern Conference and you're playing a bunch of tankers for a quarter of your season, getting to 60 wins doesn't hit as hard for me. I'm just being honest. Getting to 60 wins doesn't hit as hard for me. What Orlando showed yesterday is if you punch the Pistons in the mouth first, they don't punch back. What Orlando showed you yesterday is if you hit Detroit square in the chin, they collapse. They fall to a knee, and you got them right where you want them. The Orlando Magic aren't scared of the Detroit Pistons. Bottom line, Paolo Banchero, Wendell Carter. We're going to talk about Wendell Carter in a minute here. They are not scared of the Detroit Pistons. And remember what I've told you all in the weeks leading up to the postseason. In the playoffs, what opposing coaches are going to do is force the ball out of Cade Cunningham's hands. Make somebody else beat you. Second leading scorer during the season for the Detroit Pistons was Jalen Duren. Some people are going to have him as an all-NBA player this year. Gave you 20 points per night during the regular season. In game one, quiet as a mouse in church. Telling you. Had nothing. He got punched in his mouth. And there's some underlying drama to that, and here's why. Angel Reese, the ATL Barbie, now of the Atlanta Dream, used to date Jalen Duren of the Detroit Pistons. You know who she now dates? You know who she's now throwing that wham for? Wendell Carter of the Orlando Magic. What's going on, Jalen Duren? You let your ex's new fling come into your crib, put his feet up on your furniture, smack your new woman on the ass. He put your kids to bed. He drinking all your top shelf liquor. He's lighting your stogies. What the hell's going on here? What's going on? The Detroit Pistons got punked yesterday. And I blame Jalen Duren. See, remember we sat on this show, I believe it was a Wednesday actually, and the Kang of North Kakalaki was in the house with us. And I was told that Jalen Duren was the second scorer. That's who's going to be the second option for the Detroit Pistons. You know what Jalen Duren did yesterday? First of all, he didn't score his first basket until a third of a way through the second quarter. Let's just start there. Jalen Duren yesterday, in 33 minutes, 3 of 4, 8 points, 7 rebounds. If they're going to have a shot in this series, Jalen Duren has got to stop thinking about Angel Reese. Honestly, if they're going to have a legitimate shot to win this series, Jalen Duren has got to get out of his feelings and get into his bag. That's what we need from you, brother. Get out your feelings, get in your bag. We've all been there. We've all been stood up at the altar before. It's how it goes. His performance yesterday, simply not good enough. Look at the box score yesterday, man. Cade Cunningham had 39. The only other Piston that scored in double figures was Tobias Harris. He had 17 on 15 shots. Something's got to give here. I want to give some credit, though, to a certain member of the Orlando Magic. I know Paolo Banchero kind of set the tone. 23 points. His passing out of the post when they was double teaming him, I thought was excellent. But you know who set the tone and really was the catalyst to that Magic win yesterday? Mr. Haley Van Lith, Jalen Suggs, was everywhere yesterday. Diving all over the floor for loose balls, hitting big-time threes, getting to the Baja, finishing with both the left and the right. There's an energy and a toughness that Orlando played with last night. And I hate to say it, but when a schoolyard bully gets punched in his kisser and he don't hit back, the bully becomes the bullied. And that's what's about to happen here to the Detroit Pistons. Talking text line wide open for you at 310-840-4910. You can hit us up in the YouTube chat as well. Just make sure you search Westwood One Sports Night on YouTube. Couple of people chiming in here. What you got for us, D-Day?
I have terrible news or good news. I guess this is all a matter of perspective. As the resident pop culture guy on the show, I think Jalen Suggs and Haley Van Lith broke up. But that does mean that Haley Van Lith is on the open market. Oh. So, shoot your shot. Now's your time.
There we go. Well, she's got big time money. I know that. I wonder if she probably made more in college than she's making right now in the W, if we're being real. But the YouTube chat, this is somebody that has a Michigan State Spartans logo. So clearly they're calling for Michigan. They're a Pistons fan. This is why you don't fire Tibbs. Mike Brown is a joke. No way the Knicks beat the Celtics with Mike Brown running the ship. Then he got into his Detroit Pistons. Said the Magic are the talent of a 3 or 4 seed. Only reason they're 8 seed is because Franz Wagner missed 50 games. I totally agree. Then this is the real war crime that he committed here in the chat. Duren doesn't care about Angel Reese. She's mid anyway. First of all, I'm going to defend my tall glass of chocolate milk, Miss Angel Reese. If she was mid, pal, you think Victoria's Secrets would be banging on the door trying to get her to do photo shoot after photo shoot? You think she'd be invited to the Met Gala? You think the Reese's Pieces would exist if she was mid, pal? The only thing that's mid is her offensive game. Other than that, she's a stallion. 310-840-4910 is the number. Mr. Positive, I want to let you get your stuff off here real quick. Let's go to Michigan. Let's talk to Mr. Positive. How you doing, my friend?
Great, Linnell. Boom shakalaka, everybody go for your dreams. You're right. I hope people in Detroit are listening to you. You're spot on. And what's happening is Cade Cunningham doesn't have a baller shot caller that can help him out. Yep. You know, Duran, 20 points maybe, you know, but it was unbelievable what we were seeing yesterday. I mean, it was just terrible. They'd get close, and then all of a sudden, Magic would go 9-10 points, and they would, you know, do a surge where they would be, you know, it was just unbelievable that we could not come back. It was just unbelievable. I mean, it could be the worst, I mean, in the sense that the 60-win season could be the, I don't know how to say it, but I think you articulated it very well, that it could be the worst 60-game win season that there's ever been. If we fail in the final, I mean, here's the thing: if we win this, we're not going to beat Cleveland, and we're not going to beat no way Boston. I mean, we're going to have to really. I feel bad to say that because I'm going to get a lot of, I'm going to get yelled at, but I think it's true.
Tell them to back off, Mr. Positive. I appreciate you as always, man. Enjoy the rest of the evening. 310-840-4910 is the number. The Detroit Pistons went down yesterday. I want to read the YouTube chat because you're all getting frisky in there. I like when you all get frisky. Our guy Jaime Phelps, or Jamie Phelps, however we pronounce it, says, what we eating tonight? It is a Meal Monday here on Westwood One Sports Night. Our poll question of the night, and I hate that I'm introducing it now. Maybe Denton's going to tell me to not introduce it now, but I'll do it anyway. We're going to get to it a little bit later because Meal Monday, we're going back to the basics, man. We're going back to the basics. We might have to play that video, Denton, of the video that went famous on social media. You can't even make a damn sandwich. You didn't even eat a sandwich cold. We might have to go back to that. What's the go-to sandwich? What is the 1C of sandwiches? That should give you a hint of what we're doing tonight for Meal Monday. Phone line's open for you, though, man. It is the People Show. Talk and text line available for you. 310-840-4910 is the number. 310-840-4910 is the number. The Detroit Pistons folding like a cheap suit yesterday against the Orlando Magic. The bully finally got bullied. Speaking of bullying, that's what's happening right now in the Mile High. The Nuggets all over the Timberwolves. We'll give you an update on that. Plus, I'll tell you why the Eastern Conference is playing for second place next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
We're covering the NFL Draft unlike anyone else can. Reporting from Pittsburgh with exclusive first-round player interviews.
I saw my family and they started crying. I thought I was going to start flowing.
Happy Draft Week from your home of the NFL.
It was definitely surreal, something I dreamed of as a kid.
Westwood One Sports.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
And voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help. So,
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th. Wayfair, every style, every home.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Hey, Birdland. Friday, April 24th is HBCU and Divine Nine Night at Camden Yards. Grab a special ticket package that includes a limited edition bucket hat, then celebrate HBCU and Divine Nine legacy with live pregame music and performances from local HBCU bands and step teams. Show your pride with special photo ops for all Divine Nine fraternities and sororities. And come early for specialty drinks. Party at the Yard for a night full of culture, community, and Orioles baseball. Get your tickets now at Orioles.com/HBCU.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Thinking about selling your home? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. Learn more on LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons.
Yep.
Decorations.
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers.
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party start at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, and Joe LaCroix. The Big Bad Morning Show, weekdays on 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Here I am. Westwood One Sports Night continues with the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, as we take you coast to coast, giving you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. I am one Ayo Dosunmu 3 away from having a big night at the books, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just be honest with you. Your boy is the common man, right? I go by the author of authenticity. I am the people's host, right? I'm just like you all, except some of you all out there don't have humility when you gamble. The most you'll ever see me put on a ticket is $10. I'm a $5 CVS receipt parlay king. I hit a parlay earlier tonight, 7 for 177. I got one in right now that if Ayo Dosunmu hits one more 3, I hit $5.75 for $80. You want to talk about flipping it? Big Beach ain't got nothing on me. 310-840-4910 is the number. Told you I'd get you up to speed and keep you up to speed with Nuggets and Thunder as we roll throughout the night. Right now, it is a 1-point Timberwolves lead, 49-48. Denver's led by as many as like 13 in this one to start. So a really nice job by the Minnesota Timberwolves fighting back into this basketball game. Anthony Edwards is starting to feel the pressure, so to speak. He's got 17 points to lead all scorers. He needs help, though, man. He needs help. It's him and Julius Randle right now. No one else really giving him much of anything. As I say that, Dante DiVincenzo tickles the twine for a three. But their other guys are going to have to step up. You're going to need, DiVincenzo to play big. You're going to need Naz Reid to hit some shots. You're going to need Ayo Dosunmu to give you that shot in the arm that he gave you in the second half of the season. I want to give some credit to Rudy Gobert, by the way, because I know a lot of people like to dunk on him, and it's the fun, cute thing to do in sports media. So the way that he played in game one, I know Joker had a triple-double, but if you watched, he made everything difficult for him. And to start here tonight, you're seeing more of the same here, man. Like Nikola Jokic, they're forcing the basketball out of his hands. He's got 6 assists, but he's only taken 3 shots. I think that's a huge credit to the defensive scheme that they've implemented here, trying to force the basketball out of his hands. It's similar to what I said about Cade in the Pistons. I would be forcing the ball out of Joker's hands. Make Jamal Murray beat you. Make, Christian Braun beat you. That would be my game plan. And what I love, and I said this going into the series, what Minnesota has is 3 different bodies that you can comfortably throw at Joker in single coverage. You can put Julius Randle on him. You can put Rudy Gobert. You can give Big Jelly, Naz Reid, minutes on him. I think the key in defending Nikola Jokic and what I've seen from Minnesota in the 2 games of this series, they're picking him up at damn near half court. They're not letting him get to the elbow and to the free throw line and letting him work from there. When you cause them to start their offensive action that far away from the basket, you can see the impact that it's going to have. The only tough part is right now for Minnesota is the shooters right now for the Denver Nuggets are shooting the cover off the damn basketball, right? It's been a really good start here from the field for the Denver Nuggets. 54% from the field, 8 of 16 from downtown to start this thing. On the flip side, though, Minnesota's shooting it well, too. The Timberwolves understand what tonight is for them. They started off a little bit slow, but I think they have eased their way into this basketball game. It's do or die for them tonight, man. It is. When the when the Denver Nuggets have gone up 2-0 in the series, they're 13-0. So you got to put up or shut up here if you're Anthony Edwards and company. I do love that he's playing big. I love that Anthony Edwards, because I felt like in game one, he wasn't super aggressive right out the chute. You're seeing it here tonight. 20 points early in this one as he does his best to try to keep the fellas in the game. 310-840-4910 is the number. We're going to get to a couple of calls, but I do want to address what we saw yesterday from Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum, hot doggy. Jason Tatum was really, really good yesterday. And the thing that got me about his performance is it's whew, sigh of relief. And it changes the landscape of the Eastern Conference, right? If he is going to play at an all-NBA level, they're the favorite in the East. It's not close. If he's going to play at an all-NBA level, they're the favorites in the East. He's 11 months removed from Achilles surgery. And yesterday, it looked like the Jason Tatum of old, is how I will put it. He looked healthy. He looked confident. He looked, ultimately ready to go. And I think because of that, you saw Boston run away with it. Now, y'all know how I feel. If Joel Embiid is on the floor for Philadelphia, they're the only team, in my opinion, that could ultimately beat the Boston Celtics. But we haven't really gotten an update on the big fella. He was on the sidelines watching the game. He's probably done.
They need that man.
Bad.
Oh, God. They stink without Joel Embiid. Paul George, he cannot be a playoff guy. And Maxi's a good player. VJ Edgecombe's a good player. But they're not like Boston good. Yeah. They need Joel Embiid.
And, dude, you mentioned I wonder if the casual basketball fan knows just how good Maxey is. Regular season king, playoff king too, but he didn't shoot the ball well in game one. that was part of the reason why they got behind so early as well. He just wasn't making shots that we're accustomed to him making. Boston looks good, though, man. They are the clear-cut best team in the Eastern Conference to me. But here's the unfortunate reality. To me, it's either Boston or Cleveland. Depends on which version of James Harden and Evan Mobley show up on a night-in, night-out basis. I know Donovan Mitchell's going to get his. Here's the thing, though. Whoever comes out of the East, and I think it's, at this point, Cleveland or Boston. I don't trust Detroit. I don't trust the Knicks. Whoever comes out of the East, the sad part about it is you're playing for second place. No matter who it ends up being, no matter who comes out of the Eastern Conference, you are ultimately playing for second place. I don't care who comes out of the West. It can be the Spurs. It can be the Thunder. It can be the Nuggets. The Eastern Conference representative in the NBA Finals won't win a game. You heard it here first. They're playing a different level of ball out West. They are. Which is why the Pistons, I'm glad Mr. Positive double-clicked on it. The Pistons have the most empty 60-win season you'll ever see in the NBA. They beat up on a bunch of nobodies. Bottom line, half the East was tanking. Hell, even the teams that were in the playoffs were tanking. How do you do that? So I don't put a whole lot of stock into it. If Boston comes out, they're going to get swept. If the Pistons somehow come out, they're going to get swept. Bottom line is the Eastern Conference is playing for second place here in the 2026 NBA season.
It's been so difficult watching the first few games of the Eastern Conference playoffs and trying to decipher who's actually good. Because there's such a discrepancy between your Bostons and your Clevelands and then everybody else. If you would have asked me this probably 4 hours ago, I would have said, the Knicks are probably in that top echelon. And then we just watched them screw a game up because of fundamental things. They're just not good. They're not fundamentally sound. They're not a smart basketball team in the way that you need to be to compete with a team, whoever comes out of the West, because they're giants over there.
Yep. I can improve your skill. I can't improve your IQ. It just is the bottom line, man. NBA playoffs, though, man. You got to love it. You got to love it. We're off to a fiery start here on a Monday night edition of Westwood One Sports Night. Liddell Willingham in the house. Denton Day rocking out with us. Oliver Popular behind the glass, taking your calls at 310-840-4910. We got a lot more to get to, including the NFL draft. Our pals Bleck and Abdallah going to be out there, boots on the ground. You can check out Bleck and Abdallah weekdays, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Westwood One Sports. They're going to be out there in Pittsburgh coming up in a couple of days. There was some big-time fireworks that shook up the top 10 of the NFL draft. There was a big trade that went down over the weekend. We'll give you the details on that. Plus, we'll continue to give you wall-to-wall coverage of the 2026 NBA playoffs, man. I'm excited about it. As we sit here coming out of the opening weekend of the playoffs, I think what I just said about 30 seconds ago is true. The Eastern Conference, no matter who comes out, is ultimately playing for second place. I introduced this topic last week. I said there was one dude that had the most pressure on him going into the NBA playoffs. That young brother made his playoff debut last night, and he certainly lived up to expectations. We'll give you an update on Wemby next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Right now at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 qualifying brake rotors. Ask the professional parts people about additional brake pad and rotor upgrade options available at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems?
The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Ready to dig? Don't miss Utility. The costs of not contacting 811 before you dig continue to rise. First-time offenders face state fines up to $2,000 and repeat offenders up to $4,000. And if you hit a line, repair bills and lawsuits could top $1 million. We know you're under pressure to get the job done, but contact 811 before every dig. It's not worth the cost to miss Utility.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 135 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
Yeah, I know a little bit about leaving the yard, the backyard. Every time I swing that wiffle bat and the ball whistles over the shed into the neighbor's garden, and I touch the frisbees at first and second base, and the flattened cardboard box we use as third, I know, I've cemented my place in history.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
105.7 The Fan. From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Take it coast to coast. Now, Westwood One Sports Night. Whitney Youngest in charge and L. Willingham. A lot more to get into, including wall-to-wall coverage of the 2026 NBA playoffs. We'll recap every game for you here on the night. There's only one game we haven't mentioned. that happened tonight. It's because it's a series we don't care about. I know our Raptor fans out there north of the border are going to say, hey, what are you talking about? We don't care about this game, mate. That was probably a bad Canadian accent, but you pick up what I'm putting down. All of the people that listen north of the border, your Raptors are probably about to get swept. But James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, they were victorious earlier this evening. The first part of our triple header here in round one of the NBA playoffs. Cavs 1-15, 105 winners over the Toronto Raptors. Donovan Mitchell, they gave a crazy stat on the broadcast before the game started. Donovan Mitchell has the longest streak in NBA history of game ones with at least 30 points. 9 straight game ones in the playoffs, Donovan Mitchell scored 30 points. He scored 30 points again tonight as he led the Cleveland Cavaliers to a 2-0 series lead, man. That series doesn't look like it's going to be particularly close. I smell a clean sweep coming. The big three of Evan Mobley, James Harden, and Donovan Mitchell, 25 for Mobley, 28 for Harden, 30 for Donovan Mitchell. There was no other Cav that scored in double figures outside of Jared Allen, who had 10 points. So the big heavy lifters doing the heavy lifting when it comes to the NBA playoffs. I mentioned it, though, last week. And when I said this, I hope y'all ain't think I was trying to come for the brother's neck. I said it because I believe in him. I said it because he's the man. Victor Wembanyama was, to me, without a shadow of a doubt, the player that was under the most pressure as we got geared up for the NBA postseason. There was no player going into the playoffs that was under more pressure than Victor Wembanyama. Not even close. And why was he under so much pressure? Well, when people like me have come on this show and told you all that Victor Wembanyama has a chance to be the greatest of all time, when he doesn't ultimately play well, or when he does that during the regular season, I think it's one thing. But when he does it and plays at that GOAT level during the playoffs, it's another. That's what I wanted to see, because we all know it. More than any other sport in the world, the NBA's postseason is way, way different than its regular season product. From the defense that's played, the way the officials call the game, the physicality of the game, so on and so forth. That's the number one thing that I questioned with Wemby. Was he going to ultimately be able to handle the physicality of the basketball game, right? Donovan Clingan, Jeremy Grant, Denny Avdia, pretty big front court that the Portland Trail Blazers boast. And last night, the size didn't mean anything at all. I know a lot of people out there, ladies, like to say the size matters. Size doesn't matter to Victor Wembanyama. He set a Spurs record for the most points ever in a postseason debut, 35 points in this basketball game. And as I'm watching the game, and all, sincerity here, it didn't feel like he had 35. 13 of 21 from the field, 5 of 6 from 3. I mean, there's nothing this dude can't do, man. There's nothing Victor Wembanyama can't do. It was the quietest 35 points you'll ever see. Everything just looked effortless. There was a point in time, he's at the top of the key, and Denny Avdia's guarding him. And by the way, you know what I hate, Denton? The Wizards gave Denny Avdia the nickname Turbo. And for others just to use it like they know Turbo the way that we know Turbo, this guy that we're seeing right now is not Turbo. This is a man possessed. But I hate that I hear people calling him Turbo.
I think they might know him more than we knew him. I have to be honest. This is like seeing the girl break up with you, and then this is something that happened to me before I met my wife. I would get into fling, if you will, with some ladies every now and then what would happen was our fling would end, and they would immediately find their husband. It happened like 6 times, and I was like, "Am I like bad luck? Like I don't know what's going on here." That kind of feels like what Denny Avdia is in Portland. He had his fling with the Wizards, and then he found his wife, his lover forever. Yeah, that is absolutely incredible.
I'm going to peel the curtain back just a little bit. If you're getting annoyed at me sniffing in your ear, I apologize. I'm a little under the weather. I'm noticing that I'm hearing myself sniff. I'm pissing myself off, so I know I'm probably pissing you off. 310-840.
It's allergy season, people. We're real people.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just like you. Somebody's got to help me out. I need a concoction of allergy medication that's going to have me good for the entire summer month. Give me something. And don't – we had a funny moment today with our astute program director, Armin Williams, the absolute best. He was doing what a good boss does, trying to give me whatever resource that I need to be the best version of myself. I mentioned it to him. They're like, yeah, I'm a little under the weather. I think it's just my allergies, though. But I don't know if you all are familiar with this. I'm going to go way insider baseball here. When I was like 12, I had this heart procedure done. I have supraventricular tachycardia. Basically, I could be sitting in this chair, and before I had the procedure done, my heart rate would like jump to heart attack level. So that was like my early high school time. And as a result of that procedure, I tried to stay for a long time. I tried to stay away from caffeine. I'm kind of back on the caffeine thing. But the other thing was no decongestants. And most of your medicines out here are decongestants because, you take medicine so you can decongest. So I'm telling this to our astute program director, Armin Williams. I'm telling him, like, yeah, I got to find, something that works for me because, everything out there is a decongestant, and I'm really not supposed to have those. He goes, why don't you just go, Claritin non-decongestant. And that's the D in Claritin D does not stand for decongestant. Hopefully you all out there didn't think that, but he did. The D in Claritin D and Benadryl D or Zyrtex D doesn't stand for decongestant. It stands for drowsy. So if you get Claritin non-D, it's Claritin non-drowsy, so you don't fall asleep based off the side effects of the allergy medicine. That is my TED Talk about how my allergies are horrible, and my life is a living hell most times as a result of it. 310-840-4910. Get back to Victor Wembanyama here. He answered the bell in a way that I expected him to, quite frankly. I expected to see Wemby play as well as he did. Simply because of the expectations I have for him as a player. Like, I come up here often, and I don't say it to get reactions. I don't say it to anger the older demographic of this show. If he is able to stay healthy and he maintains the level of play that he's got, I think Victor Wembanyama can go down as the greatest basketball player that the game has ever seen. And he's passed every test to this point. The last test that he had to pass was how are you going to play in the playoffs? And in his playoff debut, Victor Wembanyama, as I mentioned, set a Spurs record for points in a playoff debut. He had 35. And if you watched this game, you felt his impact. The Blazers shot a bunch of jump shots last night. They held him to 43% from the field, 26% from the three-point line. The Spurs look dangerous. They do. And the bottom line is, the best part about it is, if you're a Spurs fan, as I tell you all the time, I don't think that Wemby's going to end up being the GOAT just because of his skill. His mentality is just as big of a reason as to why he's going to end up being the greatest player of all time, in my opinion. The moment, never too big for him. He is the moment, is the best way that I can put it, man. He's never going to be, too scared of the moment. He's never going to come up short in the moment because Victor Wembanyama is the moment. He had some comments post-game last night that really stood out to me because remember the narrative that we've all talked about here, man. What is he going to do in the postseason? I said he was the player that had the most pressure on him going into the postseason. The pressure raises to a different level when Tim Duncan and David Robinson are in attendance for your playoff debut. Here's what Wemby had to say about those two being in attendance.
You've obviously gotten to spend some time with Tim and David, and I know Pop was at practice the other day. What do you feel the weight of just those legends in the building, or those guys, putting their arms around you, and what this means to this franchise and all of them?
I wouldn't say weight, no. I would say it feels safe. It feels like if you trip, there's a lot of hands that are ready to catch you. So it's from day one, it's felt that way.
I love that guy. I love him. I love the Spurs organization. If I wasn't already married to the Wizards, I'd be a Spurs fan. I'm just saying. I just love everything they do as an organization. And what an answer from that guy. Are you kidding? How old is he? Sometimes I got to be reminded that Victor Wembanyama is not some 40-year-old. He's 22 years old, people. He's 22 talking like that. I don't feel pressure with those guys around. I feel safe because if I trip, there's a hand there to pick me up. It's almost like he's speaking in riddles. It's like those pimps back in the day, man. Like, how the hell do you take the best girl away from the pimp daddy with the cane when he's rhyming every time he speaks? That's how I feel about Victor Wembanyama. Every time he gets to the podium, he gives you something great. He is so damn good. He's so damn good. 310-840-4910. That's the talk and text line number on this show because you're so damn good. It is the People Show. We appreciate your commentary. However you're going to give it to us, you can hit us up in the YouTube chat as well. Just search Westwood One Sports Night on YouTube. Victor Wembanyama coming up huge in his playoff debut, breaking the Spurs scoring record for a playoff debut with 35 points last night. They're up 1-0 on the Portland Trail Blazers. We're going to keep you up to speed with everything in the NBA playoffs, including the potential all-time instant classic that we have on our hands right now. It's 64-64 at the half between Denver and Minnesota. Anthony Edwards has got 20 points. Julius Randle's got 18 for the T-Wolves. The Denver Nuggets right now being led by no other than playoff Maul, Jamal Murray, deep in his bag per usual here in the NBA second season. He has been huge in this one. He's got 23 points on 8 of 14 shooting, including 5 triples in the first half. We'll keep you up to speed on that one as well. Taking your calls on all things NBA postseason at 310-840-4910. Let's go to Rode out in Virginia. Wants to tap into the program. Rode, what's going on, brother? Welcome in.
I have a remedy here for your allergies.
What is the remedy?
Hey, when you go home at night, sleep with your air purifier right beside your bed every night, and you'll be able to deal with the allergies a lot better in the daytime.
I'll keep it fully transparent with you. I don't even have a metal spoon in my house. If you think that I have an air humidifier, if you think that I have a humidifier in my home, I mean, bro, that's why I got to get a PO box. So, like, you all can help me get the essentials for my apartment. Because, like, to think that I don't even got Neosporin. I don't even have a Band-Aid.
Okay, well, you might need to go on FEMA then and order.
FEMA? He said FEMA. That's hilarious. No way.
And order an air purifier. Also, do you think Wemby is anywhere near being as good as Wilt and Jabbar?
Here's the thing that I always say, and I appreciate the call, man. I just think those guys were playing against plumbers and electricians. Wemby's playing against the future of athletics. You know what I'm saying? The resources nowadays allows this era of basketball, in my opinion, to be the golden age of NBA basketball because of all the trainers and the resources that you have to ultimately be a dog. He said I should call FEMA and ask for an air humidifier. That is crazy. 310-840-4910. John is in Springfield, wants to check in. John, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Tonight.
Yes, you're right about Victor. Perfect answer when he was questioned. You can't get any better than that. And your co-host had mentioned how he meets a woman and the next person she dates, she marries. I have the habit of teaching women to become more confident by, teaching them how to use chopsticks, sign language, how to change a tire.
Did you say chapstick or chopsticks? It's important that we get that.
Chopsticks.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Chopsticks. I'm about to say you can't deal with any women with crusty lips.
One set with each hand to pick up beer bottles and stuff. So I teach them how to do stuff they thought was impossible, and give them a good haircut. Better styling, clothes from this century, and then they get better looking and find find a good-looking rich man instead of me.
I'm in the same situation you're in, pal. I'm the resident bachelor of the program. I appreciate the call. I mean, I had no clue where that was going, but holy
that wove in a bunch of different directions. We do have a texter that says try Alka-Seltzer Plus for your allergies. Is that a decongestant? I have no idea. They also say great show.
Are y'all trolling?
Is that
what the hell do you mean try Alka-Seltzer Plus? That's what you do when you have like a bad stomach ache or something.
No, Alka-Seltzer makes medicine too.
Oh. See, I don't know everything. I just pretend that I do.
Yeah, they make like cold and allergy medicine.
I had no clue. Alka-Seltzer. It's so nasty, though. I've had an Alka-Seltzer. It's disgusting. The way that it fizzes up. And it's
get a pill. It's a pill.
Well, yeah, the Alka-Seltzer.
Yeah, you're not drinking the tummy thing.
Yeah,
the fizzy thing. You don't want that.
That is not for your boy. I'll be honest. I can't like have my head lean forward without my nose just dripping all over the place. This is getting quite wild. 310-840-4910. Let's go out to Miami. Trent is in Miami. Wanting to check in. What's going on, Trent?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. Appreciate you hanging out.
Oh, right. So I hear your content about Victor.
Yeah.
A great player and all, but I can't respect the dude that gets 5 rebounds. Like, that's my only gripe with him. He don't get rebounds.
35 points.
Yeah, but 30 for 5 rebounds. Castle has 7. I mean, come on now. Let's be real. 5 rebounds, that's my only gripe with him. He don't get rebounds.
He was the 4th leading rebounder in the NBA this year, pal. I know he didn't rebound in game 1. I get what you're saying. To be 7-4 and to walk away with 5 rebounds, it does look a little crazy now. I get where you're coming from.
Rebounds, even told him cat out there. That's the only thing, man. He don't get rebounds.
We appreciate the call. What did he just say? All I heard was, what?
I thought he said something about Carolina. I kind of lost him a little bit.
He got fired. That's what you call being furred up. when you just start making inaudible noises. That's how I used to get on the football field after I would get held and they wouldn't call it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I am going to use his call, and I'm going to use it for my own good. I'm betting the over on Wemby's rebounding prop. He had 5 in game number 1. Literally. Let's find ways to make some money and bet whatever the over is in game number 2.
So his line, they set his line at 10.5, which was why I was like,
cash.
Crazy that didn't hit.
If I had a mortgage, I'd bet my mortgage on it. I don't have one, though.
Neither do I. 310-840-4910. The instant classic underway in the second half. 70-70 between the T-Wolves and Nuggets. 8:25 left to go in the third quarter. We'll keep you up to speed with that game as we roll throughout the course of the program here tonight. A lot more to get into, including the National Football League. We're just 2 days out now from night 1 of the NFL draft. We'll have some skin in the game out in Pittsburgh. Our pals Bleck and Abdallah going to be boots on the ground in Pittsburgh for night 1 of the NFL draft. You can check out Bleck and Abdallah weekdays, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern time right here on Westwood One Sports. As I mentioned, just getting rolling, party just continuing. You can hit us up on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910. Your biggest takeaways from the opening weekend of the postseason, and then what are your thoughts on what happened earlier tonight, man? The New York Knicks falling super short as Mike Brown decides to go home with a timeout in his pocket. Who do you blame for the Knicks' epic collapse earlier tonight? We'll get to that and a whole lot more next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
Westwood One! The NFL draft is upon us. We'll have live picks from the podium, instant reaction, exclusive player interviews. Bet MGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Coverage starting at 6 Eastern, Thursday, from your official home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Need new wiper blades but not sure which ones are right for you? The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. We'll show you options for your vehicle and even install your new wiper blades for free. Right now, save $10 per pair on Bosch Focus wiper blades so you can see better in any weather. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ed Norris here with Baltimore football legend Jonathan Ogden. J.O., we both know Dr. Learfield at the Smile Design Center. I know you've been there. How'd that work out for you?
Let me tell you what, Ed, man. The best decision I ever made. Look, if you've been avoiding the dentist, I get it, but they've got sedation options that change everything.
Absolutely. And about 36% of Americans have some fear of the dentist, so you're not alone. Look, Dr. Learfield completely transformed my smile in just a few visits. The technology they use now, it's just incredible.
You know what? And they work with you on payment plans, monthly payments, whatever works for you, whatever you got to get it done.
Yeah, and it's important because one thing people just don't know, and this is real, is that bad teeth can mess with your heart and your overall health. So it not just your oral health, it affects your whole body.
No, absolutely. So don't wait, Baltimore, please, because your smile does matter.
Absolutely does. And seriously, if you have fear of the dentist or if money's been an issue or time away from work, all these things, those no more excuses. Just get there. The Smile Design Center, do it.
The Smile Design Center with Dr. Learfield. Call 410-321-1100 or visit smiledesignDoctor.com. That's smiledesignDoctor.com.
If your car loan is with another bank, you could be paying more than you need to. At Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you can refinance your auto loan with rates as low as 4.74% APR and enjoy no payments for 90 days. That means more flexibility, more savings, and more control over your finances. Make the switch today. Visit securityplusfcu.org/refi or stop by your nearest branch. Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Experience the plus side of banking. Rate quoted includes a 2.5% discount for automatic payments. Rates may vary based on applicant's credit worthiness. Membership eligibility required. Terms subject to credit approval. Offer only valid until June 30th, 2026.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night.
coast to coast. Giving you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. Here on Westwood One Sports Night. Youngest in charge and L. Willingham rocking out with you. Number to hit us up on the talk and text line. It is the People Show. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910 is the number. You can hit us up in the YouTube chat as well. Just search Westwood One Sports Night on YouTube. It is a Meal Monday here on Westwood One Sports Night. I'm not going to tell you exactly what we're doing for Meal Monday, but I'll ask you this question. What's the one seed of sandwiches? 310-840-4910. You can answer that on the talk and text line all night long. I mentioned that I would keep you up to speed all night long on Timberwolves and Nuggets. 6:21 left to go in the third quarter. T-Wolves currently up 75-73. Anthony Edwards starting to really turn it on here. He's got 22 to lead all scorers for the Minnesota Timberwolves. On the other hand, though, man, playoff Jamal Murray continuing to do his thing on a night in which Nikola Jokic has just 8 points in 26 minutes on 3 of 8 shooting. Jamal Murray, 26 points, 9 of 19, 6 of 12 from downtown. I kind of was beginning to get annoyed with like the whole playoff Jamal Murray bit, but like it's real. I'll give credit where credit is due. It is real. Every postseason, this dude, I don't know what happens to him. I don't know what he injects himself with, what type of ritual he says, or what brand of sage he burns. But he turns into a totally different individual coming up here in the postseason. And year in and year out, I question whether or not the Joker has enough talent around him. He still doesn't. I mean, Jamal Murray's, that third tier of guy. But, like, in the playoffs, he turns into an all-NBA talent. Talking text line wide open for you, as I mentioned. 310-840-4910 is the number. Ryan is in Detroit wanting to tap in. Ryan, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Night.
Oh, my goodness. I stop at the bar to watch my toothless Pistons attempt to break anything but a tie. To try to not get clapped out in our 11th in a row playoff game, and then the game ends, I'm sad. And then I have to watch Wemby, this absolute alien, just going ham on turkey. Like, can we discuss that this kid is like, with a rival? Like, oh, my goodness. Like, up to the office, you're fired. I want this kid.
We're going to throw him. We're going to drop him because his signal's as bad as the New York Knicks are. Man, he mentioned Wemby. So we'll piggyback off of that. I love when you guys are brutally honest with me as callers, listeners, texters, whatever you want to describe yourself as. Fans. Hopefully you're fans. I thought when I came on this show and said that Wemby had the chance to go down as the greatest of all time if he stayed healthy, I thought that comment, that take, was going to be met with a significant amount of pushback, and it wasn't. And I think it speaks to, one, the knowledge of you all. I call you all the best and the smartest, national sports talk audience in the game. But it also speaks to Victor Wembanyama and what he's been able to accomplish, man. He's quite literally, and this is what's beautiful about it, when people from different generations are able to say this, we're literally seeing him do things on a basketball floor that have never been done before by a 7-footer, ever.
He feels like the easiest eye test of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of our one caller, who I feel like was doing more of a bit than anything, being like, how does he not have more than 5 rebounds when he's 7 feet tall, 8 feet tall? Like, you should at least have. Yeah. I feel like the first number of your height is the amount of rebounds you should have on every single game, so he needs to have at least 7. But there's forget analytics. You just look at him, and you're like, yeah, he's obviously going to be very good here.
He's ridiculous.
How do you stop him?
There's a play last night, Denton. He's going fast break, and he puts the ball behind his back like he's 6'3". And it's like, dog, I know why his ball handling's so good, though. Part of my my sit-down with Chris Pauly divulged that, I worked with him on his ball handling, and he works out with Jamal Crawford, dog. He's literally, it shouldn't even be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. Because if that dude's handle continues to get better, mind you, he's only 22. Wait till he gets his grown man strength. Wait till his brain is fully developed. Like, the kid's he's not even like, he's a boy out there. He's not even a grown man yet. So that's why I'm like, dog, he's got a chance to be quite literally the greatest of all time.
All this dude does is hang out with legends and monks.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. I'm casually working on my handling with Chris Paul. Oh, by the way, I was at Akeem Olajuwon's house.
Yeah.
And he was pointing to his plaque saying I was going to have all of these things. David Robinson and Tim Duncan are my safety net. This dude's just checking all these crazy boxes like it's a normal day at the park.
All before the age of 25, y'all. He's 22 years of age doing all this crazy stuff, man. He is on an absolute tear. We'll get you another update on T-Wolves and Nuggets coming up here in a second. But first, let's go out to Alabama, where I got Tremaine is checking in. Tremaine, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Night.
Hey, I'm a big fan. But listen to me.
You, man.
Victor Wembanyama is not as hyped as you think you are. He has to show more. I understand he's a 7'4" guard, and we've never seen that before. And everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, look at the way he can score." But he needs to win some games, okay? I do not see him beating this year, by the way. I do not see him beating Jokic in a 7-game series. I don't see him beating OKC in a 7-game series. I'll even take it a step further, and if Luka and Austin Reeves come back, I do not see him beating LeBron James in a 7-game series. So yes, he is a phenomenal talent.
I know we're on the heel. I know we're on the heels. I know we're on the tail end, and some people are still celebrating 420. But put it out, pal. Put it out. What do you mean? The Lakers? Do you think the Lakers would have a chance to beat them in a 7-game series? You out your damn mind. It ain't no way. Here's the other piece of this. You said, can he win some games? He's the 2 seed in a loaded Western Conference. He's the 2 seed in the best conference in the league. He's beaten the Thunder several different times this year. What more do you want from him?
So you really think in a 7-game series, talent involved in all? You just said Jokic is a different player in the playoffs. Don't Wemby have to at least give him some playoff experience?
What I said was Jokic doesn't have enough help in the playoffs. That's why they would lose in a 7-game series. Maybe Joker outplays Wemby. Sure, you can have that. But who advances? I think it would be the Spurs. Well, I think Jamal Murray gets put in handcuffs by Stephon Castle. That's what I would project happening. But we'll see, though. I think it'd be an exciting series. It looks like we're on a collision course to that happening, so cross our fingers, and hopefully we get to see it. I appreciate you calling in, though, Tremaine. Good call, brother. 310-840-4910 is the number. Since we're talking about Victor Wembanyama, should we bring up the fact that earlier this afternoon he was voted as the first unanimous defensive player of the year in the NBA's history? Super duper excited and geeked up for him to, accomplish that feat. Lucky for us, Victor Wembanyama, the 2026 Defensive Player of the Year, had this to say about the accomplishment.
It means everything. I'm smiling because I was just reminding myself of the time where I was actually at Hakeem's and looking at this plaque, saying basically block shots leader all time, right? And he was like, "You're gonna beat that one day." So, one step at a time.
That's the stance. I love it. That's the stance, man. Congrats. Shout out to the
man. I mean, Denton just referenced it, but dog. He's the support system that he has. And I want to give them credit too. And when I say them, I mean the Spurs organization. It's one thing to bring a supreme talent into your organization, right? Everybody's got the opportunity to do that because of the draft. But it's another thing to provide them every resource possible to maximize their talent. And that's what the San Antonio Spurs have done here, man. I think they deserve a whole lot of credit organizationally. Wemby deserves a lot of credit. Here's the other thing, too. We see this a lot, in organizations where the veterans and the alumni will be reluctant to help out the new breed. You're not seeing this with the San Antonio Spurs. Everybody who's been somebody in that organization has extended their hand to Wemby, including David Robinson, including Tim Duncan, who, by the way, if there's anybody, dog, the way that Tim Duncan is like transitioned into retirement and like is living this normal life, his gray dreadlocks are like the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. He's not using Just for Men's. He says you can kiss his ass. He's rocking the salt and pepper look that's more pepper than salt, or more salt than pepper nowadays. I'm impressed by the organization. Even more impressed, though, by Victor Wembanyama. I told you I keep you up to speed, though, on Nuggets and T-Wolves. They just took a timeout. We're watching an instant classic. The Nuggets have kind of regained control here as we got about 2:40 left to go in the third quarter. Nuggets up 87-81. Both of these two teams shooting the cover off the basketball to start this one. They both cooled off a little bit here in the third quarter. Denver shooting 47%. Minnesota shooting 47%. Both teams have knocked down 12 triples. As we keep mentioning, though, Nikola Jokic wasn't really a factor. 12 in the quarter, though.
I mean, he is playing like the Nikola Jokic we thought we were going to see. This third quarter, he turned the corner. I mean, he has been awesome. He's 3 assists away from a triple-double.
There we go. Him to register a triple-double tonight was like minus 110 was what the odds were.
Insanity.
I'll tell you what prop I'm playing the next time the Nuggets play. 310-840-4910 is the number. As I mentioned, though, or as D-Day just mentioned, Nikola Jokic is getting in his bag. Him coming alive is horrible news for the Minnesota Timberwolves because I don't think you're already not accounting for Jamal Murray going this crazy. And I know we get playoff Jamal and all that, but like, dude, he's on pace to drop 40 tonight. He's 10-20 from the field, 6-12 from the three-point line. He's got 28 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. He is doing everything he can to keep Denver in front and to really pick up the pieces when Nikola Jokic has kind of struggled here to start. But as Denton just told us, a 12-point quarter so far for Nikola Jokic. He's now up to 20. He's got 11 rebounds, 7 assists as well here. We'll keep you up to speed on Nuggets and T-Wolves as we continue to roll throughout the course of the program here on Westwood One Sports Night. A lot more to get to, including a couple of different thoughts on the 2026 NFL Draft. 2 nights away from round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Super excited for that. We'll let you know the big trade and give you the details on the big trade that went down over the weekend and how it shook up the top 10 of the NFL Draft. But we'll continue to take your calls next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and nonstop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
O'Reilly.
check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
I went out this weekend and I was reminded why I don't go out. It's Westwood One Sports Night. Youngest in Charles, Linnell Willingham, taking you up to 3 a.m. Eastern time. I'm not supposed to say that, but I did. We take you coast to coast, giving you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. Number to hit us up on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910. You can tweet at me as well, same handle on each and every social media platform. It is at NELL_BTP. We encourage you to check us out via our YouTube stream as well. Just search Westwood One Sports Night. We're going to get into the NFL draft as we ease our way into the 1 a.m. hour on the East Coast. We had a blockbuster trade over the weekend that really shook up the landscape of the top 10 in the NFL. We're going to do a little NFL this or that before we get out of here, as well as we tag in the super producer Denton Day. He'll pit some prospects in the 26th draft against one another, and I'll tell you whether I want this or that. As I mentioned, 310-840-4910. Keeping you up to speed on T-Wolves and Nuggets here as we're getting ready to wrap up the third quarter. 93-88 Denver up right now. My computer just lagged, so I was having a hard time figuring out who the hell was up. 93-88 Denver, 22.3 left to go in the third quarter. As we mentioned going into the last break, Nikola Jokic finding himself here in this third quarter. He's now up to 22 points on 7 and 12 from the field. 3 assists shy of a triple-double. He's got 12 rebounds. For the Minnesota Timberwolves, man, I'm happy to see Anthony Edwards coming up big and playing well in this spot. He needs some help, though, man. He needs some help. Ant Edwards has 28. Julius Randle has 18. Bones Highland, I didn't even mention this because he only has played 6 minutes in this game. Bones Highland off the bench in 6 minutes has 13 points and is 3 or 4 from downtown. A guy that probably should be in the rotation, huh? talking about Bones Highland, man. You know what I noticed? He's taking shots away from Ayo Dosunmu, who I need to hit one more three.
It's a Bones Highland revenge game.
No, it is. It 100% is. You damn
Former
right.
Nugget.
Former Nug. Man, I hate that he's taking minutes away from Ayo Dosunmu, though. I literally need 1 3, Denton. 1 3, and I'm a big fat winner tonight. Be 2 parlays hitting tonight.
I've been watching him too because I'm like, all right, I broke the news that your first parlay hit, so I'm like watching him, and I'm like, man, there's a lane to pass it to him every time he moves. I'm like, hey, can you keep your eyes up? He's open. He's in the corner. I'm like, Tim Hardaway, just come off him just a little bit, so Naz Reid hits him on the corner and get him a shot.
Tim Hardaway's having a night, by the way. There's probably a reason why why Tim Hardaway is playing so good on the defensive end. He's got 16 points tonight in 21 minutes, 3 for 3 from downtown. End of the third quarter, Nuggets up 3, and heading into the final frame. We keep you up to speed on that as we roll throughout the course of the show. A lot of different callers on the line wanting to chime in, man. Whatever you got on the NBA postseason or the NFL draft, we're taking all calls on it. But first, can we go to MD Rugby out in San Francisco? Does MD stand for Medical Doctor Rugby out in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Well, welcome in, Doc. What's up, Doc? Do you want to be like the official? Do you want to be like the official doctor of Westwood One Sports Night? We can give you that title tonight.
Sure. You can take my number and call me anytime. It's hard because I'm a Warriors fan. I got no skin in this game now. It's hard. It's really hard to get interested in basketball when the Warriors out of there. So it's hard.
That means you must have been, not interested for a couple of years now, then, huh?
No, man, they're teasing us. We've been getting teased. Well, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this: you can get a better tease at a massage parlor, pal. Give it up on the Warriors. Here's what I'll say about Golden State. Just to quickly, help you get sane before you give me a medical recommendation. They got to get some help for Steph Curry. That's the bottom line. This is the summer for Golden State. If they don't land a big fish this summer, I don't really think we should have any hope for them landing one ever. But what do you got as far as a medical recommendation?
What I just wanted to clarify because I thought what you said about the D part of the antihistamines. You said somebody said that the D didn't stand for decongestion. Is that what they told you?
It doesn't. It stands for drowsy.
It sure as heck. No, it doesn't. That's wrong. That's why I called. So all of the D behind any of those anti-allergy meds means it has a decongestion, it has a cold medicine in there, which is the stuff that you were told not to take. So it doesn't stand for drowsy, okay, or non-drowsy, if you want to put it that way.
Well, I apologize to our astute program director. He's up one, I guess.
Well, I can't help him. He does, I'm just saying that. I don't want you to hurt yourself. But in point of fact, any of those...
You're right. That's pretty... I probably should figure that out.
Any of those antihistamines that doesn't have the D letter in it, you can take, okay? And the difference with the new ones is that unlike Benadryl, the Benadryl gets into your brain and causes sedation. All the other ones don't. So they pretty much won't sedate you, and you just got to try them and see what you like, and then get something. If you can even now get the steroid inhalers over the counter that will take about 7 days and get rid of a lot of the inflammation and help the pills work better. All right, but all of that is now over the counter. You just got to try one and see which one you like best. And I had another internist who told me that if it gets real bad, to double down on the dose a little bit, because those are kind of low doses, and you may get a better effect if you take 2 instead of 1. But and that's what I do. But I I can't necessarily always recommend that. But the D does stand indeed for decongestion, and you want to stay away from those.
Thank you, Doc. You're welcome into our program anytime.
That's awesome. Real good info there.
I'm telling you, Dr. Rugby.
Tell that he knew what he was talking about when he started saying antihistamine.
Yeah.
That's not something that casual people use. That's like, oh, you're a doctor.
Yeah, 100%.
We've got a lot of texts about this, too. They're like, people are itching to help you.
Literally are
with
itching to
your
help
situation.
Me, huh? And that's something
we had somebody text us and say he should get a neti pot, which is something my wife swears by. It's how you rinse your nose out. You do nasal cleans. I'm scared of them personally.
So am I.
They look terrifying.
Yeah, there's no way I want to. Is that with those videos where the whole chunk comes out of the other side?
Pretty much.
Hell no. I'd have to be drunk to do a neti pot or something.
I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Do you know what distilled water is and the difference between that and regular water?
So yeah, I actually do. Because
you need distilled water for it.
The only reason I know is because this was a couple of years ago. I was asking my aunt to steam press something for me. She was like, "Yeah, you just got to buy the water, and I'll do it." And I'm like, "You better turn that damn knob up on the sink. What you mean I better buy that water?" But you need to use distilled water to use a steamer. It's used for other things too. Don't babies drink distilled water in their formula?
I don't have a kid, so I'm not sure.
I think you're supposed to. I think you're supposed to give your babies distilled water in their...
We had another texter clarify that the caller a couple segments ago was talking about an air purifier, not a humidifier. So it cleans the air by where you sleep and removes all the allergens, toxins, those sorts of things.
I still don't have a metal spoon. So that humidifier, purifier, gentrifier. I mean, nuggets and six. I mean, seriously. I don't know what else to say about that. A lot more to get to here on Westwood One Sports Night as we continue to take you coast to coast, bring you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. We're going to get into the NFL draft coming up here in this 1 o'clock hour. We'll tag in the super producer of the program, Denton Day. We'll play a little NFL draft, this or that. He'll pit two of the top draft prospects up against one another. And I'll tell you whether I like this prospect or that prospect. That comes your way in about 50 minutes from now here on Westwood One Sports Night. Coming up next, fourth quarter underway between Nuggets and Timberwolves. I'll get you an update on that, plus tell you the draft trade that shook up the top 10. That is next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
This is Westwood One Sports.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
More pots, more plants, and more deals? It's giving Springfest at Lowe's. Save on gardening staples with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1-pint annuals for $1. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Pickles Pub, a longtime Baltimore tradition and the home of Baltimore baseball, tonight is just a home run away from the yard. It's the fans' destination pre and post for every Baltimore baseball home game this season and the #1 place for sports fans for over 30 years. Pickles has recently been renovated, offering an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall. Plus, enjoy one of their famous 32-ounce orange crushes. See you at Pickles.
The Baltimore area is great, but maybe you don't want to stay here when you retire. Some areas can be expensive, and if your goal is to buy a beautiful retirement home, you need to sell the one you're living in now for the most money possible. That's why you got to hire my buddy Lee Tessier, like how Joe and Aru did. They knew they needed their home to sell for every cent possible. Joe and Aru, they were moving to a tropical paradise. Sounds expensive, right? Lee's marketing system gave them the assurance they needed to feel confident. It reaches thousands of potential home buyers every single day. That helps Lee routinely sell houses fast and for top dollar. It's a big part of what makes Lee so confident he can sell anyone's home that he guarantees it. Lee's Coming Soon program brought attention to their home before it even hit the market. It only took a couple of days for Lee to find Joe and Aru a buyer. Call Lee today at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. That's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future of performance. Faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Here I am. Party continues as we continue to take you coast to coast here on Westwood One Sports Night. Number to hit us up on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910 is the number. 310-840-4910 is the number. You can tweet at me as well, same handle on each and every social media platform. It is at NELL_BTP. A lot more to get to. We'll get back into the NBA and recap the night coming up top of the 2 o'clock hour on the East Coast. But as promised, I will keep you up to speed for the remainder of regulation and overtime if we get an extra session in terms of the instant classic that we got going on here in the Mile High. Denver up 105-100 over the Minnesota Timberwolves. 7:56 left to go in regulation. The Stars playing big in this one. Nikola Jokic, 3 assists shy of a triple-double. He's got 22 points on 7-13 shooting. Jamal Murray deep in his bag. He's 11-21 from the field, including 6 of 12 from beyond the arc. He's got 30 points. Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown off of the bench have combined for a 5 of 5 start from 3. That's really been the difference in this one, man. The 3-point shooting and then the bench production that you're seeing here from Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown, they have outplayed the bench trio of Naz Reid, Ayo Dosunmu, and Bones Highland, man. Anthony Edwards doing his part. Needs to be a little bit more efficient, though. 28 points on 9-22 shooting, 3 of 10 from beyond the arc. He needs some help. Julius Randle doing his part. But it just feels like it's a group that doesn't have enough. Rudy Gobert hadn't scored tonight. I don't know how much, how surprising that is the best way that I would put it, that he hasn't scored. He's playing really good defense on Nikola Jokic, though. I keep saying it. He's playing good defense on the Joker. Julius Randle playing good defense on the Joker. So we'll see what happens here down the stretch. As I promised, I'll keep you up to speed with the final 7 minutes or so of regulation between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. The NFL Draft comes your way Thursday. There will be boots on the ground. Bleck and Abdallah midday show here on Westwood One Sports, noon to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Going to be out in Pittsburgh. They'll have exclusive player interviews and wall-to-wall coverage of night 1 of the NFL Draft. So make sure you keep it locked right here on Westwood One Sports. A lot of big-time storylines heading into the NFL Draft, including one that we kind of forgot about. And maybe we'll get to that before we get out of this hour. One of the big storylines of the draft is, remember, a certain organization is waiting on a future Hall of Fame quarterback to make his mind up in terms of whether or not he's going to play this year or not. The NFL Draft is in 2 days, and we still have no word on whether or not Aaron Rodgers is going to be the guy in Pittsburgh. Saw a report today from Ian Rappaport that if Rodgers does not give him an answer, it'll be Will Howard starting the offseason program as the QB1 of Pittsburgh. And that's what Mike McCarthy and company should do. They shouldn't give a damn about Aaron Rodgers. We'll get into that more as we roll throughout the hour. But there was a massive, massive trade that went down over the weekend involving an AFC team and an NFC team. The New York Giants and the Cincinnati Bengals agreeing to terms on a blockbuster move that's going to send Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals in exchange for the number 10 overall pick. There are now 10 teams in the NFL. There are now 6 teams in the NFL draft that are armed with 2 first-round draft picks. The Jets have 2 and 16 overall. Giants have 5 and 10 overall. Browns have 6 and 24 overall. Chiefs have 9 and 29 overall. Dolphins 11 and 30. Cowboys 12 and 20 overall. I'll be real. When this news first broke, the Commander fan in me went, what the hell? What do you mean the Giants got a top 10 pick, got the number 10 pick overall in exchange for Dexter Lawrence? I immediately started thinking, well, what are my Commanders going to get for Daron Payne? But then I remembered Dexter Lawrence and Daron Payne are on 2 different stratospheres in terms of their talent level. One is way better than the other. Dexter Lawrence is a legitimate all-pro. Daron Payne is just a guy. But the fact of the matter is, This was one of the rare win-win trades that you see in the National Football League. Why are the Giants a winner? Well, you shed a bunch of salary cap space, and you end up with a number 10 overall pick. You're a rebuilding team. Dexter Lawrence is 29 years old. He doesn't necessarily fit the timeline of your organization. And now after the Giants, armed with the 5th pick, armed with the 10th pick, you have plenty of capital and draft resources here to get better here in year number 1 of the John Harbaugh era. We've seen it with Mike Vrabel in New England. We've seen it with Dan Quinn in Washington. We saw it with DeMeco Ryans in Houston. It doesn't take forever and a day to turn an organization around, to rebuild a group. What the Giants are doing is stacking assets. And after this trade that they've made, I immediately begin to think this, well, what's the tandem that they should go with at 5 and 10 overall? Peter Schrager, who is super plugged in, has gone out and said that he thinks it's going to be Jordan Tyson at number 5 overall, and then he's projecting Mansour Delane at number 10 overall. Those are two of the biggest weaknesses for the Giants. The Giants' secondary is awful. So I love Mansour Delane potentially at 10. The Jordan Tyson thing is interesting. It is, because you do have Malik Neighbors. You did sign Isaiah Likely. It's not like the cupboard is totally bare if you're the New York Giants when it comes to the skill spot. But I like the move for them. The fact that they're going to get to add 2 blue-chip prospects to their football team just makes them a hell of a lot better. What next year is about for the Giants, though, you got to do whatever you can to support Jackson Dart. Make sure he is the guy. And I do think he's the guy. The big question with Dart is going to be, can he keep himself upright for 17 games? Is he going to be Evel Knievel? Is he going to be smart in terms of the way that he plays the quarterback position? I got a lot of confidence in the Giants. I do, man. Their offseason, you can stack it up really against anybody's in the entire National Football League. They got it done. Adding Isaiah Likely, bringing in Tremaine Edmonds, bringing in Greg Newsome, right? Bringing in Patrick Ricard, bringing in Darnell Mooney, bringing in Calvin Austin. They got some dudes, man. They got some dudes. They had a really impressive offseason. The big question is now, how do you finish it up? And when you got 2 first-round picks, both within the top 10, good chance that you finish it up pretty damn well. I said it was a win-win trade, right? It's a win for the Giants for the reasons that I just mentioned. It's also a win for the Cincinnati Bengals, and here's why. The Bengals are in win-now mode. They've got to do whatever they can to win now, because Joe Burrow is going to get unruly at a certain point. If they don't begin to win, if they don't get back to the postseason, if they don't prove to Joe Burrow that they're capable of putting together a roster that can compete in the AFC, why would he stay in Cincinnati? So if you're the Bengals, you needed to revamp your defense. Your defense couldn't stop the damn common cold. So what Cincy has done here throughout the course of this offseason is get themselves better up front. They have totally revamped their front 4. Think about what their front 4 now looks like, now that they've made the trade for Dexter Lawrence, who, when he is on the field, is a difference maker. When he's on the field, is a force multiplier. He just is. This is one of the best interior defensive linemen in the NFL. There's an argument to be made. He is the best interior defensive lineman in all the National Football League. I got some splits for you. This was the Giants' defense last year with Dexter Lawrence off the field. 32nd in yards per attempt, 31st in sack rate, 26th in pass success allowed, 23rd in pressure rate. With him on the field, 7th against the pass, 8th in yards per attempt allowed, 9th in sack rate, and then 10th in EPA against the pass. He matters. He matters in a larger sample size. Over the past 3 seasons, when Dexter's off the field, Giants' worst pressure rate in the NFL. When he's on the field, they've got the 14th best pressure rate in the NFL. He is a difference maker, especially at the defensive tackle spot. I know people are going to look at the sack numbers and go, oh, I think he only registered a half a sack last year. Tell me you know nothing about ball without saying you know nothing about ball. If you're measuring the success of a defensive tackle on sacks, then you got another thing coming. Bottom line, he is a guy that draws double teams. He pushes the pocket, and he makes life a hell of a lot easier for your defensive end. So I think if you're Cincy, you're looking at yourselves and going, hey, I know we didn't make the playoffs last year. I know we only won 6 games, but we've gotten a lot better. Look at this front four. Boye Mafe, who came over from Seattle. Dexter Lawrence, who's now here from the Giants. B.J. Hill, Jonathan Allen, Miles Murphy. You got Shamar Stewart coming back for year number 2. There are some pieces here to work with on the defensive side of the football if you're the Cincinnati Bengals. And I know some people were, pretty critical, though, of the move, saying that, they got older. Dexter Lawrence is going to have a better impact, more of an impact, than the number 10 overall pick's going to have. If we're being honest, right? This is a guy that's an all-pro right now. A sure thing. You don't know how long you have with Joe Burrow. You don't know how long you have before he decides he wants to rock the boat. So I think the fact that you were able to make this move, right? I think you got to be looking at yourselves and saying, hey, no matter what happens this year, we can at least look at ourselves in the mirror and say, hey, we got a hell of a lot better this offseason. 310-840-4910 is the number. I mentioned I keep you up to speed on Timberwolves and Nuggets. They just went to commercial. Minnesota's regained the lead, 110-107 with 4:06 left to go in regulation. Ayo Dosunmu is not on the floor. They're playing Dante DiVincenzo. They don't want me to win. But what we've seen here in this fourth quarter from the Minnesota Timberwolves is they're starting to figure things out here. They're starting to get it going. Jaden McDaniels coming up with a bucket. You see Julius Randle continuing to impose his will, getting to the free throw line. I'm excited about the finish of this one. This has been a really, really good game. If you've gotten the opportunity to tap in here throughout the course of the evening, we're doing our best to try to keep you up to speed on what's happening here between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves.
It's been a tough game for Jokic. I know statistically, if you look at just the box score, you see 22, 14, and 8. And you're like, what's tough? He's having a good game. It just feels like he is getting bodied a little bit with some of the physicality on the interior. He's had shots that traditionally he would make, and he's airballing things left, right, and center. It's been a very tough game for Jokic.
Remember what I said entering the postseason? I said the Minnesota Timberwolves were the sleeping giant of the Western Conference, and it was for that reason. The different bodies that they can throw at Nikola Jokic, Rudy Gobert, Julius Randle. I love the Julius Randle matchup. It's similar to what the Lakers did in the playoffs a couple of years ago, putting Rui Hachimura on Nikola Jokic and then allowing Anthony Davis to kind of roam and be the help defender off of Jokic. That's what we're seeing, Minnesota do at times, putting Julius Randle on him and then allowing Rudy Gobert to kind of be that help defender to come in and clean everything up. Minnesota's legit, though, man. They are. What I'm happy about for the Timberwolves here in this game in particular, I want to see the best players play big when their teams need them the most. Anthony Edwards has 30 tonight. He's only got 1 assist, but he's got 30 points. He's only turned it over once. He's been uber efficient tonight, getting to his spots, playing really good defense as well. Super impressed by the performance of Anthony Edwards. And look, I gave you all the numbers as we tipped off the show here tonight. When in recent memory here, and I heard this on the pregame show, the Denver Nuggets, when they go up 2-0 in a series, 13-0. So call tonight what it was. It's a must-win game here for the Minnesota Timberwolves, man. 3:36 left to go in regulation. T-Wolves up 3. NFL draft 2 days away. We're going to continue our conversation surrounding the NFL draft as we work our way throughout the show as well. We'll also reset things and tell you what happened earlier tonight in the association as we have the third part of our triple header tonight here in round 1 of the NBA postseason. Raptors and Cavs locked horns earlier. Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Evan Mobley, ultimately too much for Toronto as they take a commanding 2-0 series lead. Then we had the battle in the Garden, world's most famous arena. Knicks and Hawks playing game 2 of that series after New York came up big on Saturday. Jalen Brunson was big time on Saturday. He was big time here tonight. But instead it was Mikal Bridges at the end of regulation who got the opportunity to take the game-winning shot. If you're just tuning into the program, Mike Brown committed the cardinal sin, in my opinion, of basketball coaches and coaches, period, in pro sports. You do not go home with a timeout in your pocket. And that is ultimately what happened. There was a missed free throw. Jalen Brunson gets the rebound, outlets it up ahead to Mikal Bridges. He ends up taking a falling away 17-foot jumper that misses, and that's how the game goes final. Mike Brown electing not to call timeout. Therefore, Jalen Brunson, who was in his bag all night, did not get to take the final shot for the New York Knicks. On the flip side, the story for Atlanta, really through the first 2 games of this NBA postseason, has been their veterans coming up big. In game 1, C.J. McCollum, 11 of 20 from the field, 26 points. In game 2, 12 of 22 from the field, 32 points. The Atlanta Hawks post-trade deadline were one of the best teams in basketball. Jalen Johnson had been the catalyst for this. Nickeil Alexander-Walker had been one of the catalysts for this. In the postseason, if you've never played in it before and you're not used to the physicality and the pace and the way that the game is played, you're not going to play that great. Jalen Johnson has not been his normal aggressive self here throughout these first 2 games in the playoffs, but C.J. McCollum, like the veteran he is, coming up huge. He's been here before. This isn't his first rodeo, and he came up big once again for the Atlanta Hawks. 32 points tonight as the Hawks squeak by the Knicks 107-106. Game 3 of that series travels to State Farm Arena on Wednesday night as the Hawks look to get up in the series. NFL draft coming up in 2 days. As I mentioned, I want to keep things on the National Football League. We mentioned a big trade that happened within the NFC East. There's a pending trade in the NFC East. Pay attention to the word I used, a pending trade in the NFC East that we got a little bit more clarity on earlier this afternoon. I'll give you the details on that next. This is Westwood One Sports Night.
We're covering the NFL Draft unlike anyone else can. Reporting from Pittsburgh with exclusive first-round player interviews.
I saw my family and they started crying. I thought I was going to start flowing.
Happy Draft Week from your home of the NFL.
It was definitely surreal, something I dreamed of as a kid.
Westwood One Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Purdy told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
The
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Knock it out of the park in a new Kia Sportage for just $27,557. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry, round the bases to BobBellKia.com or call 510-288-2500 today.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Wow. I'm going to try my best to update things here as it's getting wild in the Mile High. 19.1 left to go in regulation. Denver trails 114-115. Minnesota's got possession right now of the basketball. We'll see what ends up happening here. But in this basketball game, and as I've continued to talk about it, Rudy Gobert has been really good. Julius Randle's been really good. The whole front court for Minnesota has done such a good job throwing a bunch of different coverages at Nikola Jokic, throwing a bunch of different body types at Nikola Jokic. And, you know, it took him a little while to get going. That third quarter is really when you saw him really get assertive on the offensive end. But, I mean, the physicality that, you know, the Minnesota bigs have played with here has been awesome. Julius Randle currently at the free throw line. He just hit his first of two. They're up now 2 with 18.8 left to go in regulation. Remember what I said going into the playoffs, guys. This is the sleeping giant of the Western Conference. Talking about Minnesota. I know game one didn't go their way, but if they could hold on and steal this one here on the road, that's all they needed to get was 1 out of 2 on the road. And if they can hold on here and steal this one, people should be celebrating in Minnesota, man. Anthony Edwards, a big performance. The bigs playing well, as I mentioned. And they just got a huge defensive stop, and that's probably going to do it here as the clock's going to run out. The Minnesota Timberwolves getting a big-time dub here as they're going to hold on 119-114. This series now tied at 1 apiece before it heads to Minneapolis coming up on Wednesday night. Anthony Edwards leading the way offensively for Minnesota, and he needed to, because guess what? The whispers are going to start turning to yells if Edwards doesn't get to the finals coming up here soon. He's got to find a way to get this group over the hump. I think tonight, the poise that he showed, and then more importantly, he could have been a total ball hog tonight. He could have jacked it every time he got it. I loved how the ball didn't stop when it got to Anthony Edwards. He was great tonight, man. Minnesota Timberwolves coming up with a huge win. I was giving you all the stat leading into the show. Denver, when going up 2-0 in a postseason series, 13-0 all time. So Minnesota very much had to get this one here tonight. I mentioned Ant Edwards had 30. Julius Randle, I want to give him his flowers too, man. He's really – we talked about the win-win trade for the Giants and the Bengals. How about that Knicks and Timberwolves trade? Doesn't that seem like it's a big win-win trade for everybody? Cat's doing his thing in New York. And then Julius Randle has become the second option that, Minnesota needs. The thing I love about Randle and what's different between him and Cat and why I think their duo fits. One, I think Julius Randle's personality is more along the lines of Anthony Edwards. I think he's got some savage in him. Cat's kind of soft. We all know it. But Julius Randle and his ability to be the offensive engine, his ability to allow Ant Edwards to play off of the basketball, being the primary ball handler, I think is really the difference with Minnesota. And Julius Randle in his second postseason here with Anthony Edwards has really got comfortable in his role and has really found himself, is the best way that I would put it. He's not being selfish. The ball's moving. He's setting up guys, and he's relishing the role that he ultimately is in, man. The big-time performance of both of the bench mobs tonight is what made this game interesting. Naz Reid, Ayo Dosunmu, Bones Highland combining for 33 points off of the bench. So really impressive performance for the bench group of the Timberwolves. And then you had Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown shooting a combined 5 of 7 from downtown off the bench for the Denver Nuggets. They only played 2 guys off the bench. I know they're missing Peyton Watson right now. That's a guy that would normally be a part of their rotation. But I wonder if coming up here, they played Valanciunas only 3 minutes. Like, I don't know. That's why you brought in Valanciunas, man. So you'll be able to spell Nikola Jokic and maybe even deploy some 2 big lineups where they play together next to one another. He's got to play more than 3 minutes. Nikola Jokic thought the first 2 games of this series, if you've paid attention, in the first game, he goes out and registers a triple-double. But if you watched, like, the efficiency is not there. He had 6 turnovers on Saturday. He had 4 turnovers here tonight. I keep giving credit where the credit is due, man. The big trio of Julius Randle, Naz Reid, and Rudy Gobert, awesome for the Minnesota Timberwolves, man. Coming up big when they were needed, man. So shout out to the T-Wolves. They tie the series up at 1 game apiece before the series moves to Target Center coming up on Wednesday. That was the finale of our NBA playoff triple header. First game of the triple header, Raptors and Cavs, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Evan Mobley coming up big in that one. They take a commanding 2-0 series lead as that series moves north of the border coming up on Wednesday night. Second part of the doubleheader is really where we saw the fireworks. The New York Knicks, the team that I said had the most pressure on them going into the playoffs, they folded under the pressure here tonight. They were 107-106 losers at the hands of the Atlanta Hawks. And the Hawks have been one of the great stories of the second half of the NBA season, what they've been able to do post All-Star break. When they traded Trae Young, people looked at that as like they were trying to blow the team up. No, they weren't trying to blow the team up. They were trying to set themselves up for a long postseason run. And the veterans are coming up big when they're needed the most, man. CJ McCollum tonight, to me, was the story. And if you've watched, he's been the story of the first 2 games here of the postseason for the Atlanta Hawks. They acquired him at the deadline from the Wizards. Normally when you get traded to Washington, you get sent there to die. And CJ McCollum has done everything but die. 26 points in game 1 on Saturday on 11 of 20 shooting, 4 of 9 from downtown. Tonight, 12 of 22 shooting, 3 of 10 from downtown, 32 points, leading all Atlanta Hawks in scoring. They don't win this game tonight without CJ McCollum. He was big time for them here in this basketball game. Really, really, really excited for him and what he was able to accomplish. The elephant in the room, though, why they ultimately lost this game, talking about the Knicks, was their fourth quarter, man. They were not ready to play the fourth quarter of this basketball game. They led wire to wire in this one, man. Most of this game, until the fourth quarter, they led. They went through a 5+ minute scoring drought in that fourth quarter where they really struggled. And then if you were watching down the stretch in regulation, not enough Karl Anthony Towns, not enough Jalen Brunson. Denton pointed it out earlier in the show. Karl Anthony Towns doing a little bit too much floating around the perimeter. When your team is struggling to get easy offense, what easier way to score than throwing it down on the low block to Cat and letting him work out? That ultimately did not happen, and the game finished up this way. It was a missed free throw from Atlanta. The Knicks get the rebound. Jalen Brunson throws an outlet pass up ahead to Mikal Bridges. He takes a 18-foot fall-away jumper that falls short, and that's how the game ends. I thought it was total coaching malpractice from Mike Brown, the head coach of the Knicks. You had a timeout, dog. When they missed the free throw and you get the rebound, call the timeout, set up the offense, and make sure Jalen Brunson or Karl Anthony Towns touches the basketball. Mikal Bridges, seriously? He's the one that ended up with the last shot for the New York Knicks, man. If you're a Knicks fan out there, you got to be hurting by what you saw tonight, man. No reason they should have lost that basketball game. The series now tied at 1 apiece as it now heads to Atlanta coming up on Wednesday. Talking text line has been wide open for you all show. You can chime in on the NBA playoffs. You can chime in on the NBA draft. Excuse me. You can chime in on the NBA playoffs in the NFL draft. Total brain fart. 310-840-4910. A couple of calls on the line out in Pittsburgh. Tony is in Pittsburgh wanting to check in. Tony, welcome into Westwood One Sports Night.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I'm a Celtics fan. You got no basketball team here in Pittsburgh. Been a lifelong Celtics fan, starting with Paul Pierce, the truth, my guy. But, I was just really impressed with their performance in Game 1. I didn't take too much stock into it just because, Embiid being out with his medical issue. Kind of expecting him to be back for sure next game or Game 3. But really just my thing going forward with them in the playoffs, I was still kind of holding questions on whether Tatum was going to get healthier and getting back to himself. And, the last 10 games averaging 24, 11, and 7 and almost getting 2 steals per game now. Adding that element back to the team, I think our role players have gotten a lot better throughout the ending stretch of the season. I really like Joe Mazzola and the way he's coaching. I think we're really, really prepped for another run out of the East. And, if you look forward, which I don't like doing much, but, looking at OKC or San Antonio probably out of the West, who knows? We play exceptional defense just like those two teams. Going to have to score with everybody to beat either one of them. But, I like our chances in the finals if we can get there.
Here's the thing, and I know you're a Celtics fan. You're passionate. By the way, you can't say that there's not another team in Pittsburgh. You could have just been a Sixers fan. You wanted to be a Celtics fan. I get it. But
Well, I got some family in Boston, so that's why.
Okay, so I get that. I dig that. Here's what I'll say about the landscape of the Eastern Conference playoffs. I think Boston, to your point, is the best team, but they're playing for second place. I don't think whoever comes out of the East, I don't think they win a game against whoever wins the Western Conference. That's just how I feel about it, man. I think the West, when you look at the teams at the top, I'll even throw Minnesota in there. San Antonio, the Thunder, Denver, Minnesota, all four of those teams, I would take over whoever comes out of the East, and I'll even take it a step further. I don't think the team in the East would win a game. 310-840-4910 is the number. Herb is out in Pittsburgh wanting to chime in. Herb, what's going on, brother? Welcome into Westwood One Sports Night.
Hey, brother. First of all, as for your decongestion, let me. So I got the same problem. Okay, I can't take a decongestant, but this is what I found works for me. First of all, you got to get an app for your local pharmacy to deliver you a humidifier, not a purifier. Purifier is fine.
You can get a humidifier. You can get a humidifier from the pharmacy, like that's an insurance covered item.
Yes, they have Vicks humidifiers, and you get Vicks Vapor Rub, and it puts that menthol Vicks out. And I'm telling you, that helps clear you. The other thing on top of that that'll help clear you is rubbing the bottom of your feet with that Vicks before you go to bed. I'm telling you, you will wake up clear as a bell in the morning.
What about the feet? Because I've heard a remedy like that. My grandma once told me to wrap onions around.
You know, again. So I'm a firefighter. I am not a doctor. I can't give any medical advice. Okay, I'm just clarifying that right now before anybody hears me. Like, okay. So, no, there's something about that absorption into your feet that gets through your entire body. I've had some people try and explain it to me, but I am not smart enough to understand what they're even talking about. But I do know that I've been doing that for several years, every time I get congested from allergies or whatnot, and it works. Moving past this, I just wanted to give you that. Moving past this.
I appreciate that.
Tony just stole my thunder because, yes, we don't have an NBA team here, and I don't understand why we've never had a professional basketball team here. It drives me insane. So I don't have a team. I won't support a team outside of Pittsburgh. However, I support players, and Wemby is amazing. I'm sorry. I don't know what some of these downers are talking about because Wemby's pretty amazing. And this is why I think he is. His size, I'm a big guy. Okay, I'm a big guy, tall guy. And I'll tell you what, the way he moves for as big as he is actually pretty amazing. And, you know, when you see these big guys come through the NBA, most of the time they can't move. They can't run. They're just statues. They're just standing there waiting to get a rebound or a block. And that's not him, man. I mean, he's a baller. And that is awesome.
He defends. The thing that I think impresses me the most, Herb, is the fact that whenever you watch this group play, I've never seen a single individual player turn a team into a jump shooting team the way that we've seen here with Victor Wembanyama. That's what set it apart today. He became the first ever unanimous defensive player of the year. I think that's got to say something. I appreciate the call as always, my man. 310-840-4910 is the number. We're going to get into the NFL draft coming up on the other side of the break. And then in about 22 minutes, probably Law Murray of The Athletic going to join the program. He's out on the West Coast, staying up late with us, watching all the big-time hoop, including the Minnesota Timberwolves coming up big. They say a series doesn't start until the away team picks up the dub. That is the case out in the Western Conference as the Timberwolves tie up their series with the Nuggets at 1 game apiece. Let's get back into the NFL draft, though. We're going to put 2 top prospects up against one another, and I'm going to tell you whether I want this prospect or that prospect next.
Westwood One! The NFL draft is upon us. We'll have live picks from the podium, instant reaction, exclusive player interviews. Bet MGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Coverage starting at 6 Eastern, Thursday, from your official home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
I live in Owings Mills, and I always come to Anderson.
I drove from White Marsh to get this Sierra from Anderson.
I saved a lot of money coming here.
A lot. Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
When I was little, I didn't talk for a long time. I liked things to always be the same. Anything new or different would scare and upset me. I was very sensitive to lights and sounds. It was almost like I had bigger eyes and ears than everyone else. So I built secret hiding places where nothing could get in. I didn't like looking people in the eye. It made me feel uncomfortable. I'd throw big tantrums over little things like when my socks didn't match. Sometimes I'd do the same things over and over. Until one day, I found out I had autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I learned how to live with it better.
You can see signs of autism in children as young as 18 months. Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
I adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. This cat makes me make art. He's always motivating me to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. He's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
Keyboard Cat, YouTube star and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Start yours today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, I'm Boomer
Esiason. Follow the Ravens, Terps, and O's on 105.7 The Fan or anytime on the free Odyssey app.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Oh, if you've been here all night, you might as well stick around until the end of the program. We got about an hour and 15 left. Coming up in about 40 minutes, I am going to rip NBC a new one. Just going to leave that there. 310-840-4910 is the number here on Westwood One Sports Night. Our guy Law Murray, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, he's going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. Super excited to pick his brain and get his thoughts on what's been a pretty eventful opening round of the NBA postseason. First weekend of the playoffs in the books, and then we had a triple-header tonight that was full of really high-level basketball and a couple of upsets on tap here in this opening round as well. The NFL draft, though, is king. NFL, the only sport that is relevant for all 12 months of the calendar year. NFL draft comes your way on Thursday from Pittsburgh. Our pals Bleck and Abdallah, who you can check out noon to 3 p.m. Eastern time daily here on Westwood One Sports. They're going to be boots on the ground in Pittsburgh, live on location for the NFL draft. So in lieu of that, let's continue to get into the draft spirit. We will tag in the super producer of the program, Denton Day, and we'll introduce a fresh installment here on the program, NFL Draft This or That. Denton's going to list off two pretty big, prominent prospects in this 2026 class. I'm going to tell you whether I prefer this prospect or that prospect.
Yeah, it's Tuesday, so we're 2 days away from the NFL draft, one of my favorite days of the year. We got to get these takes off. We got to let the people know where you stand on certain prospects. It's been one of the most fun lead-ups to the draft because we have no idea what is happening after the number one overall pick. So with that said, this or that, first option, Arvell Reese or David Bailey?
This is tough. I think both are going to turn into pretty good players. I think Arvell Reese is viewed as more of a tweener at this point. I know that could scare some folks. In terms of who I'd rather have, if I was a general manager picking in the NFL draft, I would prefer Arvell Reese because I think he does have the pass rush upside and he can do things that David Bailey can't do. I think there are some things that Bailey does, or I don't think there's anything that Bailey does that Reese can't do. I think there are some things that Reese does that Bailey can't. Reese is able to drop into coverage and guard tight ends and running backs and carry number 3 wide receivers up the seam in a coverage 2 scheme. I don't think David Bailey is that level of athlete. If you ask me who's the better pass rusher, I tell you it's David Bailey. But when it comes to just the overall player, give me Arvell Reese.
All right, how about his teammate, Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles? Styles has been shooting up draft boards over the last few weeks.
I've been on the record on this show calling him the best linebacker prospect that's ever come out in the NFL draft. I think he's the number one defensive prospect in this class. Give me Sonny Styles over Arvell Reese for a similar reason that I gave you, Reese over Bailey. I think these two prospects are eerily similar. I just think the athletic profile of Sonny Styles makes me believe that there's a higher upside, a higher ceiling with him as a player. And then I love the fact that he is a converted safety. Those coverage chops and that ability to understand route concepts and diagnose what offenses are trying to do, I think him being a former safety helps him out a ton in that category. Give me Sonny Styles.
He better go to a place that knows what they want to do with him. The worst place he could land is a team that doesn't have a plan.
Yeah.
Always got to have a plan. Triple H taught me that one. All right, how about David Bailey or Ruben Bain? Arguably the two best pure pass rushers in the draft.
Give me Ruben Bain. Here's why I'll take Ruben Bain over David Bailey. I think they're both going to end up being good players. Ruben Bain plays the game with a chip on his shoulder. Ruben Bain plays the game like he's trying to hurt somebody. there is a level of violence, and I hate to get all gory with you guys, but it is what it is. It's football. It's a violent sport. There is a tenacity that he plays with, playing defensive line and playing offensive line, if you're being serious. It is, this is it's a dude talking about Ruben Bain who wins that fight in the phone booth. That's just what it is. He wins the fight in the phone booth constantly. I love the production over multiple years in college. And you watch him in the biggest games of his college career, he stands out. He's the one making the plays. Go to the national championship game. Look at the way that he played in the national championship game. Honestly, look at the way that he played in the national championship game. That right there was another example and showed me, hey, not only is this guy great as a pass rusher, from the neck up and the way that he's wired, I love it. Anytime an athlete plays his best, when his team needs him the most, when the occasion is the biggest, it gives me, you get a little extra feather in my cap is the best way that I would put it. I think Ruben Bain is going to be a Pro Bowler, all-pro guy by the time he's in his third or fourth year.
We're doing this or that here, Westwood One Sports Night. I'm giving you prospects. Which prospect do you want in the NFL draft? I see some Commanders apparel behind you. It's been a very key point of conversation this entire week of the wide receiver position. So we saw a workout with Jordan Tyson, or we saw parts of a workout with Jordan Tyson. Are you taking Jordan Tyson? Or are you taking Carnell Tate out of Ohio State as wide receiver one?
I know what folks are afraid of when it comes to Jordan Tyson. It's the injury history, right? Hamstring, ACL, shoulder. He's had a bunch of different injuries throughout his time in college. When you cut on the tape, though, there is no wide receiver prospect in this class that has tape that stacks up to Jordan Tyson's. His workout over the weekend in front of NFL scouts really did something for his draft status to where a lot of folks are cementing him as a top 10 pick and wide receiver one in this class. I think Carnell Tate's got a chance to be a good football player. My biggest question with Tate, how does he function when he's going up against cornerback ones? How does he function when he is the primary pass-catching target in an offense and not Robin? How does he function as Batman? We didn't get to see that at Ohio State throughout the course of his career because of who he was able to play with. But I know there are other Ohio State wide receivers that will say, hey, we were in that same situation, but we were able to go to the next level and have big-time success. I'm going to go Washington specific here for a second, Denton. If the Commanders draft Carnell Tate, I'll be PO'd. That's probably the only guy they could take that I'd be, like, genuinely upset.
I don't know that I'd be as upset as you are, but I would prefer Tyson between the two of them. I think there's a bigger route tree with Jordan Tyson, but Ohio State wide receivers at the NFL level are constant. The only constants in life, death taxes, and Ohio State wide receivers being really good in the NFL. So final thing here, wide receiver number 2, Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon out of USC.
Whew. I think for the same reason, I'm going to go with Mekhi Lemon. I like what I like about Lemon that Tate doesn't have is the run after the catch stuff. Like when it comes to Mekhi Lemon, his short area quickness, the burst, his ability to routinely beat man-to-man coverage, I think he's got all the tools. Where I prefer Tate over Lemon is just the physical profile, right? Like Mekhi Lemon is a little bit on the shorter side, but the toughness that he plays with, I think is unmatched. And there's not a lot of dudes in this draft class that have to run after the catch ability that Mekhi Lemon has. I think he's going to be a star. Fit, though, for all these prospects that we just talked about, whether it's Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, David Bailey, success in the NFL, all about fit. Final hour of power comes your way next. We'll get back into the NBA postseason. Law Murray joins us next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Straight
Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
You've seen the billboards. You've gotten the text. Get paid cash for your home. The thing is, it's not just one company making those offers, and not all of them are the same. Most investors, they're looking for a deal, which usually means you're leaving money on the table. My buddy Lee Tessier with the Lee Tessier team does it differently. His cash offer is for fair market value, no lowballing, no games, and you still get all the convenience of a cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no waiting around for a buyer, but that doesn't mean you should sacrifice what your home is actually worth. So if you're thinking about selling, you should. Just don't take the first offer you get. Ask around. Lee's fair market value offer isn't like the rest. He'll actually pay you what your home is worth, and he's going to make the whole process as stress-free as possible. So call the only agent I call find to sell my home, and that man's my good buddy Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, it's so simple. You start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee TESSIR.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Is your new boss not the same as your old boss, and not in a good way? If you're an air conditioning and heating tech or installer, you might be thinking, yes. Because when local companies sell to finance guys and corporations, bean counting spreadsheet bros inevitably push techs to sell things that aren't in the best interest of the customer while cutting corners and rushing jobs. I know, because it happened to me 20 years ago, back when I was one of the most experienced field techs for my last corporate job. They started demanding us to push repairs and replacements that weren't in the homeowner's interest. So I quit and founded Amazing Heating and Air to be the home of the best stand-up techs in greater Baltimore area who always do what's right. And I'm hiring more stand-up techs, installers, and other positions right now. So call Amazing and find out how much better life is when you're working with a fellow tech rather than a bean counting spreadsheet bro.
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
105.7 The Fan.
from the Anderson Automotive Studios. Woo-hoo! This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore Sports Talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Final hour of power. Here on another edition of Westwood One Sports Night with the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, as we take you coast to coast, bringing you the latest and greatest in the world of sports. Man, what a night it has been. Triple header in the NBA postseason, getting started with Raptors and Cavs. James Harden, Evan Mobley, Donnie Mitch going Kanye crazy as they take a 2-0 series lead. And then at the world's most famous arena, we had the world's most famous fourth quarter collapse from the New York Knicks. They go on a 5-minute scoring drought. They end up losing by 1 after McCall Bridges missed a fall-away 18-foot jumper at the end of regulation. The story for the Knicks, man, to me was just not enough efficient offense down the stretch, man. And they had no answer all night for C.J. McCollum. And then we just finished an instant classic, man. The Timberwolves knocking off the Denver Nuggets. I continue to be impressed, man, by, the interior trio of Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, Julius Randle throwing different bodies at him. Jokic still almost had a triple-double, but the first 2 games of this series, if you've watched, you know that they have done something to rattle Nikola Jokic. Shout out to Anthony Edwards. He was big time in this one as well. That series moves to Minnesota coming up on Wednesday. We try to get you smarter here on Westwood One Sports Night. So to do that, we bring in an expert's opinion. Our guy Law Murray, who covers the NBA for The Athletic. Give him a follow on the X app at Law Murray, the NU. Law, we appreciate you staying up late with us, man, making some time for us tonight.
Yeah, I make it easy. I'm on the west side of things. So, yeah, I got a little bit of an advantage.
I dig it. That's why you're the man, homie. We appreciate you. As always, I don't even know where to start. There was been so much to chew on from what we had happen tonight to what we saw over the course of the weekend. I guess I'll ask you an evergreen question here. Through the first, 3 days of the NBA playoffs, first 3 nights of the NBA playoffs, what has been your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway is just what we saw tonight. I mean, look, the first weekend, every home team won except for, of course, the Detroit Pistons, who haven't won a home game
since 2008. Isn't it like since 2008, Law? It's something crazy,
bro. Androids weren't even out.
The sidekick. People was bagging their significant other off the sidekick at that point, man.
Man, I was saying hello Moto the last time Pistons won a home playoff game.
Oh, man.
So, they had to stick to the brand. I'm very interested to see how they come up. But, first weekend games are chalk, a lot of blowouts,
Yeah.
But I tell people all the time before the game 1, don't overreact to game 1. Game 1 is a feel-out game. It's a celebration. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lobby, like you're not even in the room yet of a playoff series. You have the media days. That's how it feels. So, I just enjoy game. Here's what we saw. Game 2 is the adjustment game, man. We've only played 3 game 2s, but we just saw 2 series get tied, both of the 3-6s. And then, James Harden, we're not even going to talk about the Toronto Raptors. They get an NBA TV right now. There's so many broadcast options that, You don't even need NBA TV, but they might call NBA TV up. Yo, bro, we going to Toronto, bro. Like,
they're getting NBA TV'd. What an adjective. And everybody out there, if you're a basketball fan, you should know what the hell that means.
Yeah, that's going to be obsolete in the 2030s, but we still got 4 more years to use it.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. It's only been 3 days, and I've just said don't overreact to 2 of them. And tonight was a good example. Like, I didn't think Minnesota was impressive in game 1. And through the first 15 minutes of game 2, they weren't impressive. But tonight, I mean, I've seen this comeback from them before. Game 7, 2 years ago, to get to the conference finals. That's the night that Anthony Edwards told Chuck, bring himself to Minnesota in words that I'm not sure I can say on your show.
Bring your ass.
There you go. There you go. I'm trying to be invited back. So better you say to me.
Right.
And so tonight is the same thing. You know, Atlanta, that was impressive. But, I mean, if that was another Eastern Conference guard, you know,
right.
We've seen fingers around necks before at Madison Square Garden.
For real.
We've seen this before, and I love it. I love that teams have these, like, demons that they have to combat while they're going in a playoff series against other teams that don't have anywhere close to the credibility. Like, you're feeling solid about the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Atlanta Hawks just went and took home court advantage. Hell, even, again, Sunday night, the Orlando Magic, a team that lost by 50 in Toronto last month, they now have home court advantage. I mean, so I love it. I love what we're seeing.
It has been crazy. I want to talk about a couple of individual stars here throughout the first couple of games here in the playoffs. I say it all the time, man. If you haven't been in the postseason before, if you haven't played big-time postseason basketball, there's an adjustment period that some people have to go through. I think we're seeing that with some of the youngsters for the Hawks, but have no fear, C.J. McCollum is here. I mean, his play through the first 2 games of this series, Law, has been out of this world. I know there's some other contenders out there thinking, damn, why couldn't we acquire C.J. McCollum at the deadline? What have you made of his play?
Well, you got to remember, it's been a while since CJ's played meaningful basketball.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, last time he was in a playoff series, them Bulls got swept unceremoniously with the Pelicans. And the last time, really, the only time CJ has been of a postseason series win in the last decade was when the Blazers had that run to the conference finals in 2019. I mean, you know, that's a whole nother time ago, man. Like, so you're not thinking of C.J. McCollum as a playoff riser.
Right.
You're just not. It's just been too long. And he's older now. So that being said, I think that this Hawks team has given him, you know, a license to do what he does best, what Nikhil does best. And Jalen Johnson, he's really good. And I don't even think he was great tonight, you know? Like, Jalen still has some things to adjust in his game.
The physicality feels like Josh Hart got in his mitt from the beginning of this thing. I think that the physicality is bothering Jalen Johnson a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, see, Josh Hart had more rebounds in the first quarter than the entire Atlanta Hawks team. And, you know, that lead was in double digits for a reason.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing about it. Like, the Knicks blew double-digit leads twice in this game. You know, like, they were up double digits, and the Hawks snapped that lead. And then the Knicks had an even bigger comeback and an even bigger collapse to end it. Like, I love that the Hawks on the road took these punches after losing game 1.
Right.
And they ran through the tape, literally ran through the tape. It was Jalen who, you know, got the finish, big plays made by Nikhil Alexander-Walker. Like, that was ultimately the decisive basket in the game. I mean, great timeout call to get Jalen Brunson the 3 ball, but And then CJ missed both free throws.
I know.
The door was open. Mikal couldn't take the blessing. So I think that's the thing. It's like the Hawks just got a great – that's what we mean by steal home court. You're going on the road. It's a playoff series. You don't overreact to game one. You respond. You adjust. The adjustments came after they trailed by double digits. Now you get to go home, and those dudes should be more comfortable. You know, guys like – I mean, look, Dyson and CJ were teammates in New Orleans together. So that's one thing. I don't think you can discount that level of chemistry. I thought Dyson needed to get benched in order to, you know, for his team to win. That was a big-time performance by Jonathan Kuminga tonight. You know, that's what we mean by adjustments. The game is going sideways. What do you do to fix it? And Quinn Snyder pushed the right buttons tonight, you know. But now those guys can get the jitters out the way. You're going home, you know what I'm saying? Go to Magic City and come out and act like you got something to do at State Farm Arena.
I dig it. Law Murray joins us right now, who covers the NBA for The Athletic. Give him a follow on the X app at Law Murray, the NU. There's so much we could talk about. I do want to go to the Celtics here for a second. Does Jason Tatum's performance yesterday make you look at their potential against a Western Conference team any different?
No, because I don't. It's the Philadelphia 76ers. No disrespect to the Sixers, but I think they should be. I think they're happy just to be there, and I'm happy for Jason Tatum. I'm happy that, you know, that dude, less than a year removed from the Achilles injury, is playing at this kind of level already. He's a special player. Like, I've covered guys that have tried to come back from that injury who aren't stars, and it's a tough thing. And that dude made it back, and he's already having that kind of an impact where second half was irrelevant in Boston. So I'm not looking at the Celtics as a team coming out the East just yet. You know, like, it's just one game. We gonna see again. Philly has their opportunity to respond accordingly, and I am happy for the individual Jason Tatum, and Boston did what they needed to do in game one. That's the thing. It's game two. Do it again. And we can start talking about what the pressure is in this series. Like, the Sixers aren't under pressure. They have an opportunity to steal home court. You know, that's what you have. So we only in the quarterfinals. I'm not looking that far ahead. But if you're someone who is following Boston and you are looking at what their viability is to make a deep run, you got to feel great about where your best players are.
Law, from what you've heard or any insight that you have, do you know what the status of Joel Embiid is moving forward here?
I don't know. No one knows anything about how his body will respond. All we can do is go to WebMD, just like any other time he gets a playoff injury or illness or ailment.
His playoff injuries are always the weirdest, aren't they?
They are.
Bell's palsy.
And I hate it, man. I mean, I'm from Philly. I'm an Akeem Olajuwon truther.
Yeah.
And Joel Embiid, the closest thing to Akeem I've ever seen. And I'm a huge fan of Joel personally and as a player. And, you know, it's cool when my city's team isn't complete dog crap. So, you know, it's unfortunate. Like, he deserved to have this chance to hoop. He was playing well. Paul, you know, took his 25-game sacrifice to get himself ready for the playoffs. Tyrese, I feel bad because, you know, Tyrese, I hope he gets all NBA. It ain't going to be any help from me. Totally messed that up. But Tyrese is the guy, you know, and it's not a perfect roster. And you got a little bit of some two-timeline stuff going on. I think Daryl Morey screwed his team up, trading Jared McCain just to watch his team be one of the absolute worst three-point shooting teams in the post-All-Star break portion of the season. That's an own goal right there. For what, you know? So you can promote Dalen Terry. Like, that was crazy. And so when they get smacked, I hope that's dealt with accordingly. But, you know, Nick Nurse understands enough to thank me at this time of the year. OG Anunoby in 2019, right before the playoffs. You know, OG played in the last games of the season, and then again, days leading into game one in that series against Magic, OG had his appendix ripped out. You know, he wasn't cleared to play until June, and he never actually got on the floor. Got a ring out of it, but you know, he did not participate that postseason.
So you think this is going to be a lengthy absence here for Joel?
I don't think you're going to see Joel this spring.
Wow.
Like, first of all, they need to survive the Celtics, and even if they do, and they advance to play the winner of the Knicks-Hawks series, I don't think Joel's body's going to be ready for it based off of, you know, timeline of other guys going through it. So, you know, I think Philadelphia's first order business is surviving their first round series, and then we can see how Joel's feeling after that.
For sure. Law Murray joins us, covers the NBA for The Athletic. Give him a follow on the X app at Law Murray the NU. I want to ask you about the playoff debut of one Victor Wembanyama. I think you firmly disagreed with this when I said it to you a couple of weeks ago, but I thought he was under the most pressure out of anybody going into the postseason just because of the expectations that we've set on him. I know there are some veterans that have been there before that have, you know, high expectations as well, but for him to come out and play well was important for me. He did that last night. What did you make of his postseason debut and how it went? It felt like the quietest 35-point performance I had ever seen, Law.
I was going to mention that. It was a great performance. I was way more interested in the crowd shots to Tim Duncan and David Robinson, to be really honest with you. I was out with the homies at the Athletic, so shout out to Wiki and Sam Amick and my guy Will Guillory. Wemby did his thing, and I'll say this. The scariest thing about Wemby to me is that he still has so much room to grow in his entire game. You know, like he played great. The 3-pointer is a big swing factor for him. You know, like he made 5 out of 6 attempts. Like I'm pretty sure you're not going to expect him to shoot that every game. You know, but there's room for improvement. I think the biggest key to the Spurs winning last night, and also like this entire season, they're so good when Wemby is not on the floor.
I know. Cornette was awesome last night.
We saw him miss a ton of time in the first third of the season. We saw what the minutes looked like for the Spurs when they brought him off the bench. We saw what it looked like when he is playing but off the floor. Like, the Spurs were so much better in those minutes than I could have imagined, and that's why they're in the number 2 seed, and that's why they're the biggest threat to the Oklahoma City Thunder. With Wemby, it's like he can be better. He had 4 turnovers last night, only 1 assist. It's not like he was, you know, his presence makes things easier on the teams, but at the same time, it's like that's an area of improvement for him. You know, like he didn't have a ton of rebounds in that game, and you know, don't think Portland took advantage of the offensive glass like they're capable of, but still, like, I think that it's not to say Wemby played bad. I'm just saying that there are areas of improvement that are quite sharp. Like, you can put smaller dudes on Wemby, and it's like, yeah, if he shoots that well from 3, then, you know, it's one thing. But, like, they were force-feeding him. The best thing about that game was they had other guys who, you know, like when Dylan Harper was in the game, they took off. Same with Luke Cornette. Like, their bench is really strong, and it's not just Keldon, who had a very quiet game off the bench. So it was a very good playoff debut for Vic. I thought his shot making was incredible. You don't get that every game from him. And again, I think that's going to be a fun series. I'm very much looking forward to the Blazers Spurs series for however long it lasts.
The one thing I was kind of critical of, Law, and maybe this was, as you mentioned, he gets so much attention on the offensive end that it opens things up for his teammates. I want to see him be more aggressive and more assertive on offense. Like when he has these possessions, Law, where he drives to the basket and basically throws himself in the rim because he's 7'4", damn it. Like, I'm like, why don't you do that every time? He could score, it feels like, every time down, but he's playing within the system, playing within the offense. I get it. I'm eager to see them in a high-stakes situation against a real team.
I think the Blazers are a real team, though. I mentioned this. They're the best defense in the league over the last quarter of the season. They had to win competitive games against real dudes and or in hostile environments to earn the 7th seed and to have this opportunity that they have. They obviously lost decisively, but I think that they have the ability to compete in this series. They're going to need better shot making, and that's going to be tough because that is the one thing about Wemby. Wemby is not going to let a team get in rhythm. I thought Denny was great, not great overall, as far as impacting winning. He was on the floor a lot, though, for a team that lost a game. It is what it is. But that was Vinny Haynie's playoff debut, too. And Denny was,
had Wizards fans out there on their hands and knees, man, crying. That's all I keep seeing.
30. You hope that the wing that you draft is going to put up Denny Avdija numbers by the time it's, you have to make a decision on him. Like, that's where we're at. Denny's in his 6th NBA season. He's an all-star who puts up 24 a game and is one of the most notorious foul merchants in basketball. You absolutely would take that in 5 years if you're a Wizards fan. Simple as that. And so I am not writing the Blazers off. I'm obviously, whoever advances in this series, they can look at what happened tonight in Denver, Colorado, as for how much different the expectations will be. You got to deal with one of those two teams that will not fear you in the slightest. So, and those two teams need to enjoy their series against each other. The experience test will come with whoever survives that bloodbath. And if you're the Spurs, don't play with the Blazers.
No need.
Like, you don't want to lose home games to the Portland Trailblazers. I will tell you that right now.
Handle your business and get the hell on up out of there. I want to let you go on this. We appreciate you making some time for us. Law Murray, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, joining us right now here on Westwood One Sports Night. I'm going to make a joke. You can react to the joke or professionally move on. I only am making the joke because of what I saw on social media. I actually was not aware of this fact. For Wendell Carter to take Jalen Duren's girl and then thoroughly outplay him in game one, what did you make of Pistons and Magic Law? I was stunned.
I don't know a whole lot about that. But I know Wendell Carter is a very interesting basketball player. He's a very quiet dude, even though his, achievements off the court might not reflect that. But like there's games where he just is there, right? Yeah. But at the same time, I was really encouraged by how he was used especially late in that game. Like the Pistons, it's not like they didn't show up, Right. I mean, the Magic had to continuously outplay them, and Jalen Duren was, he's the biggest guy who needs to look in the mirror and step up in many ways. But I want to really appreciate the game that Wendell Carter had and the adjustments that the Magic made in terms of playing through Wendell in the fourth quarter of that game. They gave Wendell the ball, and Wendell made great decisions to get it to his teammates for buckets when that game was getting tight. And there's not every center in the league has that capability. And again, with Wendell, it's like, if that dude has a triple single in game 2, I don't think anyone would be shocked by it. Right. But Wendell showed that he can be helpful as a release valve for what is a very clunky offense going up against arguably the most physical defense in basketball, even more than that of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, unlike the Thunder, the Pistons don't care if they foul you. They will hit you. They will be physical. They will embrace the whistles. It's the kind of game they'll play. But I believe that this series would be very interesting, being a 1-8, because the Magic has size for days, and Wendell's a part of that. And their biggest players are who they play through. They play through Wagner. They play through Paolo. You know, we know Desmond Bain got the loudest dap in the league. You know, they play through anybody but Jalen Suggs, and that allows Jalen to be the football player that he is.
I'm about to say, boy, hey, you described him perfectly. He's a dude at LA Fitness that you want on your team, and you don't want to play against him. He set the tone for me. I love
Jalen.
Diving for loose balls and all. He set the tone to me, man. I definitely agree on that.
Yeah, he's the heart and soul of that team. And when Jalen's not there, you notice it. And Jalen Suggs being the competitive player that he is, while, you know, being valued the way that he is highly critical. That's why it's important that they play through Franz and Paolo as much as they do. Now, those guys are messy players. Wendell Carter, he is too, because he just gets lost in the shuffle so often with this team. But they showed that they have some viability. They're not going to be intimidated by the Detroit Pistons. These dudes have been on the same trajectory. Just like it's the Pistons' second year in the playoffs in a row, it's the Magic's third year in the playoffs in a row. And the Magic have had to go through play-in tournaments to get playoff spots. That's not something that the Pistons have had to do. You know, that's a credit to the Pistons, but it's also to say, I believe in the big game chops of the Orlando Magic. They've won play-in tournament games. They have won clutch games all season long. And now they can say they've won a road playoff game together. It's a series in Detroit.
100%. I can't wait. It's my favorite.
I hope Angel Reese pays some attention to it, too.
Yeah.
She can take something from it as she starts her career in Atlanta.
Well, you can take something from it on the court and off the court, man. 100%. Law, I appreciate you as always, my friend. We'll continue to hit you up here as we roll throughout the course of this NBA postseason, my friend. Enjoy the hoop.
And thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Law Murray, one of the absolute best. I mean, we like to bring you entertaining guests. We like to bring you knowledgeable guests. Law happens to be both. I crushed Mike Brown earlier in the show. When we come back, I'm going to crush NBC. You'll find out why next.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold Plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum Plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus in fields like automotive service, electrical and electronics, or HVAC. With hands-on training built around what employers actually need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Use equipment, tools, and technology the pros use every day on the job. Opportunity doesn't come with instructions. Skills do. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
Do what the wealthy do. Have a tax-efficient plan for retirement. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah. And now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news. Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613. Exclusions apply.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online. For like a year, she couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
What happens next?
A massive trade
Happens here.
We actually just signed 2 players.
We're hopeful that we can get a long-term deal done.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe to The Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
All righty. What a night it's been. NBA playoffs, keeping us entertained throughout the show here this evening. Appreciate you all locking in with the program. However you choose to do so. Sirius XM Channel 375, WestwoodOneSports.com. You can check us out on one of our over 200-plus affiliates out there nationwide as well. We encourage you to check out the YouTube stream. Just search Westwood One Sports Night. Man, Law Murray, always good catching up with him. If you missed any of that conversation, our guy Denton Day going to have the podcast up for you. You can go back to the top of the 2 a.m. hour on the East Coast to hear my conversation with one of the most plugged-in guys in the industry, our guy, Law Murray. Did you hear the subtle flex that he gave? He was watching the game last night. He was out with Dan Wokey and all the other big wigs at the Athletic. That was a nice subtle flex from my guy, Law Murray. Always love catching up with him. We'll hear from him several different times throughout the course of the NBA postseason, as I just love hearing him talk ball, man. One of the absolute best. We got about a half hour left. Well, actually, in a half hour, I'll be in my bed. We got about 20 minutes left here in the show. And there's a bunch of things that we got to get to here, including resetting the top news of the show, but I gave Mike Brown a tongue lashing. He deserved it, though. Like, in full transparency, despite the news that I'm about to give you, I do not take back my tongue lashing of Mike Brown because they still blew a fourth quarter lead. They still went on a 5+ minute scoring drought in the fourth quarter. But the blunder that I opened the show talking about was actually not really a blunder. Maria Taylor of NBC gave us some insight as to why Mike Brown didn't call a timeout after the missed free throw.
Listen, we have been sitting here through 2 games already and a great fireworks also at MSG. We just want to say that the scoreboard showed a timeout that the Knicks did not have on the final play, but due to a data issue, the wrong timeout information was communicated, so that's why you see a timeout on this score bug. 5.6 seconds left. Josh Hart gets the rebound off the McCollum miss. Mikal Bridges misses the baseline jumper, and ultimately, it's a sad Timmy, it's a sad Jimmy, and the Hawks were down 12 going into the fourth quarter. Somehow walk away with the victory. Carmelo's head was down. He had to touch the monitor to even really believe what had happened in this Knicks game. Walk me through the collapse that the Knicks suffered towards the end of the game.
Walk me through the fact that NBC is a multi-billion-dollar production company and they're having data issues in the playoffs? What are we doing? What are we doing? That is an egregious mistake. I wouldn't say fire the person that made the mistake. That's taking it way over the top. But someone should definitely tell them to do their job a little bit better. Pay closer attention. I get it, though. I get it. The person that's running that scoreboard graphic is probably dealing with a million other things, and their brain is probably swimming. But damn, I would have went a little easier on Mike Brown if I would have known that they didn't have a timeout. That is tough. The Knicks, though, as we've been talking about all night long, a collapse of epic proportion down the stretch for New York as they lost 107-106. C.J. McCollum getting busy, ladies and gentlemen, turning back the clock to his Portland Trailblazer days when he was sharing the backcourt with Damian Lillard. Through 2 playoff games, C.J. McCollum, 23 of 42 from the field, 7 of 19 from 3, and the brothers got 58 points in 2 games. He is going, as I like to call it, Kanye crazy here to start this postseason. And if you're a Hawks fan out there, you got to be putting your hands together and on your knees and thanking God that you had this young brother. Because, look, he's not the reason you're here. The reason you're in these playoffs is Jalen Johnson during the regular season played like a man possessed. Here to start this NBA playoffs, though, Jalen Johnson, a young pup. I believe this is his first playoff series that he's playing in. The physicality's bothered him a little bit, and he hasn't been his usual aggressive, assertive self on the offensive end of the floor. But have no fear, C.J. McCollum is here, baby. Picking up the pieces, picking up the slack for Jalen Johnson. The old adage is a playoff series doesn't start until the road team wins. As we sit here right now, maybe we'll get into this tomorrow night on Westwood One Sports Night. As we sit here right now, you know what's on my mind? Which higher seed that lost tonight is in more trouble? Or that lost throughout the weekend is in more trouble? Are the Knicks or the Pistons in more trouble here? Because I think both of them got a wake-up call tonight and over the weekend. Now, I would say the Knicks, because I think, as Law astutely put it, we've talked about it here throughout the course of the show, the game 1 in a postseason series is a fill-out game. The adjustments are made going into game 2, and the Knicks lost game 2. Pistons lost game 1. Tomorrow, the Pistons can come out and beat the Magic by 25, and it'd be like last night never happened. You know what I'm saying? So I'm eager to see how it ultimately goes down. I will say this, though, in both that Knicks and Hawks series and that Magic and Pistons series, I think they both go 6 or 7. I think we're in for a real treat, and I think both of those series end up going 6 or 7 games. For both Detroit and New York, if they fail to meet expectation, if they get bounced in round number one, like I always say about the NBA playoffs, when you fail to meet expectations, there are pretty massive consequences that are on the back end of your failures. I expect that to be true when it comes to Detroit and the New York Knicks, considering the expectations they had going into the season. The nightcap tonight was one of the best games, really, of the entire NBA season, if we're being honest. Minnesota Timberwolves with a 119-114 win over the Denver Nuggets, coming up big. They were down by 14 after the first quarter ended, and they went on to win every quarter, the remainder of the game, except for the third quarter, which they lost by 3. But that fourth is really where you saw Minnesota turn up. You saw Anthony Edwards hit big shots. Dante DiVincenzo hitting big shots down the stretch. Julius Randle getting to the free throw line, getting his teammates involved. Loved everything about, the way Minnesota played here tonight. And for the second straight game, if we're being honest, Nikola Jokic did not play that great. Was 2 assists shy of a triple-double, 8 of 20 from the field, though. 3 turnovers tonight after having 5 in game number 1. He's got to be better for Denver, is the best way that I can put it, man. And I know it's the Joker, right? One of the all-time greats. He didn't play that great in game 1 or in game 2. And I got to give credit here, though. There's a reason he didn't play well. The defensive trio of Julius Randle, Nasri, Rudy Gobert, really Gobert and Randle, and really Gobert deserve most of the credit. But I thought their ability to throw different bodies at Jokic, and I said this leading into the series, is why Minnesota, to me, is the sleeping giant of the Western Conference. They're not scared of the Denver Nuggets. They're not. Chris Finch, I'm going to try to find the audio before we get out of here, because he went off in the post-game presser about Rudy Gobert not being named not being named a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. That award going to Victor Wembanyama. He became the first ever unanimous Defensive Player of the Year. That was crazy. There was even better post-game audio, though, out of the Minnesota Timberwolves post-game locker room. Jaden McDaniels, not surprised that his team was able to come away with the victory.
The keys offensively as to really getting over things tonight.
Go out to Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, the whole team. Just go at them.
They're all bad defenders.
Yeah, they're all bad defenders.
So just to consider that.
Those are what you call fighting words or rivalry words if we're talking about the world of sports. Basketball fans out there, if you watch the playoffs each and every year, if you watch the regular season each and every year, you know that Nuggets and T-Wolves is slowly but surely turning into a big-time rivalry. We've seen some big-time high-stakes games between these two. That comment right there, though, from Jaden McDaniels, what's the old phrase? Adding fuel to the fire. Good old JR would say business has officially picked up. It's getting real here in this series, man. Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves coming up big. I'm eager to see what happens in Minnesota. Will the role players of the Denver Nuggets play as well on the road? That's the big question. 310-840-4910 is the number here on Westwood One Sports Night. We appreciate you all locking in the way that you always do. We're going to put the show to bed next.
We're covering the NFL Draft unlike anyone else can. Reporting from Pittsburgh with exclusive first-round player interviews.
I saw my family and they started crying. I thought I was going to start flowing.
Happy Draft Week from your home of the NFL.
It was definitely surreal, something I dreamed of as a kid.
Westwood One Sports.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Turns out, talk isn't cheap. Just talking about affordability doesn't make things affordable. Straight Talk's had the same price since 2009. Plus, their Gold plan includes a Walmart Plus membership and $20 in Walmart cash when you activate. That's more than just talk.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straightforward, always. Valid through May 17, 2026. $20 in Walmart cash for Straight Talk Gold or Platinum plan customers newly enrolling in Walmart Plus. Limit 1 per enrollment and account. Same price claim applies only to base monthly price of the $45 Straight Talk plan, beginning October 2009.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What's better than getting all your faves at Popeyes for just $5? We added shrimp, y'all. Juicy, crispy butterfly shrimp, cooked to perfection and served classic, or tossed in the bold flavor of our Louisiana dry rubs. And they're only $5. So come in today for all your favorites. 3 pieces of our signature chicken, 3 crispy tenders, Popeye's chicken sandwich, and now 8 pieces of butterfly shrimp for just $5 each.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time only at select Baltimore, Maryland area restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
If you're thinking about it.
Every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Baltimore Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. 105.7 The Fan.
As soon as our difficulties are restored.
What's next? You gonna light your own farts? Yeah.
Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Liddell Willingham.
I just looked at it like we were like leasing an apartment, and I didn't have the keys, and I was hoping he did. Westwood One Sports Night. The final segment to go before we hand things over to the heart and soul of the Savannah Bananas and the beautiful morning radio tones of the Drake Toll. Check him out weekdays, 6 to 9 a.m. right here on Westwood One Sports. It's been a show, man. Appreciate you all locking in. Thank you to Oliver. Thank you to Denton. Thank you to Law Murray. Thank you to your calls. You know how we do it, man. We put the show to bed every single night here on Westwood One Sports Night. Tonight, no different. What do you got for us, Mr. Day?
Well, this is our first show of the week, and it's impossible to have a show the day after WrestleMania and not mention it at least once. You're a wrestling fan. I'm a wrestling fan. Were you locked into WrestleMania? This is your company, by the way. Like you. These are your.
I am the representative.
These are your people. You know, my people. They have their show on Wednesday. These are your people.
No, I didn't really watch much, if I'm being honest. I saw some highlights. I'm going to watch the Raw After Mania tonight. I'll fall asleep on it probably.
I felt bad. I've already spoiled a bunch of it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, guys,
I didn't know you were watching it on tape delay.
Put tomatoes in the chat. Put the tomato emoji and throw them at D-Day.
I burned
spoiling Raw for me tonight.
I just came out so brash too.
I mean, it came out with a fire take or like a spoiler. Not even a take. It's a spoiler. I know.
I was like, of course he's already seen this.
Yeah.
I just thought. Sometimes I forget how much my Twitter is manufactured to me and only me. And I think everyone.
Well, I also have our Twitters. Our timelines are of all the people in the world. Me and you probably have the two most similar timelines. The only thing that you don't have on your timeline that I have on my timeline is I have a lot of nude women on my X account because I sometimes accidentally click on the videos. When you click on them, they keep you in the algo. But you have Commanders content and wrestling content. That's what feeds my algorithm too.
I have Dragon Ball Z content too. But I don't think you have that one.
Yeah, I don't have any Vegeta content.
Weren't you a CM Punk guy?
Kinda. I'm more of a.
Oh, that's right. The Tribal Chief. Well, he won. He beat CM Punk.
He won. Match. Yeah. Now he's got to hold that. The only reason they made him win is because they want to add some prestige to that title.
That's probably the nice way of putting it. I think they had him win so they could promote Street Fighter or whatever movie he and Cody are doing while both of them are champion.
Oh, wow.
The WWE is just a 24/7 365. We just want to sell things.
Denton, that's like a hell of a. That was a good pull, pal.
That's literally all they do. They're like WrestleMania night number 1 had, I think it was 4 minutes less in terms of time for ads versus time for wrestling. It was embarrassing.
That's crazy. I saw you complaining on Twitter. The only content I got from Mania was you complaining about entrance being longer than a match. That popped the hell out of me when I saw you do that. What match were you referring to?
Like 6 of them. Because there was only 3 matches on night number 1 that went over 10 minutes.
Which is ridiculous. Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton was the worst finish in main event history.
Yeah, you're a big Cody Rhodes guy, right?
Sure. You should not, and now I was about to say something that may have got me canceled. You know how I feel about him and his lisp, dog. Like, he doesn't wear it well. Like, at all. And he's just not good on the mic to me. He's getting better. I like when he tries to act like a savage, but like the fact that, so like, are they ever going to let Randy get the world title record?
I don't know. I hated the angle. I didn't mind the result of the match. I hated the angle because WrestleMania is supposed to be the pinnacle of pinnacles where you end stories and then start new stories literally the next night. And they're just prolonging a story. I didn't like that element of it.
So you think
they've lost the plot?
You think we got a Backlash rematch coming?
Yeah, and like Randy's going to win it on like some sideshow pay-per-view that nobody cares about. PLE, sorry.
Hopefully we save it for SummerSlam.
So many damn Hulk Hogan commercials. I had to educate Josh on Friday that Hulk Hogan sucks.
You're not a Hulk Hogan fan.
I hate Hulk Hogan. I am team. I want you to go to the Iron Sheik's Twitter account. He died years ago. But go to the Iron Sheik's Twitter account, and what he tweets about Hulk Hogan is how internally I feel about Hulk Hogan. I just can't say it on air because we are still guided by the FCC.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not a Hulk Hogan guy either. He sucks. But damn, man. Well, that's how you put the show to bed. Anything, am I going to enjoy the Raw after Mania?
I didn't actually watch. I was just on Twitter.
For Denton Day, for Oliver Popular.
I don't watch that program. I'm sorry.
I'm Linnell Willingham. We're back with you tomorrow night. The Drake Toll Show comes your way next, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you all being here. Keep the conversation rolling with me at NELL_BTB.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
You're about to waste $240. Why? Because the average U.S. homeowner spends about $800 cooling their home from April to September. That's average. Baltimore's probably more. And most do it with 30 outdoor coils that cut efficiency by 30%. That efficiency drop equals $240 extra dollars you shouldn't have to spend. Other efficiency killers? Dirty filters, bad airflow, low refrigerant, and improperly calibrated metering devices. We check and fix all of them, along with checking your system for common causes of breakdowns like capacitor health, low voltage controls, cleaning the drain lines, and a functional blower motor. Everything needed to ensure your system runs at peak efficiency all summer, allowing you to save money on energy bills and skip the inconvenience and added expense of a breakdown. So don't burn money you don't have to. Get your AC tune-up done right by Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
People are always talking about the stock market, always looking to invest in a good opportunity, something with the potential to grow. So what if you could invest in the future? The future of kids, like a stock. Not the kind of stock where you invest to make money, but a stock for a social change. A whole new kind of investment called Better Futures. When you invest, it helps students like me go to college, which ends up making the future better for everybody. I could be the first college graduate in my family, the first district attorney from my neighborhood. And if I'm the first, then maybe there will be a second and a third. This can really be the start of something. My name is Charles, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
I'm Sally, a volunteer at United Way. I'm asking people around the neighborhood what they think this place needs. Excuse me, hi. What do you think this place needs?
I'd like to see more parking.
More playgrounds.
Free movies.
That's easy. Better restaurants.
And you, what do you think this place needs?
This place? Oh, more ice cream trucks.
Okay. How about you?
Wi-Fi everywhere?
I was thinking more money in the pockets of local families come tax time.
Can I change my answer?
I was just kidding about the ice cream.
Oh, that's way better.
Now that you mention it.
When it comes to getting better tax refunds into the hands of local families, what this place needs is you. To donate or volunteer, go to unitedway.org. Because great things happen when we live united. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
What up? Party continues as we take it coast to coast. Now, Westwood One Sports Night. Whitney Youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham. A lot more to get into, including wall-to-wall coverage of the 2026 NBA playoffs. We'll recap every game for you here on the night. There's only one game we haven't mentioned that happened tonight, because it's a series we don't care about. I know our Raptor fans out there north of the border are going to say, hey, what are you talking about? We don't care about this game, mate. That was probably a bad Canadian accent, but you pick up what I'm putting down. All of the people that listen north of the border, your Raptors are probably about to get swept. But James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, in the Cleveland Cavaliers, they were victorious earlier this evening. The first part of our triple header here in round one of the NBA playoffs. Cavs 115, 105 winners over the Toronto Raptors. Donovan Mitchell, they gave a crazy stat on the broadcast before the game started. Donovan Mitchell has the longest streak in NBA history of game ones with at least 30 points. 9 straight game ones in the playoffs. Donovan Mitchell scored 30 points. He scored 30 points again tonight as he led the Cleveland Cavaliers to a 2-0 series lead, man. That series doesn't look like it's going to be particularly close. I smell a clean sweep coming. The big three of Evan Mobley, James Harden, and Donovan Mitchell, 25 for Mobley, 28 for Harden, 30 for Donovan Mitchell. There was no other Cav that scored in double figures outside of Jared Allen, who had 10 points. So the big heavy lifters doing the heavy lifting when it comes to the NBA playoffs. I mentioned it, though, last week. And when I said this, I hope y'all didn't think I was trying to come for the brother's neck. I said it because I believe in him. I said it because he's the man. Victor Wembanyama was, to me, without a shadow of a doubt, the player that was under the most pressure as we got geared up for the NBA postseason. There was no player going into the playoffs that was under more pressure than Victor Wembanyama. Not even close. And why was he under so much pressure? Well, when people like me have come on this show and told you all that Victor Wembanyama has a chance to be the greatest of all time, when he doesn't ultimately play well, that, or when he does that during the regular season, I think it's one thing. But when he does it and plays at that GOAT level during the playoffs, it's another. That's what I wanted to see, because we all know it. More than any other sport in the world, the NBA's postseason is way, way different than its regular season product. From the defense that's played, the way the officials call the game, the physicality of the game, so on and so forth. That's the number one thing that I questioned with Wemby. Was he going to ultimately be able to handle the physicality of the basketball game, right? Donovan Clingan, Jeremy Grant, Denny Avdia, pretty big front court that the Portland Trail Blazers boast. And last night, the size didn't mean anything at all. I know a lot of people out there, ladies, like to say the size matters. Size doesn't matter to Victor Wembanyama. He set a Spurs record for the most points ever in a postseason debut, 35 points in this basketball game. And as I'm watching the game, and all, sincerity here, it didn't feel like he had 35. 13 of 21 from the field, 5 of 6 from 3. I mean, there's nothing this dude can't do, man. There's nothing Victor Wembanyama can't do. It was the quietest 35 points you'll ever see. Everything just looked effortless. There was a point in time, he's at the top of the key, and Denny Avdia's guarding him. And by the way, you know what I hate, Denton? The Wizards gave Denny Avdia the nickname Turbo. And for others just to use it like they know Turbo the way that we know Turbo, this guy that we're seeing right now is not Turbo. This is a man possessed. But I hate that I hear people calling him Turbo.
I think they might know him more than we knew him. I have to be honest. This is like seeing the girl break up with you. And then this is something that happened to me before I met my wife. I would get into flings, if you will, with some ladies every now and then. And then what would happen was our fling would end, and they would immediately find their husband. It happened like 6 times. And I was like, am I like bad luck? Like, I don't know what's going on here. That kind of feels incredible. Like what Denny Avdia is in Portland. He had his fling with the Wizards, and then he found his wife, his lover forever.
Yeah, that is absolutely incredible. I'm going to peel the curtain back just a little bit. If you're getting annoyed at me sniffing in your ear, I apologize. I'm a little under the weather. I'm noticing that I'm hearing myself sniff. I'm pissing myself off, so I know I'm probably pissing you off. 310-840.
It's allergy season, people. We're real people.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just like you. Somebody's got to help me out. I need a concoction of allergy medication that's going to have me good for the entire summer month. Give me something. And we had a funny moment today. with our astute program director, Armin Williams, the absolute best. He was doing what a good boss does, trying to give me whatever resource that I need to be the best version of myself. I mentioned it to him. They're like, yeah, I'm a little under the weather. I think it's just my allergies, though. But I don't know if you all are familiar with this. I'm going to go way insider baseball here. When I was like 12, I had this heart procedure done. I have supraventricular tachycardia. Basically, I could be sitting in this chair, and before I had the procedure done, my heart rate would like jump to heart attack level. So that was like my early high school time. And as a result of that procedure, for a long time, I tried to stay away from caffeine. I'm kind of back on the caffeine thing. But the other thing was no decongestants. And most of your medicines out here are decongestants because, you take medicine so you can decongest. So I'm telling this to our astute program director, Armin Williams. I'm telling him, like, yeah, I got to find, something that works for me because, everything out there is a decongestant, and I'm really not supposed to have those. He goes, why don't you just go, Claritin non-decongested. And that's the D in Claritin D does not stand for decongestant. Hopefully you all out there didn't think that, but he did. The D in Claritin D and Benadryl D or Zyrtex D doesn't stand for decongestant. It stands for drowsy. So if you get Claritin non-D, it's Claritin non-drowsy, so you don't fall asleep based off the side effects of the allergy medicine. That is my TED Talk about how my allergies are horrible, and my life is a living hell most times as a result of it. 310-840-4910. Get back to Victor Wembanyama here. He answered the bell in a way that I expected him to, quite frankly. I expected to see Wemby play as well as he did. Simply because of the expectations I have for him as a player. Like, I come up here often, and I don't say it to get reactions. I don't say it to anger the older demographic of this show. If he is able to stay healthy and he maintains the level of play that he's got, I think Victor Wembanyama can go down as the greatest basketball player that the game has ever seen. And he's passed every test to this point. The last test that he had to pass was how are you going to play in the playoffs? And in his playoff debut, Victor Wembanyama, as I mentioned, set a Spurs record for points in a playoff debut. He had 35. And if you watched this game, you felt his impact. The Blazers shot a bunch of jump shots last night. They held him to 43% from the field, 26% from the three-point line. The Spurs look dangerous. They do. And the bottom line is, the best part about it is, if you're a Spurs fan, as I tell you all the time, I don't think that Wemby's going to end up being the GOAT just because of his skill. His mentality is just as big of a reason as to why he's going to end up being the greatest player of all time, in my opinion. The moment, never too big for him. He is the moment, is the best way that I can put it, man. He's never going to be, too scared of the moment. He's never going to come up short in the moment, because Victor Wembanyama is the moment. He had some comments post-game last night that really stood out to me, because remember the narrative that we've all talked about here, man. What is he going to do in the postseason? I said he was the player that had the most pressure on him going into the postseason. The pressure raises to a different level when Tim Duncan and David Robinson are in attendance for your playoff debut. Here's what Wemby had to say about those two being in attendance.
You've obviously gotten to spend some time with Tim and David, and I know Pop was at practice the other day. What do you feel the weight of just those legends in the building, or those guys, putting their arms around you, and what this means to this franchise and all of them?
I wouldn't say weight, no. I would say it feels safe. It feels like if you trip, there's a lot of hands that are ready to catch you. So it's from day one, it's felt that way.
I love that guy. I love him. I love the Spurs organization. If I wasn't already married to the Wizards, I'd be a Spurs fan. I'm just saying. I just love everything they do as an organization. And what an answer from that guy. Are you kidding? How old is he? Sometimes I got to be reminded that Victor Wembanyama is not some 40-year-old. He's 22 years old, people. He's 22 talking like that. I don't feel pressure with those guys around. I feel safe, because if I trip, there's a hand there to pick me up. It's almost like he's speaking in riddles. It's like those pimps back in the day, man. Like, how the hell do you take the best girl away from the pimp daddy with the cane when he's rhyming every time he speaks? That's how I feel about Victor Wembanyama. Every time he gets to the podium, he gives you something great. He is so damn good. He's so damn good. 310-840-4910. That's the talk and text line number on this show, because you're so damn good. It is the People Show. We appreciate your commentary. However you're going to give it to us, you can hit us up in the YouTube chat as well. Just search Westwood One Sports Night on YouTube. Victor Wembanyama coming up huge in his playoff debut, breaking the Spurs scoring record for a playoff debut with 35 points last night. They're up 1-0. On the Portland Trail Blazers. We're going to keep you up to speed with everything in the NBA playoffs, including the potential all-time instant classic that we have on our hands right now. It's 64-64 at the half between Denver and Minnesota. Anthony Edwards has got 20 points. Julius Randle's got 18 for the T-Wolves. The Denver Nuggets right now being led by no other than playoff Maul, Jamal Murray, deep in his bag per usual here in the NBA second season. He has been huge in this one. He's got 23 points on 8 of 14 shooting, including 5 triples in the first half. We'll keep you up to speed on that one as well. Taking your calls on all things NBA postseason at 310-840-4910. Let's go to Road out in Virginia. Wants to tap into the program. Road, what's going on, brother? Welcome in.
I have a remedy here for your allergies.
What is the remedy?
When you go home at night, sleep with your air purifier right beside your bed every night, and you'll be able to deal with the allergies a lot better in the daytime.
I'll keep it fully transparent with you. I don't even have a metal spoon in my house. If you think that I have an air humidifier, if you think that I have a humidifier in my home, I mean, but that's why I got to get a PO box. So like you all can help me get the essentials for my apartment, because like to think that I don't even got Neosporin, I don't even have a Band-Aid.
Okay, well you might need to go on Say Mode then in order.
FEMA? He said FEMA. That's hilarious. No way.
Team in order now purifier. Also, do you think Wemby is anywhere near being as good as Wilt and Jabbar?
Here's the thing that I always say, and I appreciate the call, man. I just think those guys were playing against plumbers and electricians. Wemby's playing against the future of athletics. You know what I'm saying? The resources nowadays allows this era of basketball, in my opinion, to be the golden age of NBA basketball because of all the trainers and the resources that you have to ultimately be a dog. He said I should call FEMA and ask for an air humidifier. That is crazy. 310-840-4910. John is in Springfield, wants to check in. John, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Tonight.
Yes, you're right about Victor. Perfect answer when he was questioned. You can't get any better than that. And your co-host had mentioned how he meets a woman and the next person she dates, she marries. I have the habit of teaching women to become more confident by, teaching them how to use chopsticks, sign language, how to change a tire.
Did you say chapstick or chopsticks? It's important that we get that.
Chopsticks.
Yeah. Chopsticks. I'm about to say you can't deal with any women with crusty lips.
One set with each hand to pick up beer bottles and stuff. So I teach them how to do stuff they thought was impossible, and give them a good haircut. Better styling, clothes from this century, and then they get better looking and find a good looking rich man instead of me.
I'm in the same situation you're in, pal. I'm the resident bachelor of the program. I appreciate the call. I mean, I had no clue where that was going, but holy
that
cow.
Wove in a bunch of different directions. We do have a texter that says try Alka-Seltzer Plus for your allergies. Is that a decongestant? I have no idea. They also say great show.
Are y'all trolling?
Is that
what the hell do you mean try Alka-Seltzer Plus? That's what you do when you have like a bad stomach ache or something.
No, Alka-Seltzer makes medicine too.
Oh. See, I don't know everything. I just pretend that I do.
Yeah, they make like cold and allergy medicine.
I had no clue. Alka-Seltzer. It's so nasty, though. I've had an Alka-Seltzer. It's disgusting. The way that it fizzes up. And
get a pill. It's a pill.
Well, yeah, the Alka-Seltzer.
Yeah, you're not drinking the tummy thing.
Yeah,
the fizzy thing. You don't want that.
That is not for your boy. I'll be honest. I can't have my head lean forward without my nose just dripping all over the place. This is getting quite wild. 310-840-4910. Let's go out to Miami. Trent is in Miami. Wanting to check in. What's going on, Trent?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. Appreciate you hanging out.
Right. So I hear your content about Victor.
Yeah.
A great player and all, but I can't respect the dude that gets 5 rebounds. That's my only gripe with him. He don't get
35 points.
Yeah, but 30 for 5 rebounds counts as 7. I mean, come on now. Let's be real. 5 rebounds, that's my only gripe with him. He don't get rebounds.
He was the 4th leading rebounder in the NBA this year, pal. I know he didn't rebound in game 1. I get what you're saying. To be 7'4" and to walk away with 5 rebounds, it does look a little crazy now. I get where you're coming from.
Rebounds even told the cat out there. That's the only thing, man. He don't get rebounds.
We appreciate the call. What did he just say? All I heard was, what?
I thought he said something about Carolina. I kind of lost him a little bit.
He got fired. That's what you call being furred up. when you just start making inaudible noises. That's how I used to get on the football field after I would get held and they wouldn't call it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I am going to use his call, and I'm going to use it for my own good. I'm betting the over on Wemby's rebounding prop. He had 5 in game number 1. Literally. Let's find ways to make some money and bet whatever the over is in game number 2.
So his line, they set his line at 10.5, which was why I was like,
cash.
Crazy that didn't hit.
If I had a mortgage, I'd bet my mortgage on it. I don't have one, though.
Neither do I. 310-840-4910. 49-10. The Instant Classic underway in the second half. 70-70 between the T-Wolves and Nuggets. 8:25 left to go in the third quarter. We'll keep you up to speed with that game as we roll throughout the course of the program here tonight. A lot more to get into, including the National Football League. We're just 2 days out now from night one of the NFL draft. We'll have some skin in the game out in Pittsburgh. Our pals Bleck and Abdallah going to be boots on the ground in Pittsburgh for night one of the NFL draft. You can check out Bleck and Abdallah weekdays, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Westwood One Sports. As I mentioned, just getting rolling, party just continuing. You can hit us up on the talk and text line, 310-840-4910. Your biggest takeaways from the opening weekend of the postseason, and then what are your thoughts on what happened earlier tonight, man? The New York Knicks falling super short as Mike Brown decides to go home with a timeout in his pocket. Who do you blame for the Knicks' epic collapse earlier tonight? We'll get to that and a whole lot more next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
Westwood One! The NFL draft is upon us. We'll have live picks from the podium, instant reaction, exclusive player interviews. Bet MGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Coverage starting at 6 Eastern, Thursday, from your official home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
I'm more resourceful than I thought.
My suit can still make an impression.
My video games are still game changers.
And my lamp can bring others a bright future.
Because when I donate my stuff to Goodwill,
it helps fund job placement and training for people right in my community.
Now my stuff gets a second chance.
And will give someone in my community
a second chance too.
Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. That's goodwill.org. This message brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Every game, every interview, every take. 105.7 The voice of The Fan.
The station voted most likely to be
fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Yeah.
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Westwood One Sports Night. Here's Linnell Willingham.
Still kicking it to you as we take you coast to coast. Give you the latest and greatest in the world of sports here on Westwood One Sports Night. Youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, rocking out with you. Number to hit us up on the talking text line. It is the People Show, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910 is the number. You can hit us up in the YouTube chat as well. Just search Westwood One Sports Night on YouTube. It is a Meal Monday here on Westwood One Sports Night. I'm not going to tell you exactly what we're doing for Meal Monday, but I'll ask you this question. What's the one seed of sandwiches? 310-840-4910. You can answer that on the talking text line all night long. I mentioned that I would keep you up to speed all night long on Timberwolves and Nuggets. 6:21 left to go in the third quarter. T-Wolves currently up 75-73. Anthony Edwards starting to really turn it on here. He's got 22 to lead all scorers for the Minnesota Timberwolves. On the other hand, though, man, playoff Jamal Murray continuing to do his thing on a night in which Nikola Jokic has just 8 points in 26 minutes on 3 of 8 shooting. Jamal Murray, 26 points, 9 of 19, 6 of 12 from downtown. I kind of was beginning to get annoyed with, like, the whole playoff Jamal Murray bit, but, like, it's real. I'll give credit where credit is due. It is real. Every postseason, this dude, I don't know what happens to him. I don't know what he injects himself with, what type of ritual he says, or what brand of sage he burns. But he turns into a totally different individual coming up here in the postseason. And year in and year out, I question whether or not the Joker has enough talent around him. He still doesn't. I mean, Jamal Murray's, that third tier of guy. But, like, in the playoffs, he turns into an all-NBA talent. Talking text line wide open for you, as I mentioned. 310-840-4910 is the number. Ryan is in Detroit wanting to tap in. Ryan, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Night.
Oh, my goodness. I stop at the bar to watch my toothless Pistons attempt to break anything but a tie. To try to not get clapped out in our 11th in a row playoff game, and then the game ends, I'm sad. And then I have to watch Wemby, this absolute alien, just going ham on turkey. Like, can we discuss that this kid is like, with a rival? Like, oh, my goodness. Like, up to the office, you're fired. I want this kid.
We're going to throw him. We're going to drop him because his signal's as bad as the New York Knicks are. Man, he mentioned Wemby. So we'll piggyback off of that. I love when you guys are brutally honest with me as callers, listeners, texters, whatever you want to describe yourself as, fans. Hopefully you're fans. I thought when I came on this show and said that Wemby had the chance to go down as the greatest of all time if he stayed healthy, I thought that comment, that take, was going to be met with a significant amount of pushback, and it wasn't. And I think it speaks to, one, the knowledge of you all. I call you all the best and the smartest, national sports talk audience in the game. But it also speaks to Victor Wembanyama and what he's been able to accomplish, man. He's quite literally, and this is what's beautiful about it, when people from different generations are able to say this, we're literally seeing him do things on a basketball floor that have never been done before by a 7-footer, ever.
He feels like the easiest eye test of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of our one caller, who I feel like was doing more of a bit than anything, being like, how does he not have more than 5 rebounds when he's 7 feet tall, 8 feet tall? Like, you should at least have. Yeah. I feel like the first number of your height is the amount of rebounds you should have on every single game, so he needs to have at least 7. But there's forget analytics. You just look at him, and you're like, yeah, he's obviously going to be very good here.
He's ridiculous.
How do you stop him?
There's a play last night, Denton. He's going fast break, and he puts the ball behind his back like he's 6'3". And it's like, dog, I know why his ball handling's so good, though. Part of my my sit-down with Chris Paul, he divulged that, I worked with him on his ball handling, and he works out with Jamal Crawford, dog. He's literally – it shouldn't even be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. Because if that dude's handle continues to get better, mind you, he's only 22. Wait till he gets his grown man strength. Wait till his brain is fully developed. Like, the kid's he's not even like, he's a boy out there. He's not even a grown man yet. So that's why I'm like, dog, he's got a chance to be quite literally the greatest of all time.
All this dude does is hang out with legends and monks.
Yeah.
It's insane. I'm casually working on my handling with Chris Paul. Oh, by the way, I was at Akeem Olajuwon's house.
Yeah.
And he was pointing to his plaque saying I was going to have all of these things. David Robinson and Tim Duncan are my safety net. This dude's just checking all these crazy boxes like it's a normal day at the park.
All before the age of 25, y'all. He's 22 years of age doing all this crazy stuff, man. He is on an absolute tear. We'll get you another update on T-Wolves and Nuggets coming up here in a second. But first, let's go out to Alabama, where I got Tremaine is checking in. Tremaine, what's going on, brother? Welcome in to Westwood One Sports Night.
Hey, I'm a big fan. But listen to me.
You, man.
Victor Wembanyama is not as hyped as you think you are. He has to show more. I understand he's a 7'4" guard, and we've never seen that before. And everybody's like, oh, my gosh, look at the way he can score. But he needs to win some games, okay? I do not see him beating this year, by the way. I do not see him beating Jokic in a 7-game series. I don't see him beating OKC in a 7-game series. I'll even take it a step further. And if Luka and Austin Reeves come back, I do not see him beating LeBron James in a 7-game series. So yes, he is a phenomenal talent.
I know we're on the heel. I know we're on the heels. I know we're on the tail end, and some people are still celebrating 420. But put it out, pal. Put it out. What do you mean? The Lakers? Do you think the Lakers would have a chance to beat them in a 7-game series? You out your damn mind. It ain't no way. Here's the other piece of this. You said, can he win some games? He's the 2 seed in a loaded Western Conference. He's the 2 seed in the best conference in the league. He's beaten the Thunder several different times this year. What more do you want from him?
So you really think in a 7-game series, talent involved in all, you just said Jokic is a different player in the playoffs. Don't Wemby have to at least give him some playoff experience?
What I said was Jokic doesn't have enough help in the playoffs. That's why they would lose in a 7-game series. Maybe Joker outplays Wemby. Sure, you can have that. But who advances? I think it would be the Spurs. Well, I think Jamal Murray gets put in handcuffs by Stephon Castle. That's what I would project happening. But we'll see, though. I think it'd be an exciting series. It looks like we're on a collision course to that happening, so cross our fingers, and hopefully we get to see it. I appreciate you calling in, though, Tremaine. Good call, brother. 310-840-4910 is the number. Since we're talking about Victor Wembanyama, should we bring up the fact that earlier this afternoon he was voted as the first unanimous defensive player of the year in the NBA's history? Super duper excited and geeked up for him to, accomplish that feat. Lucky for us, Victor Wembanyama, the 2026 Defensive Player of the Year, had this to say about the accomplishment.
It means everything. I'm smiling because I was just reminding myself of the time where I was actually at Hakeem's and looking at this plaque, saying basically block shots leader all time, right? And he was like, "You're gonna beat that one day." So, one step at a time.
That's the stance. I love it. That's the stance, man. Congrats. Shout out to the
man. I mean, Denton just referenced it, but dog. He's the support system that he has. And I want to give them credit too. And when I say them, I mean the Spurs organization. It's one thing to bring a supreme talent into your organization, right? Everybody's got the opportunity to do that because of the draft. But it's another thing to provide them every resource possible to maximize their talent. And that's what the San Antonio Spurs have done here, man. I think they deserve a whole lot of credit organizationally. Wemby deserves a lot of credit. Here's the other thing, too. We see this a lot, in organizations where the veterans and the alumni will be reluctant to help out the new breed. You're not seeing this with the San Antonio Spurs. Everybody who's been somebody in that organization has extended their hand to Wemby, including David Robinson, including Tim Duncan, who, by the way, if there's anybody, dog, the way that Tim Duncan is transitioned into retirement and is living this normal life, his gray dreadlocks are the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. He's not using Just for Men's. He says you can kiss his ass. He's rocking the salt and pepper look that's more pepper than salt, more salt than pepper nowadays. I'm impressed by the organization. Even more impressed, though, by Victor Wembanyama. I told you I keep you up to speed, though, on Nuggets and T-Wolves. They just took a timeout. We're watching an instant classic. The Nuggets have kind of regained control here as we got about 2:40 left to go in the third quarter. Nuggets up 87-81. Both of these two teams shooting the cover off the basketball to start this one. They both cooled off a little bit here in the third quarter. Denver shooting 47%. Minnesota shooting 47%. Both teams have knocked down 12 triples. As we keep mentioning, though, Nikola Jokic wasn't really a factor. 12 in the quarter, though.
I mean, he is playing like the Nikola Jokic we thought we were going to see. This third quarter, he turned the corner. I mean, he has been awesome. He's 3 assists away from a triple-double.
There we go. Him to register a triple-double tonight was minus 110 was what the odds were.
Insanity.
I'll tell you what prop I'm playing the next time the Nuggets play. 310-840-4910 is the number. As I mentioned, though, or as D-Day just mentioned, Nikola Jokic is getting in his bag. Him coming alive is horrible news for the Minnesota Timberwolves because I don't think you're already not accounting for Jamal Murray going this crazy. And I know we get playoff Jamal and all that, but dude, he's on pace to drop 40 tonight. He's 10-20 from the field, 6-12 from the three-point line. He's got 28 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. He is doing everything he can to keep Denver in front and to really pick up the pieces when Nikola Jokic has kind of struggled here to start. But as Denton just told us, a 12-point quarter so far for Nikola Jokic. He's now up to 20. He's got 11 rebounds, 7 assists as well here. We'll keep you up to speed on Nuggets and T-Wolves as we continue to roll throughout the course of the program here on Westwood One Sports Night. A lot more to get to, including a couple of different thoughts on the 2026 NFL Draft. 2 nights away. from round one of the 2026 NFL Draft. Super excited for that. We'll let you know the big trade and give you the details on the big trade that went down over the weekend and how it shook up the top 10 of the NFL Draft. But we'll continue to take your calls next here on Westwood One Sports Night.
Running backs aren't supposed to be drafted high anymore, but Notre Dame's Jeremiah Love may be the best player in the entire draft. Is Love the exception? Will he go in the top 5? From your home of the NFL, Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The world is huge, like 197 million square miles huge, but it's also smaller than you think. With unlimited 2% cash back, the Cash Rewards Plus Visa card from Navy Federal brings our members closer to the game they love, rewarding fans of FIFA World Cup 26 every step of the way, thanks to Visa. From new jerseys and gear to game day tickets and non-stop cheer. With Visa and Navy Federal by your side, the world is at your fingertips. Terms apply for credit card rewards. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash for more information. Visa, worldwide partner of FIFA World Cup 26.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Vinny Haynie. Don't miss Town Appliance Spring Black Friday shopping event happening right now with incredible savings across top appliance brands. Explore premium options like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Whether you're redesigning your kitchen, outdoor area, or just need an upgrade, Town Appliance offers nationwide delivery and a showroom experience worth the visit. Plus flexible financing. Stop by off Reisterstown Road, give them a call or text, or shop anytime at townappliance.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be a